In a void of the universe infinitely distant in physical space, a fiery red spaceship was sailing. It was scarred, it was not huge, and it carried a battle group on the brink of death. The Phoenix battle group had ended their long redemption expedition and now their glory had been restored. The Tribunal of the Eastern Star Domain, representing the Central Empire, personally announced this to the world. But what of it? We have won the victory of the 100-year redemption expedition and achieved the victory we most desired, yet we are about to be annihilated. Saulus Maddens, the leader of the Phoenix battle group, would always think sorrowfully. He was the 64th leader of the Phoenix battle group. This battle group, with its countless glorious histories, was very likely to come to an end in his hands. What was life like for the battle group before the redemption expedition? Back then, the Phoenix battle group was glorious and powerful. They guarded their mother star, received the worship of countless mortals, selected the most excellent youths from among them, subjected them to gene seed modifications, and turned them into one of their own. All the manpower and material resources of the entire planet were at their disposal. Besides being responsible for the defense of their mother star, they would also answer the call of the Emperor, heading to all corners of the universe, participating in one glorious and great war after another. They either crushed each of the Emperor's enemies to dust or defended one world after another on the brink of destruction. He and his brothers were called the Emperor's Angels. This glory, accumulated over thousands of years, came to a sudden halt 100 years ago. Maddens bore no resentment. In the Crepe Myrtle catastrophe, the Phoenix battle group found themselves on the wrong side. By the grace of the Divine Emperor, they were not purged as traitors, but they were still guilty, and the tribunal sentenced them to a 100-year redemption expedition. The so-called redemption expedition meant sending the convicted battle groups on the most difficult and casualty-heavy assault missions without support, supplies, or reinforcements. Once assigned, the mission could not be refused and must be carried out with all effort until death. The vast majority of battle groups sentenced to a redemption expedition could not even last until the end of their punishment. But the Phoenix, true to their name, were indomitable. They miraculously endured the redemption expedition. They fought in one brutal war after another for 100 years. During these days, they were still fighting for the Empire, but without any honor to speak of. Their battles were for redemption, for a death sentence. During the century-long expedition, the leader of the battle group changed hands 6 times, and it finally fell to Maddens, a man who considered himself of little talent. A few months ago, in the final battle of the redemption expedition, the previous leader launched a suicide charge with the last of the battle group's elite. They won, but the cost was that no one survived except for Maddens and 6 others who had been left behind. He would always remember the look in his mentor's eyes when he passed on the medal symbolizing the leader of the battle group before the charge. It was a look filled with expectation, with hope. The future of the battle group weighed heavily on his chest. He was determined to rebuild his battle group, yet he didn't know how. Their homeworld had long been assigned to another battle group. The fleet had all been destroyed, leaving only the Burned Feather, a small spacecraft that could not even be considered an escort ship. Power armor, the armory, the gene seed vault, all had been lost with the crash of the flagship. Perhaps no battle group has ever been in a more miserable state than they were. They could only drift aimlessly in the cosmos like headless flies. Indeed, there were many forces that wished to help them. However, Maddens could see through the malicious intentions of those people. They only wanted the 7 remaining members of the Phoenix battle group to serve as their high-level enforcers. There was no glory, let alone any hope to speak of. Maddens thought of the chance to rebuild the warband, the opportunity to continue fighting with honor. Unfortunately, those who tried to help them fell silent when these topics came up. Recently, their spaceship had passed through a spirit network tunnel, aimlessly arriving at the Tianma star sector. It was just like many other star sectors they had drifted through over the past few months, nothing special. However, it was then that the warband's priest approached him, claiming that during prayer, he had received a revelation. The hope for the Phoenix battle group's rebirth was right here. Hope rose in Maddens' heart, like a drowning person clutching at a straw. Rationally, he knew he shouldn't believe it. What was so special about the Tianma star sector? An obscure star sector with neither special resources nor a glorious history. Nor had any other warband ever been stationed there. How could the hope for the warband's rebirth lie here? Yet emotionally, he almost instantly believed it. It was only a matter of months, trivial compared to the modified, elongated lifespans of interstellar warriors. but he felt he had already endured an endless ordeal. This emptiness was even more painful than the punitive expedition. Given the chance, he was eager to seize it. The warband's priest, also his most trusted battle brother, had been holed up in the prayer room for 2 days without any sign of activity. Madden's anxiety gradually intensified, but now, at this moment, the anxiety found its outcome. He heard heavy footsteps, turned his head, and saw someone clad in the distinctive black power armor of a priest, with a helmet shaped like a skull, and large shoulder pads painted in the warband's fiery red colors and the phoenix design, symbolizing their identity. It was Rizzo, the eldest of the surviving 7, who had fought with the warband for 400 years. He was supposed to have joined the final battle to the death, but the former warband leader had forcefully held him back. The warband needed his experience to assist Madden's. "Priest Rizzo, you've finally emerged. Was your prayer fruitful?" "Yes, warband leader." Rizzo's voice was tired but also held a hint of anticipation. "I have received a more precise revelation. The Phoenix's chance of rebirth lies right here." The priest's finger came to rest on the star map. There was Rage Owl Star. Madden's looked bewildered, scouring his memory and coming up with nothing special about this world. He couldn't help asking, "Are you sure there's no mistake?" "I'm certain," Rizzo confidently replied. "The Divine Emperor's revelation states that the chance for the Phoenix Battlegroup's rebirth is there, at the hands of that world's governor." Madden's paced back and forth, then finally made a decision. "All right, change course. To Rage Owlstar we go." The revelation received by Priest Rizzo was the only opportunity in the past few months that Madden's had been looking forward to. Although he had never heard of the world of Rage Owlstar having any particular significance, since it was a revelation by the Divine Emperor, surely it meant a powerful governor, who might be willing to help the warband in its reconstruction. After activating the event, the Phoenix shall die, Gu Hang had 36 grace points left. Not few, but not enough. For a moment, he was itching to use these grace points for drawing cards. A 40% chance of winning, could he really not get it after 3 draws? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But in the end, he chose not to do it. He still wanted to level up. He would wait for the monthly fixed income to be disbursed, and along with these 36 points, it would be enough. If he spent the grace points now, he wouldn't be able to level up in a few days. Finally, he suppressed the urge to draw cards. After Gu Hang had sorted out the various system functions, he had also rested quite well. Although his head still hurt a bit, it was much better compared to when the battle had just ended. This also reassured Gu Hang quite a bit. It seemed that the previous depletion of his spirituality was not severe and didn't affect his foundation. Leaving the combat vehicle, the work of cleaning up the battlefield continued. The soldiers had collected a large number of monster corpses, or the remnants shattered in the battle. There was too much to transport in one go, so the leftovers were piled up to be transported later. These were all raw materials for the synthetic starch production line. In other places, corpse starch might be a dark term, but for Gu Hang, it seemed literal. Despite the fact that people starving in the wastelands might not care about this, as long as they faced no illness or not too severe an illness from eating it, anything was better than hunger. But Gu Hang still strived to keep this information concealed. It wasn't entirely secret, but he definitely wouldn't promote it actively. After all, it wasn't something glorious. While the troops were busy, Yan Fangshu came to find him again. Seeing the captain with a slightly crooked nose and a bruise above his left eye, Gu Hang was taken aback for a moment. "How did you get injured like this? That doesn't seem to be the kind of injury a pus monster could cause, right?" It's nothing much." Oh, realizing something as he looked at the captain's embarrassed face, Gu Hang suddenly understood and remembered something he had almost forgotten. "Were you beaten up by your former subordinates?" Yan Fangshu immediately became anxious. "What beating up? How could you say it was a beating? I just accidentally lost 1 or 2 moves. It's not a beating." "Ha ha ha," Gu Hang laughed. Right, not a beating, just a small beating." Yan Fangshu fell silent. He didn't want to talk to the governor anymore, but couldn't help feeling eager. He hesitated and nonetheless couldn't resist saying, "That, Governor, regarding that intensive training, He was somewhat embarrassed to fully express his request. Having been beaten by his former subordinates, and then having to ask the governor for special intensive training felt somewhat embarrassing to him. Gu Hang patted Yan Fangshu on the shoulder and said, "How could I refuse such a small request? Not now though. You have greater potential, and you deserve more rigorous, more valuable training. Yan Fangzhu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Governor, don't be hasty to thank me, but let me be clear, with gains come sacrifices. Nothing in this world comes without a price. If you want to receive my grace, you should serve me with even greater sincerity. Yan Fangshu understood Ji Yu Hang's meaning, but he dared not agree. He was a member of the Imperial Navy, his future still lay in the stars and the vast ocean. Should he transfer allegiance to a planetary governor and join the Planetary Defense Force? There is a disparity here. The imperial military system is roughly divided into three parts: the Imperial Navy, the Imperial Star Realm Army, and the Planetary Defense Force, PDF. The first two are direct imperial forces with relatively higher status, theoretically taking commands directly from Central Empire and receiving supplies from it. As for the PDF, it's just a planetary-level defense force, established and led by the planet's governor. The Empire does not take care of the training, equipping, or supplying of the PDF, but sometimes it would draft the PDF into the Star Realm Army, or when imperial taxes evaporate. Often in intense interstellar wars, the PDF would also be used as cannon fodder by the Empire's main forces. Would those Navy big shots even deign to glance at the Star Realm Army's grunts, let alone a mere PDF? Compared to a captain in the Imperial Navy, who would be stupid enough to choose the former? But what if it were a general from the Planetary Defense Force compared to a Navy captain? Well, that's not so easy to say. A captain from the Navy Marine Corps, like Yan Fangshu, at his peak, only commanded a special marine company, with just over 100 men. Now, he has even fewer, only 30. But if he became a general, he might be able to become a pivotal figure on this planet. But could he really become a general? Relying on the governor would mean betting everything on this one person being able to win. Yan Fangshu was a bit hesitant to wager. He wasn't a barefooted man, unlike the native residents on Rage Owl Star. Watching Yan Fangshu, who was caught in a dilemma, Ji Yu Hang did not press him. He smiled and patted Yan's shoulder, saying, "Don't rush, there's still time. You don't have to make a decision now. No matter what, you are my subordinate right now, you follow my orders. As for the future, I believe when it comes, you will make your decision." Yan Fangshu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Ji Yu Hang with gratitude. Thankfully, the governor didn't force him to make a choice right there and then. He was afraid of choosing wrongly. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. What do you need to see me for?" "Actually, there is an important issue. A contingent from Revival City has approached our location. They seem to bear no hostility, and the person leading them claims to be the grandson of Lambert Hodgson from the Alliance Council, coming to ensure the governor's safety." Ji Yu Hang wore a strange expression, his tone somewhere between sarcasm or sigh. "A force from the Alliance Council. Whether they come with ill intentions or indeed to protect me, their arrival is a bit too late. What should we do now? Drive them away?" "No," Ji Yu Hang waved his hand dismissively, "the affair has concluded. I'm curious to see what they really want. Take the 3rd Battalion up there, disarm them all, and then bring them here. The battlefield needs more people for cleanup, and I also want to meet this grandson of the council chairman to see what news he brings me." Yes. Yan Fangshu went to work. He didn't keep Ji Yu Hang waiting long, and soon he brought the people. About 500 soldiers, empty-handed and honestly started cleaning up the battlefield, moving monster corpses alongside Ji Yu Hang's own warriors. Also, a young man dressed in military attire was brought before Ji Yu Hang. Lambert Hodgson, Ji Yu Hang read his name. The young Lambert saluted Ji Yu Hang and greeted loudly, "Good day, Excellency the Governor." "Why have you come?" "I have come to protect the governor." "Does your grandfather know you're here?" "I'm here on the orders of the chairman of the council." "Then your timing is rather fortuitous, my battle has ended, and the enemy has been eliminated. You should have arrived earlier, no matter what you intended to do." Lambert said, "I apologize, Governor, for our tardiness. I understand your suspicions, but please believe that we indeed came to protect you. My men and I will unconditionally obey any of your orders, without complaint or regret." Ji Yu Hang smiled. Ji Yu Hang revealed a smile. He stepped forward and gave Lambert a big hug. "I'm willing to trust you. Welcome aboard, young comrade." Lambert's expression was sincere, but Ji Yu Hang didn't completely trust him either. After all, the guy brought a group of people with him, surrendered his weapons when asked, and worked when told. What was there to worry about? Ji Yu Hang didn't expect much from them, nor would he use them for important tasks. Just let them clean up the battlefield, carry loads. Who couldn't do that? Using them was simple. As for trust, that wasn't something to be shown through words. With more time and more shared experiences, he would eventually show his true colors. Moreover, this guy brought Gu Heng an even bigger surprise. Following him, apart from 500 armed soldiers, there were also more than 2,000 refugees. According to Lambert, these were the people he had recruited from outside the city when he set out. The reason he did so was that he had heard of a merchant named Denison Henry who had recruited refugees for the governor. Figuring there was a significant labor shortage here, he did the same upon departure. Not only that, he also arranged for people to carry out long-term resettlement propaganda outside Revival City, promoting that the governor's place offered good jobs, treatment, and enough food and clothing to live on. Wow, the young man was on the right track. Gu Heng was overjoyed in his heart. Because of this, he even felt embarrassed to chastise Hodgson when he was on the phone with him. But, in fact, there wasn't much to criticize. The attack shouldn't have had anything to do with them. At least currently there was no evidence to prove this. It was the cultists who took action, and the powerful storm sorcery made it very clear. Moreover, before the attack, it was Hodgson who had given him the warning in advance.
Now, Hodgson also said that they had made further progress in their crackdown on the cult. They had captured 2 mid-level missionaries of the primordial Rathal sect, and had learned that this cult organization was indeed secretly stepping up its actions in Revival City and that there might be a plan underway. If followed up, there should be more to be gained.
In addition to the cult issue that Gu Heng used to leverage against the alliance government, Hodgson's performance in other aspects also satisfied Gu Heng. Sending a grandson over, whether to serve him or to be a hostage, was in itself a statement on the attitude. Practically, he also made his stance very clear. The 500 soldiers and 2,000 refugees might not mean much. Hodgson had already implicitly promised that he would act in accordance with Gu Heng's instructions within Revival City and cooperate with the governor. But Hodgson also said that he needed the governor to understand his difficulties. He was the Speaker of the Council, but not an autocrat. Directly providing resources, promoting a law, replacing a councilman, or moving the military on a large scale. All these ultimately required discussion by the entire council and the formation of a resolution. Gu Heng didn't press the issue any further. There was no point in pressing. Currently, Hodgson could be considered on his side, at least that's what his attitude suggested. Pressuring him was meaningless. On the contrary, Gu Heng needed Hodgson's help to push the other councilmen. This time, Gu Heng had a long talk with Hodgson. They discussed what Gu Heng needed Hodgson to do, what support to provide, how to progressively advance Gu Heng's will, and under what conditions Gu Heng would consider moving back to Revival City. They even briefly touched on some of the policies and reforms he would implement as head of the alliance, how to ensure the planet could pay taxes in 2 years while still guaranteeing its development. The conversation wasn't deep, and most topics were just touched upon. After all, Gu Heng didn't fully trust this council speaker who had expressed his willingness to side with him. But the fact that they could discuss such issues so extensively meant that Gu Heng, to some extent, had accepted the council speaker. For now, Gu Heng did not plan to visit Revival City anytime soon. The cult issue had not been resolved, and his safety in Revival City was not guaranteed. Power was not yet fully centralized, and without this concentration of power, he would not be as effective. His own power reserves were also not yet sufficient, and without them, he would not be able to exert full authority once in Revival City. But that time won't be too far away. Revival City, Inner City District, a private club. 3 individuals, famous throughout the entire alliance, were gathered here. These 3 were alliance councilmen, and each owned significant industries within Revival City. However, their expressions were very grim. Bradford spoke. The recording, everyone has listened to it. Don't be silent, let's discuss our thoughts. He was a business tycoon in Revival City. While he didn't own many industrial businesses, he had strong commercial channels to the east, south, west, and north. Many products from Revival City had to go through his channels to be sold. Things that Revival City did not produce needed to be purchased through his channels. In Revival City, a place centered around commercial hubs, his status was evident. After Bradford had spoken, the old man sitting beside him shook his head and said, "I just can't understand why Hodgson would do this. Is he not afraid of the same situation that the second Governor General faced?" This man was Norris. His family were industrial magnates in Revival City. Their enterprises included food, chemical, and textile factories, among other important categories, and they were also involved in the medical industry. He was an important ally of Wohan, and the collapse of Wohan's industries after his death had also significantly impacted him. When he mentioned the situation of the second Governor-General, the other two's expressions became even darker. They all simultaneously recalled that dreadful era. 12 years ago, the second Governor-General arrived at Rage Owl Star aboard an escort ship. At that time, the alliance was very powerful. Although its structure was somewhat loose, it was suited to the reality of Rage Owl Star, where the major powers, if not absolutely obedient, would at least respond to the requests of the alliance government. This was the solid foundation built by the first Governor-General. However, this foundation nearly collapsed within a mere 6 years. Upon taking office and seizing the reins of the Governor-Generalship, he did not follow the previous Governor-General's approach of recuperation and development above all. He believed that it was due to the mercy and weakness of the previous generation that tax revenues were insufficient. The natives of Rage Owl Star were disloyal and needed to be punished with the harshest attitudes to make them pay their taxes. He held this position for 6 years, in the first 2 of which he managed to collect enough imperial taxes through plundering and coercion. However, his tyranny also sparked unrest that swept across the entire world. Rebellions flared up everywhere, some powers withdrew from the alliance, some paid lip service while defying in secret, some resisted violently, and some were destroyed. The population of the entire planet suffered a huge loss in those 6 years. This loss included a large number of people who were handed over as imperial taxes and many who died due to the unrest or starved or froze to death due to the shortage of supplies. The 17 years of recuperation by the first Governor-General on Rage Owl Star were almost destroyed in an instant. And the second Governor-General, naturally unable to sustain the third tax collection, died at the hands of the Imperial Taxation Department. Those 6 years were a time that no person on Rage Owl Star ever wanted to live through again. Whether poor or rich, the last of the 3 stood up. He was burly and still wore camouflage military uniform even when meeting with friends.
He was Mondik, a general of the alliance. Inside Revival City, those constantly ready 10,000 soldiers, those more than 20 aircraft, those 70 tanks, in theory, were all under his command.
Everything must get back on track. Hodgson's mistakes must be corrected. Impeachment in the council? I remember the next council meeting is in 4 days, but we might not be successful. Hodgson has been operating for many years and has quite a few supporters. It would take us a long time to coordinate. No, Mondik rejected the idea. That's too slow, we need a faster way. The other 2 were stunned. They saw Mondik's somewhat ferocious expression. The situation in Revival City was tricky, and Ji Hang could guess a bit, but he couldn't know too explicitly. He also didn't have the inclination to bother with it. He was still squeezing every bit of progress out of the entire territory. The replenishment work of the 2nd and 3rd battalions continued, and Ji Hang planned to conscript another infantry battalion. The new migrants were an important source of soldiers. When he had a choice, Ji Hang always strived to avoid having soldiers from the same source within a single unit. But now, all the other groups under his command had been mobilized several times already, making it hard to draw more hands. Therefore, Ji Hang simply took the 300 newly conscripted soldiers, spent 3 points of grace for their initial training, then drew some veterans from the 2nd and 3rd battalions and mixed them into the 4th battalion. By now, the total population under Ji Hang's command had reached 8,000, with 1,100 soldiers. The manpower gap was still large. However, the preparations made by Hodgson and his grandson were gradually beginning to have an effect. Apart from the over 2,000 migrants who arrived with Lambert, everyday migrants kept coming in trickles, drawn by the propaganda about the governor's camp, bringing their families along for the migration. This allowed Ji Hang's forces to grow by a few dozen to a couple hundred people every day. Though it was not quite quenching the thirst, having a steady supply of water was a good thing. One by one, smelting furnaces were being produced by the Black Box Mother machine and sent to the abandoned Cave Society. Carts of calcined lime, metal scrap, and metal ores were transported from Rubbish Town and delivered into the smelting factories. The alloy steel fabricated at the abandoned Cave Society was partly sent to Revival City to be sold through Denison Henry's channels, partly remained at the abandoned Cave Society to be fashioned into armored vests, prioritized for the governor's newly conscripted soldiers, but also partly sold in Rubbish Town. Another part of the alloy steel entered the newly established G9 gun family workshops, being processed into various parts before being assembled again. The G9 gun family had gradually begun mass production within Gu Heng's territory, no longer relying solely on production from the mother machine as before. The population of the abandoned cave society had even surpassed that of the governor's camp. Heavy industry was like a black hole for population. It seemed as if no matter how many people were thrown into it, it could consume them all. Here at the governor's camp, however, the development of light industry was not as rapid. The textile factory and the synthetic starch factory had started operations, but the latter did not have enough machines, and the technicians who had come down from the starship had not yet cracked the way to manufacture the synthetic starch machines based on the current industrial foundation. Currently, only 2 production lines were operating. The former, in theory, should have been able to absorb a lot of people, but according to the plan, the heavy industry of the abandoned cave society had a higher priority when it came to recruiting workers, which meant that the textile factory here could only recruit female workers. Even many of the female workers had gone to the abandoned cave society. Meanwhile, there was also a high demand for construction workers in both places. Factories needed expansion, residences needed enlarging, and besides these, structures like shops, distribution centers, canteens, schools, and administrative bodies all required construction. And the corresponding facilities needed more people to fill them. Population, and still population. The unemployment rate within Gu Heng's forces was nearly zero. This also meant that every citizen who arrived at the governor's camp was warmly welcomed. The heads of factories, production lines, and departments were scrambling to recruit people. Men went to the factories, women to the textile mills, children were taken care of collectively, with educational institutions. Even the elderly who could still walk were always given some work to free up another labor force. At a time when the forces under him were running as if wound up by a spring, Gu Heng also welcomed the settlement of his second month after arriving at Rajowl Star.
Current grace points, 88. Monthly fixed income, 56.
Governor's temporary camp, 17 Terra month. Abandoned cave society, 39 Terra month. The fixed monthly income was distributed. Previously, he had 36 points of grace left. After replenishing troops for the second and third camps and establishing the fourth camp, a total of 400 new soldiers needed training, which cost 4 points of grace. With the 56 points issued this month, the total was now 88. Here in the monthly income figure, the development speed was quantitatively compared. About half a month ago, this number was just over 20, and now it had more than doubled. This was already the limit under the current population size. To increase it further, a significant rise in population was necessary while still maintaining an extremely low unemployment rate and a relatively high production efficiency. With this in mind, Gu Heng looked at the hundreds of thousands of impoverished people outside Revival City and felt it was a sheer waste of resources. With this scale of population, what a terrifying figure it could be if everyone was utilized to their full potential. To let them suffer outside the city from unemployment, hunger, and cold was an immense loss. However, coming back to the development of his own power, Gu Heng felt that his thinking had expanded after meeting a certain individual. That person was named Osenia. It was after the battle in the alien woodland that he noticed her appear on the hero interface, a person who could be awakened as a hero. Initially, Gu Heng thought that this girl, who did not seem like a warrior at all, might possess some spiritual energy talent and could awaken as a spiritual energy wielder after being activated in the hero interface. Spiritual energy talent was 1 in a million among the human population. But after all, he had 8,000 people under his command. Wouldn't it be reasonable for one to emerge? But after meeting her in person, Gu Heng was initially a bit disappointed. The girl did not have the spiritual energy talent he had imagined. As a spiritual energy master himself, he was able to make that judgment. But after in-depth interaction, and even getting to know what the girl had done after joining the textile factory and becoming a management member, Gu Heng realized he might have picked up a treasure no less valuable than a spiritual energy wielder. To put it plainly, there wasn't anything too extraordinary. Osenia hadn't improved any processes, she simply reorganized the entire factory's work system according to her own ideas and trained a few deputies to implement and execute the system with her. Accounting records, work plans, incentive policies, result assessments, execution efficiency. When all these things were put into practice, one after another, the management efficiency of the textile factory was tangibly improved. The inevitable chaos and rudimentary practices during the rapid development of his territory were effectively mitigated. This made Ji Yuhang realize that maybe the limit hadn't been reached. Even without an increase in population or equipment, the establishment and continuous reform of administrative management systems could still enhance productivity. The relationship between the economic base and the superstructure? Ji Yuhang pondered wildly in his head. To be honest, these jobs, these systems and policies, if Ji Yuhang were to do them himself, of course, wouldn't be bad. But he was the governor, the ruler, with all matters of military, politics, and finance to consider. Getting bogged down in the details of every little thing was unrealistic. It might still be manageable now, but in the future, as his power grew even larger, it would become increasingly impossible for him to do so. He needed an efficient administrative system, bureaucrats, civil servants. These roles were essential. And this girl seemed like a good choice. Her potential had even been recognized by the system. With that, Ji Yuhang didn't have many other hesitations. System, activate this girl for me. Osenia felt somewhat dizzy as she left the governor's residence, really just a big house. At first, when she learned that His Excellency the Governor wanted to see her, she was quite nervous. She was naturally poised and graceful, and after several months of hardship, she had added a wildcat's tenacity, willing to fight and desperate to survive. Yet she still felt nervous, at a loss. The ordeals of those months were deeply etched in her heart, so much so that upon arriving at the governor's camp and settling into a stable life where she no longer needed to worry about tomorrow's food or safety, she cherished it immensely. She worked hard at her job, entering the textile factory and, because she could read the most, she became a manager. She did her utmost to put forth and implement her ideas and experiences, as well as the knowledge from books she had read before the war. She felt she was doing quite well, but admittedly, in some areas, if not heretical, at least she was different from other factories and units. Could it be that His Excellency was angry about this? With a heart full of trepidation, she met with the governor. This was her first time seeing the governor up close. She had expected him to be a dignified man, but to her surprise, he was quite young, not much older than herself. He had a handsome face, wore a golden, gorgeous, crisp military uniform, but his smile was quite amiable. The governor first inquired about her living situation and her past experiences, to which she answered one by one. As the conversation progressed, her mood eased slightly. They then discussed her work at the textile factory and her thoughts, and while listening, he would occasionally pose more in-depth questions and suggestions. Osenia found her exchange with the governor very pleasant. She discovered the governor was a great listener and posed appropriate questions. At the same time, she also found the governor's insights profound, providing her with much inspiration. It was a great harvest, and after their conversation concluded, something completely unexpected happened. His Excellency mentioned establishing a new department, named Production Department, aimed at overseeing all the factories, setting production plans, and optimizing systems. And she was to be appointed as the acting head of the production department. Osenia was stunned. Her first doubt was whether her ears were broken and she had misunderstood. After confirming it was correct, she began to wonder if there was something wrong with. Oh, such thoughts were disrespectful. But that was more or less the gist of her concerns. How could she, a little white rabbit who knew nothing, suddenly take on such an important job? Ji Yuhang did not give her the power to refuse, nor would she refuse.
She felt flustered and panicked, at a loss. If this had happened a few months earlier when she truly was a young lady, she might have chosen to flee out of fear of not being able to handle it. But now, after months of hardship, she understood that every opportunity had to be fought for, had to be grasped.
His Excellency had given her the opportunity, and she was fully aware of what the position, this job, meant. She had no idea what she was doing, but it did not prevent her from trying to convince herself that she had to try to do it. She had to change her own destiny. She couldn't waste the chance given by the governor. She had to be worthy of his trust. Only then could she take her fate into her own hands. And besides, it wasn't as if she really lacked the ability to do it. The past her probably wouldn't have been up to it. But now, after her talk with the governor, as she walked out, her mind kept churning. His words seemed to have turned into some strange, massive, and useful knowledge. Many things that previously stumped her, that she didn't know how to handle, now seemed to click, and she was able to find suitable methods to deal with them. Many areas that she thought were well handled before now seemed to have better solutions to improve the outcomes. She had sensed this during her conversation with the governor. He wasn't quite sure why that was the case and casually expressed his wonder. Then he saw the governor reveal what seemed to her a rather strange smile. Under normal circumstances, perhaps this is the emperor's revelation. This is your revelation, she complimented thus. Ji Hang burst into laughter at the time and waved his hand dismissively. Please don't say that. I can't shoulder such a responsibility. Hero activated. Osenia, N. Level. LV1. Physique 4, Spirituality 5, Command 7, Politics 9. Trait. Excellent civil servant. Skilled in statistics, arrangement, and planning of political and economic affairs. Placing her in a suitable position can enhance administrative efficiency. Politics +1. Looking at the inn, Ji Hang had an awkward expression. Above the inn, shouldn't there be R, SR, SSR, too? Turns out this wasn't some farming system, nor was it a war system, but a gacha system, right? And it even includes elements of character development. So far, 3 features with a random element had appeared in his system. Ji Hang complained inwardly, however, being able to activate Osenia was quite good. It was even more valuable than activating Yan Fengshu. Within the current scope of Ji Hang's influence, there was a shortage of population, but an even greater shortage of talent. On the military side, it might be slightly better. After all, the army badge system could provide a training bonus for the entire troop. And there was Yan Fengshu, the bona fide captain of the Imperial Navy. Even without activating him as a hero, he still had exceptional military command skills. Put simply, he was serviceable. On the other hand, for administrative work, Ji Hang really didn't have any suitable candidates under his command. Until now, he had only been able to use his little attendant Zhang Chao and Patel to manage the entire camp's affairs. This was a lot of pressure for both of them. Zhang Chao did a passable job, without any major mistakes, but that was also because Ji Hang did not have many expectations for him. If there were any further demands, it would likely be too much for Zhang Chao to bear. Additionally, Patel, the former leader of the abandoned cave society, was currently in charge of their heavy industry conglomerate. He was learning while doing the job, and his past experience was far from sufficient to deal with the various emerging issues during the rapid development of the abandoned cave society's heavy industry. He was working hard, but it was also tough, and even with such efforts, it was very difficult to elevate his own skills to the necessary level. Now that he had Osenia on his team, Ji Hang could be a little more at ease with the administrative work. As for promoting someone to such an important position so quickly, which might seem like rushing things and, in the future, possibly leaving no room for promotion. That was possible, but Ji Hang didn't have the luxury to worry about that now. First solve the immediate problems, the right way to use people, later, will do. Osenia now had a picture too. In the process of activating Osenia as a hero, Ji Hang also discovered a hidden mechanism within the system. It seemed that the individuals who could be turned into heroes were not fixed. Osenia had not been at his camp from the very first day, but it was only after she exhibited exceptional abilities that the system detected her potential and determined that she could be activated. Then, as people like Patel and Zhang Chao gained more work experience and improved their insights, was it possible that their potential could rise and they could become candidates eligible for activation? Even Osenia, who was initially designated as the lowest in rarity, could there be a chance for her potential to increase in the future? Ji Hang felt it was very likely. The real world was not a game. People change. Those with outstanding talents might fall short, and those with less talent might one day have a sudden epiphany. All of this was unpredictable. After spending 10 points of favor on Osenia, Ji Hang still had 78 points in hand. Without a doubt, he spent 50 points directly on himself. Level up. Level up successful, physical attribute +1, spiritual attribute +1. Please choose one new talent from among physical, spiritual, command, leadership, and unique directions. Ji Hang, as usual, tried clicking on unique, but nothing came of it. With no other choice, Ji Hang could only take the path laid out before him. What to choose, he had already made up his mind, it was still the spiritual path. Telekinesis control. You can now use spiritual energy to directly manipulate physical objects. Spiritual +1. This spiritual talent was quite plain and unadorned. Ji Hang remembered that many psychic casters had their psychic talents manifest in this way, which was quite conventional. But conventional didn't mean weak. On the contrary, it was a very powerful talent, especially when a psychic caster's own spiritual strength was sufficiently substantial. It was indeed a bit of a pity not to have drawn an even more awesome and powerful psychic talent, but the result itself was not bad. Subsequently, his overall attributes became as follows. Hero. Ji Hang, faction leader, LV3, insufficient experience to level up. Physical. 9, spiritual. 17, traits, psychic caster, governor of Rage All-Star. Talents. Protective spiritual energy, telekinesis control. A special note on attributes. Ji Hang had now figured out that the average level for a healthy average person was around 5. Take Osenia as an example. She was somewhat frail, had normal spiritual energy similar to an average person, had decent command ability fit for leadership, found military command challenging but could manage logistics without much trouble. Her highest attribute was political, making her more suitable as a high-quality civil servant. Ji Hang's own traits, however, did not display command and political points. It seemed the system was reluctant to quantify his abilities in these two aspects. On the other hand, his physical and spiritual abilities, being objective, would each increase by 1 point with every level he gained. Every point represented approximately a 1.5 times growth. Now, his physical attributes, from strength to resilience to neural response speed, a range of abilities, together, were approximately 5 times that of an ordinary person. And his spiritual attribute had reached 129 times that of a normal person. If before, his total spiritual strength could only be considered that of an excellent psychic caster, now it could be regarded as powerful. Who isn't a master of spiritual energy now? Ji Hang was quite satisfied with this.
If he were to go back to the battle in the alien forest a few days ago, it would become incredibly easy. When those 3 cultists rode out of the woods on their storm birds, he could have crushed the trio midair, without having to wait for them to get within a certain range as he did before, or rely on the elite land troops that had been enhanced to assist him.
In fact, he had almost figured it out by now. Things like spiritual talent were just icing on the cake. What truly made a decisive difference was the spiritual attribute itself. This factor determined the overall strength of spiritual energy. As long as it was high enough, even the most rudimentary methods of use could be decisive at critical moments. A single stroke of strength defeats 10 sessions of training, that's the idea. Having completed his self-improvement, Ji Hang still had 28 points of grace left to spend. After some thought, he couldn't resist and spent them on drawing a technology card. This time, with a 40% chance, he struck gold on the first try. Ji Hang let out a long sigh of relief. If he had missed twice in a row, he would have called the police. He couldn't wait to see what the newly drawn technology was. Basic technology. Whetstone hybrid engine. The most frequently used engine within the limitless boundaries of the Empire world. It can adaptively utilize a variety of power sources including diverse types of biofuels, fossil fuels, and batteries. Configurable and scalable, while not advanced or powerful, it's remarkably versatile and is seen in countless Empire worlds. Ji Hang was ecstatic. Technology cards always bring out the good stuff. Given the current ragged state of the forces under his command, it seems that anything drawn would be impressive. But regardless, the Whetstone engine still had an irreplaceable role. As the system description says, this thing is not exactly cutting edge. At least compared to those mighty engines that utilize matter reactors, energy crystals, or super compressed energy sources, it falls far short. But if Ji Hang were given one of those high-end engines, he wouldn't be able to use it. He had no access to adequate, quality nuclear fuels, couldn't mass-produce energy crystals, let alone super-compressed or spiritualized energy sources. And even if he had these advanced energy sources, they would be of little use. These more powerful sources of energy are used in power armors, Titan mechas, mobile fortresses, and various starships. Ji Hang couldn't build any of that. The low-end properties of the Whetstone engine were just right. Its most outstanding feature was its indifference to the type of fuel used. Hook it up to a battery, and it works. Fill it with diesel, gasoline, or kerosene, and it works. toss in some biomass fuel, throw in some firewood or crops, which after pyrolysis or gasification produce liquid or gaseous fuel, and it still works. Moreover, its range of application is very wide. It can be configured to be small, rudimentary, and durable, like a tricycle, or a bit larger and more powerful for making tanks, or even larger, set up as a power group to drive cargo ships, or made lighter and of higher quality, with better fuels, to serve as an aviation engine. It's incredibly suitable. With it, the construction machinery and vehicle manufacturing industries under Gu Heng's command have found their solution. He had been thinking that, as the territory developed and transportation demand grew, the brute oxen strength he had extorted from Revival City and subsequently commandeered during material transportation was becoming increasingly insufficient, and he was considering where to get some more oxen. Now, he need not worry about that anymore. Who still uses outdated animal power, at most, it would be used in some rough terrain where vehicles couldn't run, to make some use of the remaining heat. Having an engine doesn't mean you have a car or construction machinery. Chassis, moving parts, suspension systems, transmission systems, body design, control systems. To build a good car, many things are needed beyond just the engine. However, the issue of quality can be solved later. Having an appropriate power source marks the beginning of everything. To put it bluntly, if you take alloy steel to make a frame, a transmission rod, some wheels, and create a running tricycle, then pull a flatbed cart behind it, it's already a big step forward from relying on human or animal power. Now that we have the engine, if we could also pull out some vehicle or construction machinery design, the heavy industry of Gu Heng's territory could take a big step forward. Before that, Gu Heng planned to first find someone to design a simple, functional vehicle to improve transportation efficiency, and incidentally, to explore some export possibilities. If the production volume is sufficient and the performance adequate, creating a small three-wheeled truck to equip his troops would result in a motorized infantry battalion. Gu Heng arrived at his secret base, where a basement was dug, walls erected, and the loyal and reliable mech servant soldiers, having received strict orders, guarded the place, allowing no one to enter. Of course, Mr. Gu could enter at will. Here, the 2 previously extracted technologies and 4 black box manufacturing machines were present. In addition, a lot of space was reserved. On one hand, to accommodate the feeding and production of the existing 4 machines. On the other hand, to facilitate the placement of more machines in the future. He configured the new 2 machines that had been set up. This secret factory also employed workers. Due to the high security level, they lived in the factory with strict orders not to let information leak, were not allowed to go out without special circumstances, and were monitored when they did go out. They poured the raw materials into the production black box for engines, and quickly, under Gu Heng's initial setup, 2 engines, one large and one small, that met his requirements were produced. These 2 engines would be sent to the research institute, where the technician from the quintet would study them. After all, there was no clear path to conquering the production line for synthetic starch. It was difficult to craft. The industrial and scientific research foundations under Gu Heng were shabby, and even the more basic technologies on the scale of the imperial civilization were hard to achieve. This also indirectly proved how valuable the technological capabilities within Gu Heng's system were. Frankly speaking, if Gu Heng wanted to meet the imperial taxation every 2 years, it would be crucial how well he could utilize the technological offerings from the tech panel. If Gu Heng managed to transform Rage Owl Star into a mini-casting world, then the lowest tier of imperial tax would no longer be a concern. Back to the present. He first used the black box to make 2 completed engines. Once the research institute had a specific application plan, they could produce more. There was also no rush to start the production line black box. Similarly, it would begin operating at full capacity to produce engines once the application plan was in place. All these didn't need to be rushed. The person Gu Heng had high hopes for, who was to ponder how to overcome the challenges of synthetic starch technology and come up with an application plan for the whetstone engine, was now using a mechanical hand to scratch his head, contemplating his secret factory. Wu Jiarong was just too curious. She came from a casting world and was a technical officer who might have been promoted to mechanics. But the infighting within the sect of mechanics was much more severe than outsiders could imagine. She lost the fight, not only failing to get promoted but also losing all her possessions and knowledge to others, along with her personal freedom, and was traded as imperial tax. But after that, she couldn't say her luck turned, but at least things didn't get worse. She was at least a technical officer and not a slave worker, and when the Tianma fleet needed more personnel, she was thrown onto the quintet, where she remained for 10 years. She had already resigned herself to that fate. Having left the casting world and the system of the sect of mechanics, she was unlikely to have any room for advancement anymore. Even aboard the quintet, she was not the only technical specialist. Several tech priests were present, but it was difficult for her to be taken on as a student and have the chance to be taken off the starship and develop further in the future. Over time, she even began to think that her current life wasn't so bad after all. It wasn't too busy, there was no need for cutthroat competition, just do her own job well, maintain her portion of the starship's structure, especially the logistical system. She still had a group of slave laborers and junior specialists under her to manage and allocate. As for herself, she also had some free time when she was off work to research things she was interested in and tinker with little gadgets, which was quite entertaining. Life didn't seem too bad at all. Just when she had almost accepted her fate, an order from Colonel Yelisi had transferred her, along with a few junior specialists in the production line and spare parts for synthetic starch, to the surface. The good days were over. That's what she thought. Wu Jiarong found that it seemed she could never entertain the thought of resigning to her fate. The moment she did, fate would immediately slap her in the face, press her down further, and see if she still accepted it. 10 years ago, she hadn't won the fight, she admitted defeat, and planned to think about promotion next time. She was thoroughly defeated, became untouchable in the Empire, and could never return to it. Now, she no longer struggled, thinking that spending the rest of her days on the starship was quite good, even considering marrying a man and having a child while her body modifications hadn't extended to her belly yet, only to be assigned to the surface of Rajal Star. After all, there's always a lower bottom, but what could she do about it? She could only endure and work hard without complaint. However, after arriving on the surface, she discovered things didn't seem as bad as she had imagined. She knew that Mr. Gu, the governor, could almost be said to have started developing this place from scratch. The industrial and research foundations were virtually nil. But beyond that, everything else seemed to be a benefit. She had no worries about food and clothing, and even ate better than on the starship. Although she followed the governor's orders to research how to realize synthetic starch technology under limited conditions, she herself didn't have to eat synthetic starch. According to the work points system devised by the governor, her work points were quite high, and the allocation quota and quality were not bad either. In the daytime, she could bask in the sun, and at night she could enjoy the breeze, none of which the starship had. And more importantly, she had found a long-lost goal. This thing, seemingly abstract, but when it comes down to reality, it's just one point: knowing the significance of her own work. Seeing the hungry looks of the refugees from Revival City, she honestly didn't have much sympathy for them, but her research could help them get food, and that couldn't be considered a bad thing. Eventually, she would see people's happy faces, receive praise from the governor, and know that her work was truly making a difference. Unlike on the starship, day after day, year after year, without seeing a clear work achievement. Those cannons, those machines, maintaining them daily or every so often seemed to make no real difference. Besides, the task of synthetic starch given by the governor was quite interesting in itself. It was challenging, yet it seemed to be within her capabilities.
She was motivated to do her job well. And apart from motivation and goals, she had rediscovered another thing that had been missing for a long, long time.
Curiosity. She was very curious about what the governor's secret factory was all about. Was the power under Governor Gu Heng truly a technological wasteland?
Yes, but not entirely. In most places, the conditions were so primitive and backward that they were unspeakable.
Yet, Wu Jiarong was able to see the finest alloy steel materials here. These were not the ones produced by the so-called abandoned cave society's alloy factories, but rather special supply alloys that the governor had specifically had transported for her. Others were not aware, noticing only that these two types of materials seemed more attractive and probably better to use, but beyond that, they couldn't articulate the specific differences. But she understood clearly that this kind of alloy steel could be considered special materials. Not to mention a dilapidated place like Rajal Star. Even many areas with strong industrial foundations were unable to produce this type of special alloy steel. Even in the casting world where she used to stay, the production of this material was very low, and it was often a great challenge to apply for or purchase it for research or production work. She did not believe that this was locally produced in Rage Owl Star. There had to be some secrets unknown to others inside. She had inquired about it, but didn't dare make too much of a fuss. Initially, she thought the governor might have hoarded a batch of high-performance materials when he arrived at the planet, and they just hadn't been used up yet. But later, when the G9 rifle began to appear, she knew things couldn't be as simple as she had imagined. And now, the governor had sent her 2 whetstone engines of different specifications. These engines, while not particularly high in technological content at the level of the entire Star C, were not advanced products. However, like the special alloy steel, what was most valuable was the craftsmanship they contained. Grindstone engines could be made anywhere, but to make them this well was something Wu Jiarong had never seen before. It was as if someone had dedicated their entire life to study how to properly make an engine that could only power a tricycle. It was absurdly outstanding. A bold idea formed in her mind. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling at one moment that she was just wildly speculating, but at another thinking that maybe it was true, as no other explanation seemed to fit. How could a governor without any real power on a barren planet possibly have something like a black box manufacturing machine? If you said that Mr. Gu's family from the Tianma star sector, the powerful GU family, had treasured one, that might be slightly possible, just slightly. Could it be that his family had brought it for him? It still didn't seem realistic. Wu Jiarong still couldn't understand it, but she didn't dare to think further. It could be deadly. Indeed, she had already started to regret why she inquired about the secret factory in the first place. What should she do next? This restless state of mind continued into the next day, making her somewhat uneasy while at work. Then, she heard a piece of news that made her even more unsettled. What? The governor is coming. Yes. One of her apprentices, a junior commissioner, didn't quite understand why his mentor seemed so troubled by the news. What's so abnormal about that? Seeing the apprentice's confusion, but having no desire to explain, Wu Jiarong said nothing. What could she say? That your mentor suspects she's stumbled upon the governor's secret and now fears he might silence her.
She could only hurry to prepare. Truth be told, the new assignment given by the governor for her to come up with 2 schemes to utilize the large and small whetstone engines was not difficult. With her expertise in the provision of excellent materials, designing 2 operational vehicles was quite easy.
However, time was short and recently she had been restless, so she hadn't been able to work on it properly. The governor was coming soon, and she had no other choice. She couldn't just say she hadn't done anything lately. She gripped at straws, hoping that even if she couldn't present a design plan immediately, at least when Mr. Gu asked later, she would have some thoughts and a few sketches to show. As it turned out, her advanced preparation was indeed valuable. When Governor Gu Heng arrived, she could talk quite freely, and she could present small parts she had just crafted by hand with tools, along with the design diagrams, discussing her ideas. At first, she was somewhat stuttering because the thing she hastily brought out felt a bit rough to her, only just runnable at best. But as she saw Governor Gu Heng continually nodding, she gradually relaxed. I still have standards, after all. Mr. Gu's requirements aren't that high. With her mood lightened, she was able to more effortlessly exhibit her technical prowess to the governor. This one aspect was her only source of pride since arriving on Rage Owl Star. In the past, whether in the forging world or on a starship with technical priests, her technical level was nothing to mention. Only on the surface of Rage Owl Star was she truly unique. As she watched Governor Gu Heng continuously nodding and listening intently, Wu Jiarong's mood improved even more. She even began to feel that leaving the starship for the surface might not be such a bad thing. Here, nobody could overshadow her. She was the most trusted technical staff by the governor, of course, that was because nobody could compete with her. But wasn't that a good thing? Why join the chaos with other technical giants when she could reign supreme and lead? Just as she entertained such thoughts, Gu Heng spoke again. Specialist Wu, I have another question. Please, Mr. Gu, any doubts you have, I can certainly help you with, Wu Jiarong confidently offered. Why are you so curious about the secret factory? Wu Jiarong felt as if plunging into an ice cave. Her only thought now, one really shouldn't resign oneself to fate. Every time she resigned herself, it never ended well. The last thing she wanted to face still happened. At that moment, she couldn't even remember the various excuses she had agonized over when anticipating interrogation. Seeing Wu Jiarong flustered and at a loss for words, Gu Heng revealed a gentle smile instead. Specialist Wu, don't be so nervous. You have some speculations, right? Just speak your mind. Hearing Ji Yu Hang ask in such a manner, Wu Jiarong seemed to deflate. Yes, the black box manufacturer is in your secret factory, isn't it? Indeed, it is, Ji Yu Hang admitted with a smile. Wu Jiarong received the answer to the question she was so curious about, confirming her speculation. But under the current circumstances, she didn't feel happy at all. Wu Jiarong sighed deeply. I wish you hadn't told me that. You could have just told a simple lie, and I would have believed it. But there was no need, right? Ji Yu Hang said as he stood up and looked out of the window. Look at this place. Just 2 months ago, it was still a wasteland. And now, it already looks like a town. The abandoned cave society farther away, you've seen it too, is thriving even more. Perhaps to many people, this doesn't seem like something a governor should be doing, but I am convinced that I am on the right path. Here, I want to create a seed that will eventually take root and sprout throughout the entire Rage Owl star. The future I envision is a Rage Owl star with production power as strong as the forging worlds, with a living environment like the garden worlds. At this point, Ji Yu Hang turned his gaze back to Wu Jiarong. Do you believe in it? Do you believe it? Wu Jiarong did not. A productivity on par with Forge World? Possible. Living standards comparable to Garden World? Such examples were not unheard of. But to possess both? That was a joke. Garden Worlds boasted beautiful environments, ample resource supplies, and superior quality of life. They usually served as administrative planets or trade hubs. Forge Worlds, on the other hand, often did not enjoy pleasant environments. The entire world would resemble a massive factory, where countless people had to toil and contribute not just sweat but blood and flesh. Could these two things be simply merged? Among the myriad stars within the Empire's domains, how many such examples could be found? Could even the imperial capital Holy Terra achieve what Mr. Ji Yu described? She did not know. Propaganda would say yes, but without having been there to see it with her own eyes, she dared not believe it readily. If she couldn't trust Holy Terra to be as Mr. Ji Yu had said, much less could she believe it of this desolate backwater wasteland planet. Rationally, she felt that Mr. Ji Yu was just talking nonsense, pie in the sky. The pie was big and round, yet so far-fetched and illusory it was almost laughable. Yet, emotionally, she could sense Mr. Gu's grand ambition. Ambition, of course, couldn't put food on the table. She once had aspirations to become a mechanic, or even go further to advance to a mechanical priest. But in the end, wasn't she merely used to pay the Empire's taxes? However, she felt she could believe in Mr. Gu's ambition. Believing he was ambitious was one thing. Believing that the ambition could be realized was another. But just believing in Mr. Gu's ambition, she could roughly paint a picture in her mind that her Mr. Ji Yu wouldn't just tinker along, only thinking about scraping by, aggressively levying taxes, and skimming off the Empire's taxes every 2 years while enjoying the rest of the time. Working under such a Mr. Ji Yu seemed, maybe, and probably, to be a good opportunity she never had before? 10 years ago, on a Forge World, she considered herself exceptionally talented and gifted. But back then, she only aspired to become a mechanic. Aboard a starship with a dead end, her only thought was to find a decent man to marry, have children, and then coast along. Maybe retire when old and frail, but more likely, she might be destroyed along with Quintet in some battle, turning into just another piece of space debris. Following a Mr. Ji Yu and becoming his most crucial technical staff, her future achievements might not just be a mere mechanic or mechanical priest. Perhaps, she could have the chance to become a mechanical bishop, or even. She dared not think further. Ascending to a sage was too difficult. Wasn't such idle fantasy just as empty as Mr. Gu's dreams of turning Rage Owl Star into a combination of Forge World and Garden World? All of this was still far off, yet not so distant. Indeed, Mr. Ji Yu was currently impoverished and commanded a population barely breaking 10,000, and even his administrative powers couldn't reach the entire planet. But on the other hand, if Mr. Ji Yu wielded great power now, would he even notice someone like her, a small technical officer? Surely it would be easy to attract a host of higher-level experts. It was precisely now, in the early stages, that there was an opportunity to gift coal in snowy weather, to grow as Mr. Gu's power expanded. Besides, Mr. Ji Yu still had the black box manufacturer. The value of this device was immeasurably precious. Legend has it that they come from the distant Golden Age, a time before the empire was even established, almost impossible to verify. It is said that, at that time, humankind was the master of the entire universe, and every human being had dignity, enjoyed the finest life, and could pursue any profession according to their interests, or choose not to work at all without any consequence. The black box manufacturer was a product of that era, designed to ensure that humans could easily and quickly acquire products in any environment. Interstellar colonizers, with only a black box, could swiftly establish suitable homes on a new desolate planet. It was also with the help of black boxes that humans in the Golden Age managed to spread their footprints across the entire universe and maintain a fairly consistent level of technology in every world. And now, the Empire's technology is starkly different from that of the Golden Age. Scientific research depends on archaeology, this is no joke. A study that might take a forging world 100 years to crack could be solved overnight with just a hint from some ancient ruins discovered one day. In fact, many of the various technologies now widely used in the Empire have been restored through archaeology, yet they are not even 1% as advanced as those from the Golden Age. The precious Titan giant armor might have just been the kind of vehicle a lumberjack drove back in the Golden Era. And the likes of the black box manufacturer are, well, the utmost priority in archaeological, scientific research. This device can directly produce finished goods and also has extremely high research value. Although the three types of black boxes that seem to have appeared in Mr. Gu's hands only produce items that are already commonplace within the Empire, having no value in themselves. After all, which decent world can't produce rifles, alloy steel, or grindstone engines now? However, it is the black box itself that is tremendously valuable. The output isn't that important, but the technology from the Golden Age that is encapsulated within the black box itself is enough to drive the mechanical church mad. Jiyu Hang was listening carefully as Wu Jiarong briefed him on the situation. Some things he knew from rummaging through his memories, others he did not. These messages were important, but perhaps not so crucial. According to Wu Jiarong, he had virtually dismissed the idea of selling black box manufacturers. It's not that he couldn't sell them at all. After all, it would take effort for others to forcibly take them. Buying them could also be seen as a more efficient approach. However, Jiyu Hang would not sell them, it was too dangerous. Compared to the sect of mechanics, whose power is immense across the entire empire, he, a mere governor, was insignificant. What's more dangerous was that if he sold a few units, wouldn't the mechanical church keep an eye on him? Desired to acquire more? Or eager to find out how exactly he obtained the precious black boxes? As for why this wasn't such an important matter, it's because Rage Owl Star was too remote, too inconspicuous. It was difficult for anything that happened here to reach the ears of the sect of mechanics. For now, Rage Owl Star's interstellar communication was solely with Quintet. If the news wasn't leaked to the skies, it's as if it never happened. Moreover, Jiyu Hang wouldn't ignore the essentials and chase the trivial, not using the black boxes when he had them. He had been cautious before, but inevitably, some things would slip through the cracks as long as they were put to use. In the future, he would be even more careful. At the same time, he also needed someone to lend him a hand. Jiyu Hang's gaze turned towards Wu Jiarong, filled with expectation. Today, one thing that delighted Jiyu Hang in his exchange with Wu Jiarong was the attitude of this female technician. Although she didn't answer his previous question about whether she believed or not, she expressed her stance through her subsequent explanation. And in the end, the meaning became even clearer. If Mr. Jiyu trusts me, I can work in the secret factory. That will be your research and development center, where all your future technological outputs will have a plausible explanation. Wu Jiarong's attitude was modest. Jiyu Hang looked at her, full of smiles. Very good, I am very satisfied with your suggestion. I hope you can fulfill all that you have promised, and I, in turn, assure you to get what you desire. Wu Jiarong felt a jolt in her heart but soon calmed down again. She was confident that Mr. Jiyu had understood the implication of her words. Working in Mr. Gu's secret factory would indeed allow her, in the future, to attribute all exceptional outputs to herself. On top of the regular secrecy mechanisms, by creating an illusion of a talented technical master working for Mr. Jiyu, it would be a good rationale for the outputs of the secret factory, or rather the future Wu Jiarong Research Institute. Thus, if outsiders wanted to uncover this secret, they would first have to break through the confidentiality measures and methods, and then they would see her. Only after dealing with her would they be able to discover the secrets of the black box. The level of security was greatly increased, but at the same time, she could gain even more. She would become Mr. Gu's most important technical advisor. Even if more outstanding technical experts were to arrive in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about being replaced. Even if she did nothing, a continuous stream of technical knowledge would be attributed to her, and various technological achievements would be credited to her mind, especially as Mr. Gu's territory developed and more and better new technologies emerged. She might truly become a sage while lying down and doing nothing. Moreover, being able to closely study the black box technology from the Golden Age was something the past her could not even imagine. With her former status, she could never have had access to such top-level research materials. She knew she wasn't capable of dismantling the black box and comprehending what was inside. The sect of mechanics, with so many top sages, hadn't figured it out, so she, a mere technical staffer, was even less likely to understand it. But what if she could gain even a little bit of insight or inspiration? Just a tiny bit of the essence might be equivalent to the results of her long period of technical study in the past. She was determined. The arrangements were made swiftly. After Ji Yuhang left, Wu Jiarong immediately took her team, under the escort of Mr. Gu's loyal mechanical soldiers, to settle in the secret factory. The place was renamed a research institute, although, unfortunately, it did not carry the name Wu Jiarong Research Institute, as she had hoped, but was nameless. But she didn't mind. She already saw a bright future, and this directly maxed out her motivation to work. She quickly came up with the application scheme for Mr. Gu's demanded whetstone engine. It was not the rushed, rough-hewn creation made to appease Mr. Gu that day, but a proper, earnestly crafted one. Still not advanced, something too advanced was beyond her capability. But Mr. Gu's requirement was not for advancement but for sufficient reliability and relatively low mass production difficulty. In these aspects, she had already achieved the ultimate. She believed that, among her peers at the technician level, no one could do better than her. After all, she had almost been promoted to a mechanic, had her promotion not been thwarted due to a failed struggle. She had always felt that her true skills had already reached the level of a mechanic. What she presented was not merely a set of design plans, but also included two prototypes. One was a three-wheeled cart with a cargo bed capable of carrying 3 people, including space on the side of the small bed to mount a machine gun. A military tricycle had just emerged. The larger engine was used to build a truck tractor. It was also compatible with multiple types, such as cargo beds and flatbeds, that could be hitched to the back of the tractor. It could be used for transporting goods or as a troop carrier truck. Having seen the final products and even personally test driving them, Mr. Gu was very satisfied with Wu Jiarong's work. He designated model names for the 2 vehicles. The tricycle was named Scout XL 100. The truck tractor was called Iron Bull RN 100. These 2 types of vehicles would definitely undergo further iterations in the future. Wu Jiarong had already completed the plans for mass production of these vehicles, and subsequent related work would be handed over to the abandoned cave society. The alloy and plastic steel processing plant would undertake the production of some parts and components. A new vehicle factory would be built, with the production line set up under the guidance of Wu Jiarong's processes, to start trial mass production. The engine plant was in no hurry, as the mother machine's black box could directly construct production lines for 2 different specifications of grindstone engines. There was no need to rush now, as they were not immediately needed. If the engines were produced too quickly and there were not enough vehicles to equip, the excess engines would just gather dust. Afterward, Wu Jiarong continued to ramble on to Mr. Gu about many other things she planned to do. Refining the black box, improving technological proficiency without disassembly, perfecting theory, researching the various products of the black box. These were her own cultivation, and not worth going into detail about. Additionally, she would also make the Research Institute worthy of its name. Going forward, she planned to work on developing propellants and projectiles. This should be easy to manage, as the G9 gun family production line obviously included cartridge manufacturing processes, and propellant was a key component among them. However, the production line created by the black box was purely for the G9 gun family and not quite suitable for artillery. But since the production process was already there, it was only appropriate for Wu Jiarong, with her capabilities, to appropriate the propellant production segment for dedicated production. Combined with the production of warheads and explosive charges, they would soon be able to produce their own artillery shells, so Mr. GU needn't worry about running out of mortar shells in the future, turning his mortars into empty racks. And it wasn't just mortar shells, manufacturing rocket shells was also possible. With the capability to produce shells, artillery had to be scheduled next. Unlike mortars, according to Wu Jiarong's design, she planned to create real, large-caliber artillery pieces. Artillery is the god of war. She envisioned a 155mm howitzer, with a process still tailored to local conditions, focusing on ruggedness, durability, high reliability, and simple manufacturing. Of course, this might affect precision, but that was a minor issue. This was in line with the sage's philosophy of solving for existence first, then for quality. In addition, manned portable rocket launchers and rapid-fire rocket nests would also be scheduled. In time, paired with the Iron Bull truck, perhaps with some improved models, there would be rocket nest launch vehicles, towed artillery, and even self-propelled artillery among such heavy armaments. Wu Jiarong was a treasure. She could make Ji Yuheng's black box technology explainable. Actually, the black box technologies he had extracted were also low-end goods. It wasn't inconceivable for a technical officer or even a mechanic to come up with such things. Furthermore, she could bring more technological products to Ji Yuheng's command, besides the black box technologies. Climbing the technological tree couldn't rely solely on black technology from the system. Of course, the so-called technological tree wasn't just military technology. Further development of civilian industrial factory technology was also necessary.
Wu Jiarong wasn't capable of remodeling the production lines of alloy plastic steel made by the black box technology that was already very mature. However, technologies such as the thermocline electric generator sets, textile machines in textile factories, cement plants, brick factories,
many of which were imported from other places on Rajalstar, still had a lot of room for improvement in her eyes. However, Wu Jiarong wasn't omnipotent. If all these research and development tasks were scheduled, her workload for a long time to come would be fully packed. This female technician also felt quite regretful, as if she couldn't wait to help the governor complete the technological upgrade of the entire camp in a very short time. This made Ji Yuheng sigh in his heart. Indeed, to bring out their value, humans' initiative was the most important. Merely relying on duties or enslavement resulted in weak production efficiency and capacity. Once people truly wanted to do something, viewing it as a way to realize their own value and goals, they tended to unleash tremendous energy. This energy was the core that changed the world. And after Wu Jiarong's allegiance and her genuinely positive attitude, new changes appeared on Ji Yuheng's system panel. While checking the Hero interface, he found Wu Jiarong's name among the activatable heroes. This was within his expectations. After figuring out that the Hero feature would present new activation options as people grew, and after talking with Wu Jiarong and observing her subsequent performances, Ji Yuheng was able to guess that this person definitely had potential. In fact, she herself was a talented person. 10 years ago, when she was younger, she was already able to challenge the position of a mechanic. At just over 20 years old, a female technician without any background reaching that stage was impossible without hard work and talent. If things had gone smoothly, her becoming a main pastor in her lifetime would have been wildly optimistic, but becoming a technical priest or even an engine spirit priest wouldn't be a problem. It's just that her life hadn't gone smoothly, which meant she couldn't develop to such an extreme and wasted 10 years on the quintet. Now, she had found a different path with Ji Yuheng, gaining further opportunities. Though unorthodox, they were enough to invigorate her to strive for upward movement. It was normal for such a person to be recognized by the system as having potential. Ji Yuheng carelessly allocated the remaining 10 points of grace to Wu Jiarong. Activated Hero. Wu Jiarong, N. Level. LV2, Physique 6, Spirituality 8, Command 5, Politics 3, Technology 11. Trait. Once a technical genius. She was once a technical genius, but time has worn down her talent. She may continue to sink, or she could rise again and recover her lost spirituality. Technology +1. The just activated Wu Jiarong was at LV2. Presumably, this was because her past accumulation as a technical officer made her recognized by the system as a hero of level 2. As for the activation cost, it was still a fixed 10 points. It was unknown if activating higher level individuals as heroes would require more grace points. One difference was that, compared to Osenia, Wu Jiarong had an additional type of attribute point: technology. As the name suggested, it should represent her level of technical expertise. This guy has a political score of just 3, which is a big cut below normal. No wonder he couldn't make it in a place full of infighting like the sect of mechanics, and it's no surprise that he was so devoid of guile when he directly inquired about the secret factory's information, without knowing how to conceal his anxiety. But it doesn't matter. Ji Yuhang didn't turn her into a hero to have her deal with political work. As long as her technical score is sufficient and she can develop and improve more technologies for him, that's all that counts. After activating Wu Jiarong, Ji Yuhang now has only 8 grace points left. Looking at Yan Fangshu and Perbove, who still await activation in the hero interface. Next time for sure. With part of the workload from the research side lifted from his mind, Ji Yuhang's attention shifted back to the construction of the camp's productive forces. And he found that Osenia was doing quite well. In a camp with a population nearing 10,000, with dozens to hundreds of people being added daily, manpower lacking everywhere, and all affairs needing attention, she was still able to arrange matters quite efficiently. Very good indeed. Pointing to that girl as a hero, letting her shoulder a greater burden, he certainly hadn't made the wrong choice. Zhang Chao didn't seem to have much ambition. Now with Osenia's help, Ji Yuhang specifically observed the lad and found that rather than be upset about Osenia sharing power, he seemed happier with the reduced workload. Ji Yuhang didn't know whether to be relieved that no signs of infighting had emerged among his subordinates, or to lament that his lackey couldn't be propped up against a wall. But all in all, Ji Yuhang was quite satisfied. With Osenia's help, he could set aside many concerns, freeing up time to do other things instead of spending so much of it on political affairs as he had before. The energy he saved, he could further invest in his next strategy, which was Revival City. With the help of Alliance Chairman Hodgson, Ji Yuhang felt that the plan he had previously devised to control the whole of Revival City could accelerate a bit. But as he was amending his plans, he received a communication request from Yelicia Fufana. The female captain conveyed to him a message that somewhat surprised him. Ji Yuhang, do you know the Phoenix Battle Group? Upon hearing this question, Ji Yuhang's first reaction was that the event he had previously activated had already begun. How long had it been? The battle group had arrived so quickly. As for Yelish's question, Ji Yuhang thought he should answer cautiously. Saying he knew or didn't know, both seemed not quite right. So he counter-asked, Colonel Yelicia, do you know what's going on with the Phoenix Battle Group? Yelicia didn't indulge in roundabout speculations. After a moment of contemplation and showing hesitation, she still gave Ji Yuhang a word of caution. Their situation is complicated. Yelicia spoke in vague terms, but the gist was conveyed. 100 years ago, they were sentenced to a penitent expedition. They were supposed to be extinct, not survive. Now they have held on, and some people will have headaches because of that. I won't give you any advice, just treat it with caution. She paused, then continued, they request to land on the planet's surface and want to see you. I shouldn't obstruct them, but if you need me, I can try. After weighing his options, Ji Yuhang still said, no need, let them come. Every starfighter battle group is a formidable force. If fully staffed, not only do they have 1,000 of the topmost warriors, but they also have a fleet in hundreds of thousands, even millions of well-equipped mortal auxiliary army. The Empire establishes such battle groups to garrison certain critical worlds and, when necessary, dispatches them to key battlefields within the Star Sea to serve a decisive role. After having cleared their name, the Phoenix Battle Group should have been supported by the Empire to rebuild. Having one more such battle group might safeguard the stability of one or several star sectors. But the Empire did not do so. Ji Yuhang could not concern himself with the higher-level games now, but as Yelicia had warned, the Phoenix Battle Group was definitely in trouble. What Yelicia meant by saying she could stop them if Ji Yuhang needed was that intercepting a starfighter battle group, even a remnant one, was not something she was keen to do due to the extensive trouble it could cause. However, if Ji Yuhang was willing to carry the pot and make the request as the planetary governor, she could take the risk to help him out. To go to such lengths was already very good. Ji Yuhang knew she meant well. Including her help and her warnings, it seemed that the female starship captain had unconsciously started to treat Ji Yuhang as an ally. This was a very good sign. However, Ji Yuhang still declined Yelish's kind offer. Why intercept these interstellar warriors? For the time being, Ji Hang had no intention of giving up this active event chain. He was too tempted by the remnant battle group. Even if the Phoenix battle group was now weakened, it was still a battle group. If he could secure their allegiance, sweeping through Rage Owl Star would become unobstructed. Starships are awesome, but even the mightiest starships can only bombard from above. Yelicia wouldn't send ground troops. Even for a real ground war, her few land forces were not up to much. Orbital bombardment is a strategic deterrent akin to nuclear weapons, not used unless absolutely necessary. And if it's just for intimidation, hasn't Ji Hang been doing just that over the past month? Otherwise, the Revival City government would not have been so obedient, supplying whatever was asked for, and rushing to explain themselves over the cult investigation when told, even with Hodgson, the head of the Alliance Council, coming over. How can the title of governor alone be enough? Previous governors had titles too, and weren't they still doomed when the time came? Insubordination is a low-level tactic. Deceiving superiors, covert non-compliance, receiving orders but not executing them, hiding the actual information, without his own forces. Eventually, he might be duped and might still feel everything was under control. Feeling all merry as the native leaders seem quite submissive and diligent in their duties. The collection of the empire's taxes is also progressing well, and before the tax officer's arrival, it seems that the quota is met in the warehouse. After a few inspections with no issues, suddenly, on the eve of tax delivery, surprise, the amount is short. Ji Hang doesn't want this to happen, and deterrence alone is not enough. On the ground, he needs actual force, subordinates who will definitely obey him, and reliable military power. This ensures he cannot be fooled, and those who do not follow orders will be forcefully suppressed. And such suppression cannot be the devastating kind like orbital bombardment. Rage Owl Star is already in bad shape. If he was to bomb Revival City with ship cannons, then taxes really couldn't be paid. And the Phoenix represents such conventional force. With the help of the starfighters, Ji Hang could ensure that when judgments are made, the culprits would be dealt with without resorting to orbital bombardment that destroys an entire city just to kill a few individuals. Yet, when he actually saw the Phoenix battle group, he was still taken aback. Several hours later, he stood at the landing field, watching as something descended from the sky. That was the Burned Feather, a ship. Well, one couldn't call it a starship, it was merely a vessel. It was too small. When he had just learned that the battle group intended to land their ship directly on the planet's surface, Ji Hang was shocked, fearing there would be nowhere to put it. In his mind, even an escort ship would have a crew in the thousands and would be a massive presence on the ground. But now, seeing it, that's it. It was only slightly bigger than the transport ships used for communication with the ground from the quintet. No, are remnants supposed to be so depleted that not even a single starship remains? The Starfighter battle group? Is this it? Could it be an advance force? As the hatch opened, Ji Hang first saw a figure far stronger and taller than a normal person, clad in power armor with a bright red body and white edges, holding a bomb gun, walking out from the spaceship's hatch. His heavy footsteps exuded an extremely authoritative air with each step. His power armor was not shiny or immaculate, showing fine signs of wear and tear in many places. But this served to symbolize even more that he was a battle-hardened veteran soldier, fighting to the death numerous humans, monsters, aliens, and traitors. Under that bright red helmet, cold eyes stared at Ji Hang. Ji Hang felt a bone-chilling coldness. Was this called killing intent? He wasn't afraid. On the contrary, Ji Hang felt somewhat excited. Seeing a starfighter in person for the first time, Ji Hang thought they truly lived up to their name, indeed the formidable warriors whose fame spread widely throughout the universe. He watched as one starfighter after another walked out from the hatch, his satisfaction growing. Then, the satisfaction in his heart came to an abrupt halt. Only 7 people came out, with emptiness behind them. Only 7? No. What kind of battle group is 7 people? They can't even form a tactical squad. He knew it was a dying battle group, but, to be reduced to this state, wasn't that a bit too close to death? Ji Hang was somewhat disappointed. Mattins was somewhat disappointed. He walked out last in the line, seeing the governor who had come to welcome him. He knew that was Ji Hang, the man he was here to meet, the bright light that Priest Rizzo had foreseen could possibly save the battle group. On his way here, he had imagined Rage Owl Star to be a rich planet, or a developed forging world. That the governor here held considerable power and would be friendly to the battle group, willing to help them rebuild. But things didn't seem to be as he had expected. The governor in front of him, didn't he seem too ordinary? He was neither tall nor strong, and aside from being fairly good-looking, he just looked like an average mortal. Of course, Maddens could sense spiritual energy reactions from this governor, not weak ones at that, but that was only relative to an average mortal. That level of spiritual energy was not threatening to him or any of his battle brothers. Their power armors were equipped with some anti-spiritual energy effects, and their bodies, modified by gene seeds, as well as their robust mental will, were not something an ordinary spiritual energy wielder could shake. Saying he could kill Ji Hang as if squashing a chick might be an exaggeration, but like a strong man strangling a wild dog should be quite accurate. Of course, comparing an ordinary mortal to the Death Angel is too harsh. The strength of a planetary governor does not lie in his person. But look at this planet. Look at what's in front of him. Maddens didn't even know whether to describe it as a small town or a camp. This is the ruling core of the governor? The first meeting between Ji Hang and Commander Maddens was hard to categorize as good or bad. On one hand, both were disappointed in their hearts. Yet to call it bad didn't quite fit either, since they simultaneously put aside their disappointment and exchanged words rather smoothly. The governor always wore a smile, making one feel at ease like basking in the spring sun. Commander Maddens and his starfighters maintained their cold and austere expressions. But that was simply their style, they'd always been that way. Ji Hang was able to compose himself because he had come to terms with his feelings. The Phoenix battle group was more wrecked than he had imagined, which indeed disappointed him. However, even if there were only 7 of them, each was an incredibly strong man. He even wondered whether his own forces, now numbering over 1,000 soldiers, combined with him as a spiritual energy user, could face these 7 head-on in battle? The chances seemed slim. So what was there to say? These 7 starfighters still represented a decisive force. Moreover, if this battle group had been less decimated, if they had about 100 men, 1 or 2 great starships, and a crowd of mortal auxiliary army, what would there be for him to do? He'd probably be put to use by the Phoenix battalion leader, lucky to even serve as a logistics manager. Instead, the opportunity seemed greater now. In comparison, Ji Hang was more curious about the attitude of this self-proclaimed Phoenix battalion leader, Maddens. Their conversation could be put nicely as mutual understanding or, less flatteringly, as rambling about nothing in particular. They touched on many topics, but none of them substantial. So why did the battalion leader, despite keeping a stern face, still engage patiently in this trivial chatter? Even when Ji Hang delved into their past experiences, he could sense that Commander Maddens was resistant from within, seemingly unwilling to answer such questions. However, just when Ji Hang thought his inquiries were perhaps too bold, Commander Maddens followed his lead, sharing some of their experiences and battles over the years. That was quite peculiar. The Emperor's Death Angels were not usually talkative, not that they couldn't converse, but they often saw themselves as distinct from so-called mortals. They always saw themselves as descendants of the Emperor, inheritors of his genetic legacy, his angels, who, though born of humankind, were transcendent. Among them, some were kind to mortals, others cruel, and yet others indifferent. But regardless of their attitude, even if benevolent, it was a condescending benevolence, the grace of angels upon mortals. In a normal situation, if Ji Hang broached a topic the battalion leader found displeasing, it wouldn't be surprising for the leader to bristle with rage, or at least frown, refuse to respond, or change the subject. Reluctantly giving an answer seemed to signal a particular stance from the battalion leader. Why was that? I am seeking your help, could it be? You are also seeking mine. And what are you seeking? Ji Hang recalled the wording of the event description. A starfighter battle group on the brink of extinction, having finished a century of penitential expedition, is approaching Rage Owl Star, which seems to hold the redemption and hope they are seeking. On the brink of extinction, seeking redemption and hope. Oh, you want to rebuild your battle group, and you need my help, is that right? But why me? From the way things look around here, poverty-stricken as we are, how could I possibly seem capable of helping you rebuild a battle group? Is it because of the system's functions? Has the system made you believe that I can help you? The key is, the system hasn't told me how to help. Ji Hang kept a smiling, sincere, yet dignified demeanor in his exchange with Commander Maddens while internally he was panicking quite a bit. However, as they talked, Ji Yuhang gradually let go of these thoughts and became enchanted with the stories that Maddens recounted. Maddens's storytelling was not systematic. He merely narrated snippets of missions they had carried out during the redemption expedition. But, on the Star Sea battlefield, amidst relentless artillery fire, undertaking boarding actions and seizing ships, plunging deep into enemy territory, alone, to destroy heavy weaponry positions, penetrating enemy-filled nest capitals to eliminate the heretics and traitors lurking within, facing massive alien beasts, cleaving off their heads. Those exploits sounded too legendary to be true. Ji Yuhang let out a long sigh and said, "Commander Maddens, your experiences are deeply moving. Regardless of what others may think, I believe you have already atoned for whatever sins you may have committed, no matter how grave. The Emperor certainly won't blame you any longer. You're great heroes and shouldn't wander aimlessly through the Star Sea." Pausing, Ji Yuhang continued, "Although the conditions here aren't the best, if you don't mind, I am willing to offer the Phoenix Battalion a place to stay. You are welcome to rest and resupply here anytime. I know it may sound presumptuous, but if you wish, Rage All-Star is also ready to become your second home. My doors are always open to you." With that, Ji Yuhang had turned around, facing the battalion leader, who was much taller than himself. In their gaze, he appeared candid, sincere, and enthusiastic. But Maddens hesitated. As an angel of the Divine Emperor, he avoided the gaze of a mere mortal. "I appreciate the governor's generous offer, but I need to consider it further," he said. Within the camp, Ji Yuhang had already arranged for a house to be cleared out temporarily for the Phoenix Battalion to stay in. They were too tall, resembling 7 small giants. The houses built for normal human needs seemed somewhat cramped for them. But that was the best they could do with the available accommodations. Fortunately, they didn't have many demands regarding their living conditions. Though in a safe environment, in theory, not one of the 7 warriors took off their armor. At most, they just removed their helmets. They were seated together when a bald, square-faced warrior with 3 golden service nails on his forehead spoke in a muffled voice. "Phoenix Battalion Leader Maddens, I don't understand why you were so polite to that mortal earlier. Brother Schneider, we all fight for the Divine Emperor, we are all his subjects, and we should not be overly proud. We must show the basic respect due to a planetary governor," Maddens replied. "But I don't see it that way. Battalion leader, do you still believe that mortal is our salvation? A mortal, a governor of a shattered world, who can't even control his own planet. What can he possibly do to help us rebuild the entire battalion? We are just wasting time here." Schneider's attitude was far from respectful. He touched the service nail on his forehead, a symbol of his pride. A golden service nail signified 100 years of service to the battalion. 3 nails meant he was a veteran of 300 years. He always believed himself more suited for the position of battalion leader than the younger Maddens. Yet, when the position became vacant, he had passed over the responsibility to Maddens. He almost wished he had died in battle with the previous leader, rather than live under Maddens's command, although, in truth, he found the present uncertainty even more undesirable. He knew that the Phoenix Battalion currently had no room for power struggles. They needed unity. Even though he did not completely recognize Maddens as the battalion leader, he would obey commands unconditionally, as it was his duty as a warrior. But while matters were still under discussion and no orders had been given, he was not going to mince words. He would ask bluntly and openly what was in his mind.
And he believed this doubt was not his alone, it lingered in the minds of his brothers in arms as well.
Facing the questioning of his battle brothers, Commander Maddens let out a long sigh. The face of this leader, always meant to be steadfast, nevertheless showed signs of weariness and bewilderment. "We have no choice," he said. His words brought down everyone's spirits.
Bald Schneider spoke up, "We've come this far, seen the situation here, and now we should realize, we've come to the wrong place. We shouldn't waste precious time here, we should return to the Star Sea and search for new hope."
Another warrior joined the conversation. "How do we search? Keep wandering? Until the burn feathers fuel is completely depleted? We can't even find a single planet willing to supply us normally? Are we to become like those pirate traders, and start plundering?" Schneider was taken aback, also recalling the hardships of the past few months. But he quickly retorted, "So what's the use of staying here? That mortal is willing to help us supply, but he doesn't even have a bullet for a bomb gun." The Phoenixes rarely quarreled like this, understanding that they were each other's last brothers, last family. Yet, the bleak future still made it impossible to always maintain a positive mindset. It wasn't a time for battle, although the current situation was arguably more crucial than a fierce fight, but at such times, they needed the right direction even more. Commander Maddens didn't stop the brothers from arguing. He knew that part of the reason for this situation was his insufficient authority, but even he himself felt lost at the moment, unsure whether to accept Governor Ji Yuhang's invitation. How could he then talk about ending the argument? In the end, the one who stood up was the oldest in terms of service in the combat team and also the most special. Priest Rizzo. The priest's power armor was painted differently from the other 6 battle brothers, not entirely red but primarily black, with only a bright red phoenix pattern on the shoulders. The priest, with his helmet removed, had a slightly aged face, half his beard and hair already graying. Star warriors live incredibly long lives, so much so that none had heard of a death angel dying of old age. But that doesn't mean star warriors don't age. Time is the sharpest blade, always able to cut deep marks on the face, on the body. The priest spoke, "Stop this pointless argument." After he spoke, the battle brothers indeed fell silent. The identity of a priest, and the oldest of the combat team, gave his words even more weight than those of the commander himself. But after stopping the argument, Rizzo didn't say much more. He just looked at Commander Maddens and said, "Commander, you need to take responsibility for the entire combat team. You should make this decision." Commander Maddens hesitated. He understood that Priest Rizzo's intervention was in support of him. Just now, under such controversial circumstances, his inability to make a decision, even to stop the argument from continuing, had worn away at his credibility as a commander. But understanding all this did not mean he really knew what to do next. His gaze returned to Priest Rizzo as he inquired, "You said you received a revelation that Governor Ji Yuhang embodies the hope for rebuilding our battle group. But how exactly can he help us rebuild the battle group?" Rizzo shook his head and replied, "You should not ask me that question, for the revelation did not provide me with an answer. But the one who has received the revelation is in this town, so why not ask him yourself?" Maddens let out a deep sigh and said, "All right, I'll go now." As they watched the commander leave the building, the bald Schneider spoke up, "Our commander is too indecisive. Perhaps it's because the responsibility he bears is so great that he must be continuously cautious." Even so, that shouldn't be the case. Schneider still seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "I'm not saying we have to leave here, but at the very least we need a firm goal, and then decisive action. We cannot waver here. Those months drifting in the Star Sea were also terrible. I hate this kind of uncertainty. A warrior should not be like this." Facing the question posed by the returning Commander Maddens, Ji Yuhang was somewhat at a loss for words. "How can I help you rebuild the battle group? You're asking me, where the hell would I know from? If I say I can't do anything about it, won't you suddenly get angry and pull out a bomb gun and shoot me?" Inside, I'm panicking like crazy, but my face remains calm and composed. He said, "Commander Maddens, you've caught me off guard with this question. I don't know where to begin." Hearing Ji Yuhang say this, Maddens also felt somewhat disappointed. It's no wonder, right? Even if he didn't know how to rebuild the battle group, what answer could he expect from a mortal? But at this moment, Ji Yuxing continued, "But, Commander Maddens, please forgive my bluntness, but your current confusion is somewhat unwarranted. Rebuilding a battle group is a grand, arduous plan. When you think about how to achieve it all at once and want a definitive answer, of course you'll feel at a loss, clueless, and the hope slim. These issues will turn into thousands of troubles, standing in your way. Why not break this immense plan down into several achievable small targets and work towards them step by step on solid ground?" Maddens would not sigh in front of Ji Yuhang, but only said, "I understand these principles but..." Ji Yuhang shook his head, gesturing with his hands to prevent Maddens from continuing, trying to take control of the conversation. "Since you've come to ask me, why not listen to my thoughts? Commander Maddens, in your view, what exactly is needed to rebuild the battle group?" Maddens' thoughts were redirected as he considered Ji Yuhang's ideas for a moment and then responded, "I need sufficient manpower and material resources to build the foundational forces of the battle group, including logistics and a large number of mortal auxiliary army." "Very good," Ji Yuhang said with a smile. "That seems like a more specific issue, so let me attempt to answer it. The manpower and material resources you need can be provided by Rage Owl Star in the future. Our planetary defense army can act as an auxiliary army for the battle group, and the entire planet can contribute a great deal of manpower and material resources for logistical support. Everything from maintenance of powered armor to replenishing war supplies can be done. Maddens was puzzled. Even if I believe you, as far as I know, although you are the planetary governor, you still do not have control over this planet, and the manpower and material resources you can mobilize are limited. The production capacity of the entire planet is also very doubtful, and you can't even produce a single bomb. Ha ha ha, Gu Hang, faced with skepticism, did not feel embarrassed, but instead laughed out loud. Yes, Commander Maddens, you are correct. But I have a plan. In the future, I will make Rage Owl Star into a forging world, able to supply everything the battle group needs. I won't ask if you believe in my plan, belief is irrelevant. I only ask you. Are you and your battle group willing to fight for the rebirth of the battle group? Would the battle group be willing to fight for its rebirth? This question didn't even require Maddens to think. It was a matter of course. But was he so easily swayed by Gu Hang in a few words? We will certainly fight for the revival of the battle group, even if it costs us our lives. However, I must make sure that our fight is truly for the renewal of the battle group, and not for the power of a few, Maddens said. The two are the same, Gu Hang said. I will be honest with you on this matter. My actions, of course, will not all be for the Phoenix battle group. I was ordered to come to this wasteland planet to develop and strengthen it. But isn't our goal the same? I believe there are three major elements for the Phoenix to rebuild. First, manpower and material resources, requiring a large number of auxiliary armies and sufficient logistical support. Second, you need a battle group fleet. Third, 7 angels hardly count as a battle group. You need to regain vitality and recruit enough brothers to fight. The third point, I cannot help you with. But for the first and second points, as long as Rage Owl Star grows according to my plan, it will become your solid backing, solving the problems of mortal auxiliary armies, fleets, and logistic supplies. I want to develop and strengthen my world, while you need a world that has grown strong to rebuild your battle group. Phoenix fights for the future of Rage Owl Star, and Rage Owl Star fights for the revival of the Phoenix. We are naturally meant to work together. The leader of the battle group was indeed not cut out for politics, but interstellar warriors often don't need to think too much. Many of them have always been straightforward. Why then shouldn't I choose a world that has already developed? Gu Hang showed a smile. If you had a choice, you wouldn't have come to Rage Owl Star. Maddens had to admit, Mr. Gu was right. The Phoenix battle group had been wandering for months, passing through many worlds, big and small. If they had had a choice, they would have settled down long ago. Their goal had always been to rebuild the battle group, but no one really wanted to help them do it. To take a few interstellar warriors as allies or thugs was certainly good. To rebuild the battle group, forget it. Maintaining a proper battle group almost required an entire planet's effort. A large number of troops, a lot of logistical manpower, and starships were incredibly expensive commodities. Not to mention, the particularity of the interstellar warriors meant they were a group of highly independent, exceptionally positioned super warriors within the Empire. The Emperor's Death Angels were not only a description of them but also a title for their special status. After all the hard work of rebuilding the battle group, do you think they will serve you, or will the battle group call the shots over the governor? In the eyes of most interstellar warriors, the planet governor was nothing more than a mortal who provided them with supplies and managed the planet. At best, a steward. To think about commanding interstellar warriors this way and that, dream on. Most governors, or the generals who built worlds, didn't want to spend all their efforts only to end up with a supreme governor over their own heads. Most of the people Maddens had encountered on his journey were like this. He didn't think much himself, but he could see through the thoughts of others. Those insincere smiles, those chest-thumping promises, in his view, they were all false. They dangled the carrot of rebuilding to keep them working themselves to death. And once they were of no value, they'd kick them away. But a dying battle group would find it hard to resist a powerful governor. Yet upon arriving at Rage Owl Star, though he was disappointed with the backwardness of the entire world, in some ways it might also be a good thing. His battle group was already in tatters, with only 7 warriors remaining. But Rage Owl Star was also a broken world. Mr. Gu, the governor, really needed them. With their assistance, His Excellency the governor would be better able to control the entire planet. And as the governor's power grew, their side would benefit and grow stronger as well. They didn't have to worry about Gu Hang deceiving them or acting against them. Given the dire straits Mr. Gu was currently in, even as debilitated as the Phoenix was, With just 7 people they had the ability to fight back and make a full retreat if necessary. They also didn't have to worry about the governor reneging later on, because under the phased fulfillment of their duty to support the battle group, the group would draw nutrients and grow stronger. As long as the battle group could grow in strength alongside the governor's increasing power, by the future, even if the two sides were to fall out after the governor had strengthened his forces, the battle group would likely have enough strength already. By then, if they were to go their separate ways, they would have enough power to return to the Star Sea and start anew as a starship-based battle group. What was so difficult about that? Even in the worst-case scenario, they could ensure to kill. Oh, wrong, we're a loyal battle group, we don't do such things. Looking at Madden's face, which seemed to betray no thoughts at all, Ji Yuhang smiled amiably and sincerely, seemingly completely unconcerned about what Madden's really thought. Madden's began to speak, perhaps we really should grow together, you reviving your world, me reviving my battle group. But how can you ensure that you can do it, that your world can truly develop as you plan? You see, my situation might be similar to yours. You're on the brink of extinction, and if I can't achieve something in 2 years, I too will die. But our difference lies in that I am full of confidence in my future, while you harbor uncertainty. You don't know how to succeed, and I do. So, you who are lost, would do well to tie your fate to mine. It won't be long, just 2 years, and we shall see the outcome. Madden's was already swayed by Ji Yuhang's words. Why shouldn't the directionless Phoenix hitch a ride on a train that knows the way? It's merely 2 years, after all, which for the long-lived interstellar warriors, isn't too much time. They had endured a 100-year penance expedition. Spending 2 years on Rage All-Star, watching time pass by, wasn't a big deal. If Mr. Gu truly failed, then 2 years later, when the officials from the Empire's administrative department decided to execute the governor, he could personally send Mr. Gu on his way. Madden's was leaning towards agreeing to cooperate with Mr. Gu. He had intended to go back and discuss with his brothers-in-arms before giving a final answer. But at this moment, he remembered Priest Rizzo's words. You are the battle group leader, you must shoulder the responsibilities of the battle group. And so, Madden's changed his mind. He stood up, towering over Mr. Gu, who was much smaller in stature. Although his own body completely covered that of the governor, forcing him to crane his neck to see his face, with an overwhelming sense of oppression, the governor's expression didn't change in the slightest. In the end, Madden's extended his gigantic palm towards Ji Yuhang. I hope our cooperation will be blessed by the Divine Emperor. The smile on Ji Yuhang's face grew even more brilliant. He reached out his hand and clasped it together with that of Madden's, disproportionately large. For the Emperor, Ji Yuhang deceived Madden's. It wasn't much, just a little bit. Painting a pie in the sky couldn't be considered deception, if the starfighters were willing to help him, and Rage All-Star did indeed develop as he'd planned, then he wouldn't mind supporting a battle group. He had never intended for Phoenix to be entirely, utterly at his service. The difference was too significant. Within the Imperial system, a planetary governor and a starfighter battle group commander were completely separate entities. There was no subordination to speak of. However, when it came to status, the latter held much greater esteem than the former. If it were the heyday of the Phoenix battle group, they would dominate their home planet, where the planetary governor would merely act as a mortal housekeeper, handling the menial tasks the starfighters couldn't be bothered with. His influence would be incredibly strong within the span of a star sector, with every governor respectfully welcoming the commander's arrival and praying for their neighbor's aid should their world face threats. Throughout the entire star realm, even across countless light-years of distance, the reputation of the Phoenix would be widely known. Once a large-scale war broke out, and if only one battle group were involved, the battle group commander would often become the supreme military commander. The Imperial Navy and the Imperial Star Realm Army might not be nominally under the battle group, but they would fully respect the commander's wishes, and even follow their commands, unless, of course, there was some highly reputed general present, which could change the situation. Although the Phoenix was no longer what it had been 100 years ago, its organizational structure remained, and the commander's identity persisted, so there was no way Ji Yuhang could make a battle group completely obey him. Not even the head of a star sector could achieve that. But forming an alliance, a mutual benefit, that was enough. You live in my house, drive my car, eat the food I provide, use the supplies I acquire for you, and I've even promised to rebuild your battle group. In such circumstances, it's not too much to ask you to fire a couple of shots to help me out in times of trouble, right? As long as this covenant was maintained, Ji Hang didn't mind, after some time, fulfilling his promise to help them rebuild their battle group. Whether it was providing manpower, resources, or finding ways to build or purchase starships for them. As for where Ji Hang deceived them, it was what he mentioned earlier, the third point about replenishing enough starfighters. Ji Hang actually had a way. How does one become a starfighter? It is a very difficult task. A genetic seed is needed. Once chosen, the candidate would undergo intense genetic modification, after enduring 1 or 2 years of transformation, allowing the genetic seed to completely and meticulously alter their entire body. They would become a new recruit. Then, after lengthy training, when the battle group believed the new recruit met their standards, they would be granted powered armor, thus truly becoming a starfighter. It may sound easy, but in reality, the process is extremely tough. After the genetic seed is implanted, enduring the intense modifications is immensely challenging. Candidates who aspire to become starfighters are selected from billions of people for their robust physique and resolute will. But even so, most cannot withstand it. Whether their body gives out, or their will falters, failure to endure either would lead to genetic collapse and death. They made it through, and then came the new recruit training phase. Fortunately, this part was merely harsh, typically not resulting in too high a mortality rate. In this entire process, the two most important things were high-quality soldier sources and genetic seeds. Soldier sources were relatively easy to come by, as most battle groups had an entire planet as their recruitment world, their so-called mother planet. They could select soldiers from a planet's population, choosing the best of the best, generally without worry. Even starship-based battle groups could try recruiting on some planets. Inducting on a planetary scale wasn't too practical, but handpicking a few hundred people to take away for training was hardly ever opposed by any governor. Even in the sorry state that Phoenix Battle Group was in now, they could randomly go to a world, abduct a few promising seeds, and most planets wouldn't bother pursuing a group of starfighters over a few people. But even if they solved the soldier source issue, Phoenix Battle Group still couldn't solve the latter problem, that of the genetic seeds. How the Emperor once created the starfighter genetic seeds is no longer known. The technology from tens of thousands of years ago wasn't preserved. In this era, starfighters mainly relied on giving birth to their own kind. Each starfighter could produce 2 genetic seeds in their lifetime. The first seed would mature inside them after 5 years as a starfighter and could be extracted to develop new recruits. The second seed matured 10 years later but couldn't be extracted and was only obtainable after their death. Theoretically, starfighters could duplicate 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, growing exponentially. But in reality, that was impossible. Starfighters were always fighting in the most dangerous battles. It was very common to have bodies shattered beyond recovery or no time to collect the corpses, making the second seed difficult to retrieve. Only the first seed was a relatively stable source. Furthermore, each battle group was required to hand over 10% of their genetic seeds to the Empire within a certain time frame as a genetic tax. This was to check whether the battle group's genetic seeds were pure, uncontaminated, or had mutations. The collected genetic seeds also formed the seed bank used by the Empire to create new battle groups. On top of that, the surgery for implanting genetic seeds had a not insignificant failure rate. A failure meant the loss of both person and seed. With multiple factors stacking up, it was almost impossible for Phoenix Battle Group to go from 7 to 14 to 28. What was worse, the 7 living members of Phoenix were all veterans over 100 years old, and their 5-year seeds had long been harvested. To harvest again, they would have to die. Moreover, it seemed they no longer had a pharmacist specializing in genetic seed implantation surgery. They could only ask Priest Rizzo to do the job. He was capable, but certainly not as reliable as a professional battle group pharmacist. Less skill meant an even lower chance of the recipient successfully awakening. Ji Hang said he couldn't help Phoenix with this matter, and Maddens didn't doubt it at all, considering it just a fleeting topic of discussion. No starfighter would expect a mere mortal to be able to provide any help to Phoenix in this regard. But the truth was, Ji Hang did have the ability. In the event panel, the Phoenix on the Verge of Death event had taken on a new development. Phoenix on the Verge of Death, genetic seed, repeatable event, can be selected indefinitely. The Phoenix Battle Group has come to Rage Owl Star, reaching a preliminary cooperation agreement with you. A governor seeking to grasp and develop a world, and a battle group on the brink of death yet determined to rise again, make a good match. The most important thing for the resurrection of the battle group, the genetic seed, is nowhere to be found. If you had the capacity, how would you choose? Pay 100 points of grace to receive one genetic seed, Phoenix Battle Group. Looking at this system feature, feeling happy was secondary. The biggest feeling for Ji Yu Hang was the cold sweat running down his back. 100 points of grace for one seed, it's really expensive. And the seed that comes with 100 points of grace can't be equated with a starfighter. How much is a young, strong, determined, and highly gifted person worth? How much is it worth after they've undergone the implant surgery, survived the transformation, and trained the long and extremely harsh way of the starfighter? And how much is that specially designed power armor for starfighters, which can neurally connect with them, worth? Ji Yu Hang still preferred using the grace point system to calculate value. He had now leveled up twice, to LV3, and his total approximate value was about 70 grace points. Activating at 10 points. 10 points to level up to 2, and 50 points to level up to 3. But when it came to leveling up to 4, it would cost 200 grace points. He wasn't a match for any starfighter right now. He estimated that he would have to wait until level 4 to be on equal footing with an ordinary starfighter. For veterans like the Phoenix Battle Group, probably level 5 was required for him to stand a chance. In individuals like Mattins, Priest Rizzo, and a bald warrior he observed seemed stronger than the other 4 veterans. With that in mind, one could say that a starfighter's value was roughly around 300 grace points, and a veteran's value was about 800 points. If Ji Yu Hang wanted to use the system to create a starfighter from scratch, he would probably have to exchange 100 points for a seed first and then perform the implant surgery. If it failed, 100 points would go down the drain, and only if they survived could they proceed to the next step. A rookie who made it would have the hardware but not the experience or skill. Ji Yu Hang would have to spend at least 111 grace points to train them up to T1 level soldiers, and then figure out a way to acquire a set of power armor. With that, he would be close to having a standard tin can. Completing this entire process would cost at least over 200 grace points, and assuming the power armor is worth 100, it would indeed be close to the 300 points for a tin can he had estimated based on his own combat power. That's why Ji Yu Hang sighed, this is really FC King expensive. I've been mixing for a few months now, and I don't even know if I've racked up 300 grace points in total. However, what stopped Ji Yu Hang, and what gave him a chill when he looked at the repeatable branch event, Phoenix on the Brink of Death, where he could exchange for a genetic seed, was the grave danger he realized this feature entailed. If he exchanged for a seed and then presented it to Mattins saying, "This is my support for you," Mattins would absolutely not feel the slightest bit of gratitude. Instead, he would undoubtedly pull out a bomb gun, demand to know how he acquired the genetic seed, and then send him to the tribunal. There was no use arguing, this seed was even specifically marked as belonging to the Phoenix Battle Group. Each battle group's genetic seed would be slightly different. It might not be easy to tell for outsiders, but for them, it would be obvious at a glance. What could Ji Yu Hang say then? He couldn't explain it at all. This was a feature he dared not use. But soon, a bold idea came to Ji Yu Hang. Could I possibly take over their nests? When I'm better off. Exchange for a bunch of genetic seeds, secretly find people, ensure their loyalty, brainwash them with spiritual energy, secretly implant the seeds, and covertly train them. I can also secretly purchase their armor from some forging worlds. When I've amassed enough power, a grand ambush, signal by smashing a cup, with 7 true Phoenix members surrounded by 70 fake ones trained by me, Ji Yu Hang. After killing them off, the true Phoenix will belong to me, Mr. Ji Yu. Population replacement plan? That's really not right. Ji Yu Hang shook his head and put the thought aside. Sabotaging allies, am I, Mr. Ji Yu, that kind of person? Moreover, it's easy to talk about it now, but it would be quite troublesome to actually do it. There are countless details to take care of. Let's talk about it later. After all, they can't afford such high-end units now. The governor's government of Rage Owl Star and the Phoenix Battle Group henceforth became informal allies. It was informal because they had not signed any specific agreements, nor put anything in writing. It was simply that the Phoenix Battle Group had agreed to accept task invitations from Mr. Ji Yu whenever he encountered any trouble. They would then decide based on the situation whether to accept and execute the tasks as requested. Besides the governor's task invitation, their operations were essentially free, provided that they gave Mr. Gu a heads up out of respect for his sovereignty over the entire planet. Mr. Gu was likewise obliged to provide them with a base on the planet, supply them with provisions, and pay for the necessary aid for the battle group's rebuilding efforts within the boundaries of what he could afford. In fact, this assistance in rebuilding had already begun. First of all was ammunition supply. Wu Jiarong received a request from the governor. She had to initiate the production of bomb gun bullets. This was difficult. The industrial base of Rage Owl Star was completely inadequate for production. Diamond warheads, secondary propulsion, mass reaction fuses, and characteristics of secondary explosions. Being both armor-penetrating and explosive, these items had high requirements for technology. It wasn't impossible to make them, but it would rely on Wu Jiarong to craft each bullet by hand. Her mechanically modified arms were capable of this work. Her few junior technicians could probably manage a workbench well enough to help. The output would be quite touching, and asking her, the technical leader of the governor's camp, to spend substantial time doing manual labor as a bullet crafter was obviously a waste of talent and would affect the development of Jiyu Heng's territory. But all in all, it was a method of supply. Subsequently, Wu Jiarong also moved some equipment from the Phoenix Battle Group's ship, Burn Feather, to research how to achieve mass production, at least to the point where her junior technicians could take over the task. Then there was the maintenance of powered armor. Currently, only Wu Jiarong was capable of it. As long as the damage wasn't too severe, small repairs and maintenance were within the capability of this technical officer. Typically, maintenance of the battle group's equipment was the responsibility of technical sergeants. The technical sergeants from Phoenix had been to the mechanical god cult's headquarters, Mars, for advanced training. They were more skilled than the average technical priest. But what more could be done? Under these conditions, they had to endure. Rebuilding wasn't an easy task. It relied on struggle and perseverance. Nevertheless, Mr. Gu's investment in the battle group's rebuilding efforts was recognized. An engineering team was formed explicitly. They would construct a fortress monastery some distance from the camp. Starfighters pride themselves as descendants of the Emperor and Death Angels of the Emperor. They always consider themselves the most steadfast believers in the Divine Emperor among the Empire. Although they are a military organization, they are also a religious organization. Many starfighter battle groups refer to their headquarters as fortress monasteries. The construction site that had already started attracted the warriors of Phoenix to visit. They couldn't help but recall their battle group's headquarters on their homeworld. Compared to what it once was, the current one was worlds apart. But at least, it was a good start, and the battle group was getting on the right path. On the next day, the 7 warriors of Phoenix left the housing previously arranged by the governor and moved directly next to the construction site of the monastery. They wanted to watch the monastery being built from the ground up. The arrival of the interstellar soldiers didn't have much impact on the governor's camp. Even the people on the wasteland had heard of the Emperor's angels. Before the planet was shattered, their stories were enduringly popular, showing up in texts and visual images. Now, in the post-war era, those things were gone, but stories themselves still existed. The older generation told the younger generation, who passed it on to the next, and so on. This made people under the governor curious when they saw the interstellar soldiers, and they couldn't help but look over repeatedly. But, as characteristic of wastelanders, they were sensitive and timid toward danger. They only dared to watch from afar, not daring to be too bold or direct with their gazes, to avoid angering these giants who could crush them with a mere slap. And the interstellar soldiers, honestly, were already incredibly used to this kind of attention. As for the impact on the camp's development, honestly, there was a bit. In Jiyu Heng's case, there had always been a significant labor shortage for production development. Now, setting aside other supply needs, they even had to allocate an engineering team to build houses for the interstellar soldiers. Key was the fact that these interstellar soldiers took the matter very seriously, living right next door and supervising directly, not daring to cut corners at all. Lots of produced alloy steel, cement, and bricks had to be transported over for their use. The materials provided were already the best, yet the soldiers were still not quite satisfied until they were assured that they truly were the highest quality items available from the governor's camp. However, overall, this impact remained within the range that Jiyu Heng could accept. It was like hiring 7 strong men, You just had to think of it as paying their wages. Beyond attracting attention, slightly slowing the development speed of the governor's camp, and using some labor and resources, their presence was otherwise quite low-key. Every day, aside from inspecting the construction site, they were praying and training, living like monks. Later, perhaps feeling a bit sheepish about having nothing to do all day, after all, they were supposed to assist in combat. They began entering the alien forest in groups to fight the mutant monsters. Definitely for the defense of the governor's enterprise, and not because they were bored after not seeing blood for a while. Only, the monsters in the forest couldn't satisfy the interstellar soldiers. Previously, although there weren't any high-level monsters in the alien forest, there were still a good number of them. However, after the primordial Wrath Owl sect's ambush plan against Ji Hang, when a catalyst was triggered that caused a large number of hatching nests to emerge prematurely and a vast number of monsters to be killed, the number of monsters in the alien forest had drastically reduced, even the nests were scarce. This made it difficult for the interstellar soldiers to get in some practice and find that feeling of slaughter they were craving. But soon, their opportunity to wield their weapons appeared. While the Phoenixes had nothing to do, Ji Hang returned to the task of worrying about the camp's development. The total population of the camp had officially surpassed 10,000 these days. With production plans and population distribution, Osenia might not have arranged everything perfectly, but she at least had things well organized, leaving Ji Hang little room to step in directly. Having a political officer with a rating of 9, the camp of 10,000 was being managed quite well. After just a brief focus, not needing to worry much, he saw his camp's monthly income steadily increasing, reaching 61 points at present. He hoped that by next month's payday, it would break 100. Also, during this period, he had selected and conscripted over 100 soldiers from the new refugees, who alongside the 500 troops previously brought by Lambert from the Hodgson family, whose command and ownership had been completely transferred to the governor, formed 2 additional infantry battalions. That would be the 5th and 6th battalions. These 600 soldiers had also undergone training enhancements through Ji Hang's system function, which meant Ji Hang used 6 points of grace, but also meant that his forces now exceeded 1,700 people. Out of caution, Ji Hang made substantial changes to the officers of these 2 battalions and redeployed them. A significant number of soldiers were also reorganized with the previous 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions. The mixed forces had been disentangled as much as possible from their former command systems. After the reorganization, even if Lambert harbored ulterior motives, it wouldn't be of much use. It was unlikely he could incite the troops to defect in the middle of a fight. Of course, based on interactions over this period, Ji Hang tentatively believed that the 2 members of the Hodgson family, old and young, were truly cooperative. Still, even so, it was wise to guard against others. It was only right for Ji Hang to take precautionary measures. Lambert had no objections to this. He even had no qualms about losing military power and being assigned to assist young Osenia, which earned him praise from her for his diligent work. He understood that his identity could cause misunderstandings and precautions from the governor, but he had resolved to prove his loyalty through his attitude and everything he did over the upcoming lengthy period. Ji Hang was pleased with this. The young man was proving his worth. His grandfather was doing so as well. Population growth within the camp would have been difficult to achieve without help from Revival City. Moreover, most of the goods from the governor's camp, besides internal consumption, sold very well in Revival City on the foreign market. Purchasing food, minerals, and other consumer goods also went smoothly. During this time, Dennis and Henry even felt that business was too easy. But today, Lambert came to Ji Hang somewhat flustered, bearing some unsettling news. "I can't contact my grandfather." Ji Hang frowned. "Be more specific." "This morning, I made a routine check with Revival City, but couldn't get through. It's not that no one was picking up, but the line was completely dead. I realized something wasn't right, tried to connect to other wireless communication lines of our family, but the situation was similar. I also contacted some people who have a good relationship with our family. Nobody knew what had happened, but they told me that Revival City is under lockdown, preventing the poor from the outer city from entering." Ji Hang narrowed his eyes. "This is really bad news. It sounds like Mr. Hodgson might have run into trouble. I implore you to save him." Ji Hang patted Lambert on the shoulder and said, "I know you're anxious, but impatience will only make things worse right now. Calm down." You need to mobilize all your connections and hidden forces in Revival City as much as possible and figure out what exactly happened. After a pause, Ji Yu-heng continued, besides, I'll make preparations. When necessary, I will enter the city. You're going into Revival City? A governor must always return to his post, Ji Yu-heng said. Moreover, President of the Council Hodgson is now working for me. If he has been put in jeopardy because of this and is alive, I will do my best to save him. If the worst comes to pass, I will avenge him. Thank you, Governor, go on, attend to your matters. Watching Lambert leave, Ji Yu-heng sat back down in his seat. Revenge was certainly something Ji Yu-heng took seriously. Hodgson had been sitting pretty for many years without a solid foundation to become president of the council. He'd survived so many trials and tribulations without incident, but after he had made clear his support for Ji Yu-heng, he suffered this misfortune. It wouldn't do if Ji Yu-heng, as the governor, did nothing. And apart from that reason, Ji Yu-heng had another stronger, more pressing reason for making his decision. Someone had declared war on him. Although the situation was still unclear, the fact that someone had dared to take action against him in Revival City after Hodgson had made his support clear was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Whether it was the heretic cultists who followed the primordial wrath owl or the conservative factions within the alliance government who had declared war on him, Ji Yu-heng must respond. Actually, his current preparations were insufficient. In his previous plans, he himself would enter Revival City in about 2 to 3 months. By then, the economy and productive capacity of his territory would be able to support an army at least 3 times larger than the present one for a short period of military action. By that time, with the orbital cannon of the quintet as the biggest deterrent and his troops, which had undergone systematic training, as the conventional means, he would return to Revival City and take complete control of the city. With that, he would gain a population of nearly 1 million. The production potential provided by the technology panel would be greatly realized. Politically, he could genuinely exercise the governor's powers, use military force as a guarantee, and swiftly sweep all surrounding settlements into his production system. Now, it seemed his plan had to be accelerated. Since it was war, there was no such thing as being prepared. He couldn't expect others to wait until he was ready before they fought. But there was also good news. Ji Yu-heng's strength hadn't fully accumulated, but now he had the support of interstellar warriors, an unexpected boost in his plans. The help provided by the 7 Phoenix veterans was probably more valuable than the military power Ji Yu-heng could expand over the next 2 months. If it's war, then let it be war. Having the plan pushed forward might not be a bad thing after all. It's a real shame about old Hodgson. I hope he's all right. The troops under Ji Yu-heng's direct command quickly assembled, leaving the mech servant battalion to hold down the fort while the remaining 5 battalions formed an infantry regiment, awaiting further orders. The mission request was sent to the Phoenix Battle Group, which responded positively. Ji Yu-heng personally communicated with Yelicia for about half an hour. Yelicia stated that from now on, the entire starship would enter a state of combat readiness and that an orbital cannon strike could be launched at any target specified by the governor within 20 minutes if needed. Starting tomorrow, the starship would complete its combat readiness tasks, entering a wartime state, which meant that the response time for orbital cannon strikes could be reduced to within 10 minutes. At the same time, given that the combat target was likely to include heretic cultists, Ji Yu-heng's combat mission would receive support from the National Church team aboard the starship. A battle nun squad would arrive on the surface 6 hours later. That was another delightful surprise. Only now did Ji Yu-heng learn that there was actually a squad of battle nuns on the quintet. He had no idea about this during the trip to Rajal Star. Battle nuns are a group steeped in legend. They are the only overt armed force of the imperial state religion. After the theocratic wars, the church was no longer allowed to have any armed men. However, they fostered the sisterhood by exploiting this rule, establishing the battle nun regiments. These sisters, blessed by the national church and with unwavering faith, were called the Emperor's Daughters. They might not be as formidable as the genetically modified interstellar warriors, but with the Emperor's blessing, they could attain extraordinary power. They also wore specially made power armors. Unlike the interstellar warriors, they could not connect directly to modified spinal cords for neural linking with the armor, but they could activate their armor with the power of sacred spells. And their blessed armor, though not as heavy as that of the interstellar warriors, was still a formidable weapon. Initially, Ji Yu Hang found it odd that there was a squad of battle nuns permanently stationed on the quintet, but after searching his memory, he had an epiphany. The sisterhood had many branches. Apart from the main ones, there were also second-tier, third-tier suborders. They naturally needed places to station, usually alongside significant institutions of the national church. On Coralia 3 of the Nest capital planet in the Tianma star sector, there stood a great cathedral of the imperial state religion, not only the most crucial division in this star sector but also a faith hub for several surrounding star sectors. And there, the St. Li Nun Association was stationed. On a large starship like the Quintet, a chapel was essential. Normally, priests and nuns needed to comfort the crew members' spirits on the battleship. In wartime, they would resist corruption from evil. In this context, if the star sector government had relatively close military cooperation with the national church, then aside from the standard shipboard chapels, it was not impossible to additionally equip a battle nun squad. Like interstellar warriors, battle nuns were not exactly subordinates directly under the command of Yelicia, the captain. But, being on the same ship, it was normal for them to comply if requested. Moreover, it wasn't Yelicia who made the request this time. It was when the news of the cult on Rage Owl Star made its way to these emperor's daughters that they volunteered to join the battle. Zealous battle nuns would not tolerate the existence of heretic cultists. And with the help of these sisters, who might be weaker than interstellar warriors but not by much, Ji Yu Hang's operation gained an even more powerful boost. Moreover, compared to the warriors, these battle nuns were more specialized anti-cult experts. If the shadow of the primordial Wrath Owl sect loomed in this affair, the Emperor's daughters would give them a huge surprise. Under the circumstances of Ji Yu Hang assembling all the help he could get, news from Revival City kept pouring in. Lambert became an intelligence officer. He had already activated his own contacts as well as his family's to obtain intelligence from Revival City by all possible means. Meanwhile, Dennison Henry, although he was in Rubbish Town when he received the message, had quite a number of partners in Revival City. He was also actively mobilizing his contacts to help collect information. The situation inside Revival City was becoming increasingly worrisome. The person who initiated martial law was General Mondic. As the supreme commander of Revival City's military power, this meant that the military might have already taken a stand against the governor. Old Hodgson was still without news to this day, his life and death unknown. But what was even more troubling was that various hints indicated that several key members of the Hodgson family were also missing, including Lambert's father. Rumors had it that the bodies of the Hodgson family's servants had been discovered. The Hodgson family manor was locked down by the authorities. Armed soldiers stood guard around it, and no one could get close. These were all extremely bad pieces of information. The inquiries sent to Revival City in the name of Governor Ji Yu Hang, although replied to, were insincere. The authorities claimed that they too had discovered the disappearance of President of the Council Hodgson and suspected cult involvement. The martial law and the lockdown of the manor were deemed necessary steps in order to investigate the matter. They promised to inform the governor immediately if any findings were made. Ji Yu Hang didn't believe any of it for a moment. If that was true, why hadn't the authorities in Revival City reported Hodgson's disappearance to him immediately? It was only when Lambert tried to contact his grandfather as usual that they found out.
And even more absurd was the second message from Revival City officials, inviting the governor back to take charge of Revival City, but with the difficult stipulation of not being able to provide supplies and accommodations. They requested the governor not bring more than 100 followers.
At this point, Ji Yu Hang had confirmed that the situation in Revival City had completely spiraled out of control. To this second message, Ji Yu Hang returned only 4 words. I will go. Will he come? Industrial tycoon Norris cautiously asked. Are you sure? If he said he will come, he definitely will, Bradford replied, but our esteemed governor doesn't seem like someone who will surrender without a fight. He will come, but it's unlikely he'll bring only 100 people. Norris continued to probe. The people we planted with him are reporting that recently, 7 individuals suspected to be interstellar warriors arrived at his camp. If that's true, what do we do? This. Bradford was stumped. His gaze involuntarily turned to Mondic beside him, laced with a hint of reproach. Norris was already very dissatisfied. I said earlier, we should not rush things. If Mr. Gu really is capable of enlisting the aid of intergalactic warriors, what do we do now to resolve this situation? Mondic sneered. Now that things have come to this, What's the use of being afraid? Norris, have you lost your edge? Norris argued, what does this have to do with edge? Even if you're sharp, would you go head to head with an intergalactic warrior? Don't worry too much, Bradford interjected, trying to smooth things over. This might not even be true. How could such legendary figures as the intergalactic warriors be summoned at someone's beck and call? It's very likely a ruse by the governor to blind us. We must not lose our composure. Despite his words, Bradford's expression betrayed an undeniable panic. Most likely it's not true, but what if it is? Mondic, witnessing the ambivalence of both men, displayed an even more pronounced look of disdain. However, he knew he still needed their support, so he had to instill some confidence in them. First off, Bradford is right, this whole thing is probably not true, just a facade created by our governor. Secondly, even if it were true, what's there to fear? Reports from several sources say that there are a total of 7 intergalactic warriors. Just 7. We have an army of 10,000. We have 70 Challenger tanks. We have 100 artillery guns of various models. Are we supposed to fear 7 intergalactic warriors? Have you been reading too many pre-war stories and really believe these warriors are gods descended from the heavens? I've never believed such exaggerated fabrications. They're all just flesh and blood with a single head and 2 hands. Can they tear apart tanks with their bare hands? That's laughable. Pausing for a moment, Mondic continued. The governor's forces amount to barely 8,000 men with hardly any heavy weaponry. Stop worrying about this all the time. Instead, you could spend the time helping me with some actual work. Reassured by Mondic's words brimming with confidence, Norris and Bradford felt somewhat more at ease. Upon further reflection, it really did make sense. Even if there really were intergalactic warriors, what could 7 people achieve? Could they really massacre 1,000, decimating the entire Revival City's forces? But at this moment, Norris, the cautious one, raised another issue. Have you considered the problem of the orbital strike? Mentioning this, Mondic fell silent for a moment. In comparison to the uncertain issue of intergalactic warriors, the real headache was the quintet hovering in the sky above. The starship was undoubtedly real, with its formidable presence floating in the sky, so noticeable that its lights could be observed with the naked eye on clear nights. The main cannon of the quintet might not be able to obliterate the entirety of Revival City in a single shot, but a few more rounds should do the job. Spending half a day or a full day meticulously bombarding a city-sized target would ensure no inch of ground was left untouched. Revival City had underground air raid shelters left from the war era. Hiding there might offer a chance to survive an orbital assault. But firstly, not many could take refuge in them, and secondly, even if people survived, what good would it do if the city was destroyed? Could General Mondic conjure up food and ammunition out of thin air to sustain his army? Could Norris, the industrial magnate, continue his manufacturing operations underground and keep production high? Could Bradford, the business tycoon, find anywhere to trade and amass his wealth? They were too attached. They usually looked down upon the several 100,000 refugees outside the city and even the ordinary citizens within the city walls. Yet these people were the true source of their wealth. The death of a few was trivial, but if the city were cleansed and the populace eradicated, it would spell the end for them too. And yet, the problem of the starship was insoluble. In the end, all Mondic could say was, Ji Hang wouldn't do that. If Revival City is destroyed, he'll surely die within 2 years. If Ji Hang knew Mondic's thoughts, he'd surely laugh. I just need to kill a few people, why would I bombard an entire city? Would he really order Yelisia to bombard Revival City? Yes, and no. Yes, meaning a small-scale, relatively precise military strike. No, meaning there would not be a destruction of Revival City until the very last moment. The population of the inner city plus the slums outside Revival City roughly approaches 1 million. And what is the population of the entire Rage Owl Star? 6 years ago, in the last year of the second governor's era, when the last tax payment was made to the empire, the number was 42 million plus. A planet with a population of 42 million, that was 0.5% of Rage Owl Star's population during its heyday before the war. 99.5% of the population was lost in that war and in the century of darkness and chaos that followed. And after the end of the rule of the second governor, with governors changing every 2 years for the past 6 years, has the situation on Rage Owl Star improved? Obviously not. Given the circumstances here, the population is probably still in decline. Compared to the population, The loss of productivity is probably even more severe. This has led to the situation where, although the population is already quite small for an entire planet, people are still cheap. This is because even this small number of people are barely sustained by the current output of Rajoul star. So now, the answer to this question is very clear. Why would Ji Yuhang absolutely not want to make a light decision to order the starships to bombard Revival City? Because here lies one of the very few densely populated areas of Rajoul star. Based on a population of 1 million, that's already 2.3% of the total population of the planet 6 years ago. And the actual proportion is only higher than this figure. By Ji Yuhang's estimate, the current total population of Rajoul star may already be less than 40 million, or even less. Moreover, despite the poor people outside Revival City being destitute, the city is still a jewel of Rajoul star. This city, which gathers 1 million people from both the inner and outer areas, benefits from the scale effect, with an increase in productivity that 100 settlements, each with a population of 10,000, could not match. Flattening Revival City and losing 2.3% or even more of the global population, along with more than 5% of global productivity, are already outcomes that Ji Yuhang is unwilling to accept. Not to mention, without Revival City as an existing hub of population, a massive potential for development would be lost. If the city could be peacefully taken and controlled, 1 million people combined with Ji Yuhang's technological system could unleash tremendous production capacity. Without Revival City, Ji Yuhang would have to wander the wastelands gathering people by the thousands or hundreds, searching for countless small, hidden, and highly guarded places like the abandoned cave society to collect the population. Peaceful control of Revival City is worth 1,000 abandoned cave societies to Ji Yuhang. This is the greatest reason why Ji Yuhang would not order the destruction of Revival City unless absolutely necessary. Life is the coin of the emperor, fits the situation precisely, yet there's a subsequent half to it. Spend it wisely. If the emperor still holds true to this, Ji Yuhang, who theoretically may possess less than 40 million in total assets, has no reason to be so extravagant as to waste 1 million coins. When they say 6 hours, it means 6 hours. A transport vessel from the quintet arrived with a battle nun squad. Under the leadership of Sister Chong Jae Roite, 11 nuns came to the surface. With their height stretching beyond 1 meter 80, once clad in combat armor, they appeared both taller and more substantial. Their creamy white armors adorned with green patterns made them seem holy and elegant, truly like a living group of lily ladies. As they emerged from the hatch, Ji Yuhang thought he saw another battle group walk out. Of course, it was just déjà vu. The difference between the two was quite significant. The red armor of the Phoenix made them look like battle-hardened warriors who had fought their way through rivers of blood. The tender green and creamy white of the saintly Lily's armor made them look like elegant ladies spreading the gospel. And their most significant difference lay in their size. The battle nuns, all towering over 1 meter 80 and already considered tall and strong among women, were even more massive with their powered armors compared to regular troops. However, compared to interstellar warriors, who averaged heights of 2 meters 30 or 2 meters 40 and whose frames were substantial even in width, there was no contest. Ji Yuhang collected his thoughts and advanced to meet them. Mrs. Georgette, welcome to your arrival. With your help, the traitors of Rajoul Star and the heretic cultists will have nowhere to hide. Unlike the interstellar warriors who always maintained stern, deadpan expressions, the attitude of the battle nun leader was gentle and amiable. At least Mrs. Georgette was like this. The woman with short white hair extended her hand with a smile and shook hands with Ji Yuhang. Her voice was low, gentle, and very comforting. I am also very pleased to meet you, Governor. I hope that we can cooperate well in the coming times. Having said that, she turned her gaze to Commander Mattens, who stood not far behind Ji Yuhang. She nodded with a smile. Mattens nodded back in response. Ji Yuhang noticed this. These two have a story. Curiously, he asked, do you two know each other? Mrs. Georgette smiled and said, if Governor wishes to know, it might be better to ask Commander Mattens. If he does not wish to tell you, it would not be appropriate for me to say too much. Ji Yuhang turned his gaze back to Mattens. Mattens was silent for a while, and Ji Yuhang thought he wouldn't get an answer, but in the end, the serious interstellar warrior spoke up. We have fought side by side in the Organstar region. Mrs. Georgette said, I have to thank you. Without you, the Order of the Blessed Lily might no longer exist. No, it is I who should thank you. You could have retreated, but you chose to stand with us. Mrs. Georgette's smile took on a hint of cleverness. That's not what you said at the time. Mattins, uncharacteristically, looked somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Georgette laughed heartily as she stepped forward. Despite being much shorter than Mattins and both of them wearing power armor, it didn't stop the Sister Superior from giving the commander a big hug. Anyway, I am very happy to see you again, my comrade in arms. Congratulations on redeeming yourselves, and may the Divine Emperor bless your future. It was rather miraculous for two comrades who had long been separated to run into each other again in a place as minor as Rage All-Star, and to have the opportunity to fight side by side once more. Their so-called Organstar region was quite a distance from the Tian Mastar sector. But they didn't have much time to reminisce. The time to depart had arrived. The reason for the delay was that Ji Yu Hang was waiting for the arrival of the battle nuns. Although there were only 11 of them, they were still 11 exceptional warriors. Just 2 or 3 nuns working together could have a fair chance of defeating an ordinary interstellar warrior. Not to mention they had Sister Changzhe Roite. Ji Yu Hang could vaguely sense through psionic perception that the Sister Superior's strength was probably not much weaker than Mattins's. Admittedly, no further news had come from Revival City, and old Hodgson seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, his fate unknown. But Ji Yu Hang was not willing to wait any longer. The mech servant battalion stayed behind to guard the home, while the combined forces of over 1,500 warriors from the 2 to 6 battalions, the terrestrial troops, Phoenix Interstellar Warriors, and the Order of the Blessed Lily Battle Nuns, a whole team, escorted the governor as they embarked from the camp, heading towards Revival City. From the governor's camp, getting to Revival City by infantry speed would take almost an entire day. By evening, the team arrived outside Revival City. And Revival City had long since been informed of Ji Yu Hang's approach. Ji Yu Hang hadn't planned on remaining incognito, moving with quite a display, making it somewhat difficult to go unnoticed. There were too many ways for those in Revival City to have advance notice. If one only considers the inner city, Revival City isn't large. But taking into account the outer city and the haphazardly constructed dwellings of the poor, the area it covers isn't small at all. And when Ji Yu Hang's team arrived at Revival City, they merely stopped at the outer city. An army stood in their way. It was Revival City's garrison. A multitude of soldiers occupied the slum area in front of the main gate. They were stationed inside houses, glaring outside with predatory eyes. Tanks were hidden among civilian residences, with most of their bulk blocked by the low buildings, their dark barrels protruding. They were blocking the governor's team from proceeding further. An officer, accompanied by a few attendants, approached the governor's team to request an audience with the governor. Ji Yu Hang met with him. The Revival City officer saluted Ji Yu Hang. "Good day, Your Excellency the Governor, I am from Revival." "There's no need to report your name, I'm not interested in knowing. Tell me, why is my city blocking my entry? Why are you soldiers, who should be loyal to me, standing on the opposite side?" The officer, whose self-introduction had been cut off, swallowed his saliva. He felt incredibly tense. He looked to his left, seeing a red-armored giant, knowing that was a starship warrior. He looked to his right, a lady in white and green armor, that was a battle nun. His gaze then turned back to the middle, to his governor, the highest ruler of this planet. He thought, with what merit or bravery does he dare to speak in front of these legendary figures? But he still spoke up. "I am acting on orders from the Alliance Council, from the Marshal of Revival City's defenses, Major General Mondic, to request that you halt your advance. There is no issue with Your Excellency the Governor entering the city, but you are allowed no more than 100 guards, and that must not include a starship warrior or battle nun." Ji Yu Hang reacted as if he heard a preposterous joke. "Mondic? Major General? He's making requests of me?" The officer seemed to realize himself how ridiculous his statement had been, and could only slightly lower his head in silence. "So," Ji Yu Hang said, "I now inform you in my capacity as the governor of Rage All-Star, regardless of whatever posts, whatever authority that Mondic you spoke of previously had, he no longer holds. He is no longer an Alliance councilman, nor a military commander. Now, take this message back to your comrades in arms." Ji Yu Hang had already given the officer a chance, but he hadn't seized it. It was evident that he was under tremendous psychological pressure, but he still resisted, saying, "I apologize, Your Excellency the Governor, but please comply with General Mondic's." He couldn't finish his sentence. He felt an incredible power clutching at his throat. Quickly, he fainted due to lack of blood flow to the brain. Releasing the power of his telekinetic control, he let the body fall to the ground. Ji Hang waved his hand and soldiers came forward to drag the man away. This officer was very courageous, but his courage was misplaced. At that moment, Commander Madden spoke up, "Governor, the situation is now very clear. That man who claims to be General Mondik, his actions amount to rebellion. What stands before us now are all rebels. So, Commander Maddens, what do you suggest we do? Kill all the rebels? Can the 7 Phoenix warriors accomplish that?" Maddens actually began to calculate carefully before replying. Relying solely on the 7 of us to completely defeat an army of 10,000, equipped with heavy firepower and armor, would be difficult. I need the cooperation of the Sisters of St. Lily of Mercy along with the artillery fire from the quintet. At night, we could enter the target area, mark it for an orbital strike, and then let the starships commence the bombardment. We could move in to sweep the area afterward. With this plan, we should be able to complete the mission with a relatively small loss. Battle Nun Georgette, however, raised an objection. "I'm sorry, Commander Maddens, I would relish another opportunity to fight alongside the Phoenix again. But our mission on this descent to the planet's surface is not to quell a rebellion, but to deal with heretic cultists. I will not partake in a campaign against human rebels. Mr. Governor, I also ask for your understanding." Ji Hang was not disappointed. Instead, he displayed a calming smile. "I understand, I certainly do. Commander Maddens, your plan is sound. When I deem these enemies before us all need to be eliminated, I will adopt your plan. But for now, we don't need to complicate matters to such an extent. What do you plan to do, then? Rest for now. You might be unaffected by a whole day of marching, but my soldiers need rest to recover their combat strength. As for the specifics of the plan, I will inform you later. I also ask you, and Superior Georgette, to coordinate with me tomorrow." Maddens gazed at Ji Hang for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Georgette also expressed her stance. "We will not slaughter human soldiers, but we will provide you, Mr. Governor, with the necessary protection." To have achieved this step is already very much appreciated. Within Revival City, Norris and Bradford waited anxiously for news from the outer city. Upon learning that Ji Hang had set out, and that he actually had space warriors with him, even battle nuns, these 2 Alliance councilmen who were merchants were quite panicked. Regret filled their hearts, and even when General Mondik decided to lead his troops to defend the outer city, they raised their objections. But their objections were weak and powerless, as always. They could only watch as Mondik positioned himself in front of the governor and then pray that conflict would not erupt. And indeed, it did not. Mr. Gu, the governor, had stopped right outside the outer city. This was indeed joyful news. Bradford spoke. "It seems we overestimated how tough Ji Hang would be. Perhaps, his toughness was all just an act." Norris said with a chuckle, "At least we can sleep peacefully tonight. We indeed need a hardliner like Mondik. He's done very well." "Yes," Bradford said, "the threat of war has greatly diminished. Now, the remaining issue is how to get that capricious governor to stop playing around building camps outside and quickly return to where he belongs. Yes, once he's back, everything will return to normal. Just like the previous 3 governors. Yes, we have countless ways to deal with him. There's no need for him to dream of saving the world. The Rage Owl Star doesn't need his salvation. All he has to do is to dutifully serve as governor, enjoy a couple of comfortable years, and then retire peacefully when it's time." On the second day, at dawn, the sun had not yet risen, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Outside Revival City, many soldiers had been on duty throughout the night. At the very front, the officers in charge of the checkpoint were 2 lieutenant colonels. "Last night, Landolf didn't come back," one of them said. "I don't know whether he's dead or if the governor detained him." "Did General Mondik get angry?" asked the other. "No," the first lieutenant colonel replied. "The general was actually quite pleased when he saw that the governor's troops really had stopped outside." "Pleased? But Landolf is his own nephew." The former simply shrugged his shoulders, indicating that that was just the way things were. So cold-blooded, poor Landolf. While chatting idly, suddenly one of them stretched out his hand, pointing towards the faint morning fog on the outskirts. "What is that?" The other looked in the direction of the outstretched hand. It was not yet fully light, the visibility was obscured by morning fog, but he could still make out, vaguely, the figures of a few giants slowly approaching. The two exchanged a glance. One retreated and blew his whistle, alerting all the soldiers at the checkpoint to be vigilant, while the other took aim with his gun into the thick fog and asked, "Who goes there?" However, there was no response from within the fog. The figures approaching through the mist remained silent. Only after they drew somewhat closer could heavy footsteps be heard. The sound of footsteps was somewhat abrupt. There had been no sound before, as if they were ghosts, and now, after being spotted, the sound was so distinct, so heavy, it was as if a war drum had been struck in their hearts. He had already realized who was coming, but he didn't know what to do about it. Should he open fire? He didn't dare. First of all, he did not dare to take the responsibility for firing the first shot. Second, and more importantly, considering his current situation, standing in front of the checkpoint without any cover, if he dared to fire the first shot, he'd be dead the next second. But should he just do nothing? Amid his dilemma, he noticed that the soldiers stationed behind him had prepared themselves following the reminder of the colleague with whom he had just spoken. Dozens of guns were aimed in this direction, which reassured him considerably. He refocused his gaze towards the front and called out again. "Who goes there? Please respond." This time, there was still no answer. But as the footsteps drew closer, he could now faintly see the figures approaching. The fiery red-powered armor and the signature colossal stature undoubtedly marked their identity. The man they were escorting, though he had never seen him before, must surely be the governor. As they walked closer and closer, the obstructing officer grew more and more nervous, his hands sweating on his weapon. He couldn't help but issue a third warning. "Please halt, you are not permitted to pass." Still, there was no response, as if what approached were not living people, but a host of ghosts. After the third warning was issued, the figures were very close. He couldn't help but turn his head back, looking to his companion, as if seeking guidance on what to do next. To his dismay, he found that his companion was also looking back at him, eyes revealing the same question. According to the rules of the wasteland, when faced with such a situation, there would be no hesitation. One would just fire a salvo first. If the people were dead, they wouldn't pose a threat anymore. But here, regardless of political decorum, could the rifles in the soldiers' hands be of any use against these steel-bodied adversaries? What to do? No one knew what to do. Under hesitation, conflict, helplessness, enormous pressure, and intense nervousness, these checkpoint soldiers and officers simply allowed the star warriors and battle nuns, escorting the governor, to approach them. The moment for a final decision had come. The commanding officer, still not daring to give the order to fire, could not just let them pass either. At last, gritting his teeth and bravely stepping in front of the advancing crowd, he stretched out his palm to the leading star warrior, making a halting gesture while saying, "Halt, ahead is forbid." There was a dull thud, his head caved in. The red-armored warrior at the front had no intention of stopping. When faced with an obstruction, he simply extended his hand as if swatting away a fly, his backhand striking the officer's face. The movement was too fast for the officer to react or dodge, and his head caved as if struck by a sledgehammer. The splattered blood stained the vivid red armor, hardly noticeable. His body slumped to the side, legs still twitching. Blood kept pouring from his misshapen head, quickly pooling into a large puddle. No one cared, no one paid attention. The death angel who struck the blow didn't even alter the rhythm of his pace. Those who followed didn't spare a glance to the side. Even the holy and merciful battle nuns were indifferent. The commanding officer was dead, but the soldiers still did not dare to shoot, not even when a star warrior kicked Landolf aside. Nor did anyone dare to block their path. Like this, they simply let the governor's procession pass. The way behind, for Gu Heng and his companions, was also clear. Although someone had died at the first checkpoint, the commotion wasn't great. There were neither gunshots nor cannon fire, and many soldiers behind were completely unaware of what had happened, with a considerable number still asleep, undisturbed. Under these circumstances, the 19 of them, including Gu Heng, strolled confidently down the street from the outer city to the inner city gate. The outer city's environment wasn't great, haphazardly constructed with no planning, narrow alleys typical of densely populated slums. However, the main avenues extending from the gates leading to the inner city remained spacious. The deliberately produced heaviness of the powered leg armor echoed far and wide. Many soldiers on duty, now awake, peeked out and saw them. The imposing star warriors and the striking battle nuns were an awe-inspiring sight, further accentuating the governor's distinguished aura under their protection. Were such figures something these lowly soldiers could contend with? No one dared think so. At the same time, they felt more at ease in their hearts. Before, General Mondik had firmly prohibited the governor from entering the city, even adopting a stance ready for a forceful confrontation. Thankfully, General Mondik had since changed his mind. Most of the soldiers in the rear were unaware of what had happened at the checkpoint. Seeing the governor's procession moving arrogantly on the main road, they assumed it was normal, that the general had allowed them passage. Otherwise, why wasn't anyone shooting at them? Why has no one stopped them? Located in the outer city, guarding the gate, and presiding over the military, Mondik had just been woken up when he received the news, and he already felt very anxious. Yesterday, after the arrival of the governor's troops, although his deployed nephew failed to return, the governor's forces had indeed stopped outside, honestly not moving an inch. This satisfied him. His tough stance seemed to have been effective. The next step was to consider how to negotiate with the governor. But who could have expected that early this morning, he would hear such shocking bad news? With the escort of 7 Star Realm warriors and 11 battle nuns, the governor strolled through his army and was now walking on the main road, heading towards the inner city. And throughout the process, the interactions between his army and the governor's guard were very peaceful. It was said that an officer who tried to block the way had his head crushed with a single punch. But besides that, not a single shot was fired, not a single cannon was shot. His soldiers just let the enemy walk right through. Why is that? Could it be that all my troops have mutinied? This was the source of Mondik's anxiety, because it wasn't impossible. He was a general, a commander, but nominally he was a subordinate to the governor, who was the supreme commander. The ordinary soldiers didn't understand the twists and turns above them and wouldn't easily categorize the governor as an enemy. To some extent, if the soldiers really rebelled, what could he do? Mondik even couldn't help but look around, fearing that the next moment, before the governor's people arrived, his own soldiers would bind him, chanting something like, lending General Mondik's head for use. But fortunately, that situation did not happen. His personal guard was still loyally guarding outside. The adjutant who came to report responded to his earlier question. Indeed, no one stopped them. I inquired about it, and it is said that you might have allowed the governor's troops to pass, so the soldiers did not dare to block or open fire. Not to mention others, even he himself thought so. Bullshit, Mondik bellowed. You never issued such an order, sir? Faced with this question, Mondik instead calmed down. He composed himself and quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. The situation might not be as bad as he had initially thought. Right now, the soldiers were just confused, bewildered, and at a loss. They had not yet shown any intention of mutiny. The prestige Mondik had established within the troops was still intact. The soldiers would still consider him the highest commander of the forces. And more importantly, the propaganda that they had been doing within the alliance authorities, the troops, and the whole city was still effective. The era of the brutal rule of the second governor had only ended 6 years ago, and the memories were still fresh in people's minds. No one wanted to return to those times. It was with the help of this public sentiment that they, over the past 6 years, had puppetized the governor on one hand, making sure his decrees could not leave his office, let alone affect the broader lands beyond Revival City. On the other hand, they had also silently shifted the blame for many of their own misdeeds onto the governor. In Rage Owl Star and Era City, despite some still cherishing the gubernatorial revival led by the first governor, people now held not too much affection for the governors sent by the imperial faction. Hatred was perhaps an overstatement, since the new one had not had enough time to commit bad deeds. But the lingering fear and resentment had not diminished in the slightest. After Gu Heng arrived, the fact that he ventured beyond the confines of Revival City to meddle in external affairs was beyond the expectations of the Alliance's upper echelons, but it was a development they were happy to see. If he wanted to play some construction game, then let him play by himself. No one believed he could survive the imperial tax 2 years from now by starting from scratch with external construction. Once the governor was executed 2 years later, the top brass of the Alliance would simply scapegoat some members of the governor's government, have them finished off together, and then just wait for the arrival of the next governor, all to endure another 2-year cycle. Because of this, they had recently loosened their smear campaign against the new governor. Not to mention, amongst them had emerged a traitor like Hodgson. Unintentionally, the news of the new governor's thriving activities outside had spread among the poor outside Revival City. It was only recently that they realized the seriousness of the problem. Not only had they executed Hodgson, but they had also made it clear to the governor that they were ready for confrontation. Under these circumstances, they restarted a round of urgent propaganda, attempting to mold Gu Heng into a new, second governor, claiming he would return to seize power and sentence half of Revival City's population as tribute for the imperial tax, and portraying how tragic it would be to be given as human tribute. But in truth, if the poor were taken as human tax, it might not be such a bad thing. Working as slaves on starships might be better than living as poor in Rageowl Star. Of course, there was also the chance of being sent to the Star Realm army as slaves, cannon fodder, or to the frontline logistical transport team. That could be slightly worse. Though they would have enough food, the average lifespan measured in hours was a downside. However, in their propaganda, they would neither mention having enough to eat nor discuss issues of glory and honor, only the short life expectancy. Their propaganda was somewhat effective. Previously, Gu Heng's construction projects outside had been vibrant and absorbed many refugees. Henry and Hodgson hadn't held back with their positive promotions, which greatly boosted his reputation. Now, as they began to speak ill of Gu Heng, the effect was somewhat limited. But at the very least, they had managed to dilute his previously good reputation, reigniting the fear of being ruled by a governor in the people's minds. Attitudes that had begun to lean a certain way became uncertain again. Reflecting on this, Mondik couldn't help but feel relieved. It had been a good move. Otherwise, he might truly have faced the scenario where the soldiers might have defected en masse at the governor's call to arms. Having analyzed the situation, Mondik had a rough idea of what he needed to do. He needed to personally step up and, with his own authority, strengthen the soldiers' resolve, helping them understand the situation clearly and distinguish who was the enemy and who was the commander. Even at critical moments, he needed to further maintain his tough stance, inspiring his personal guard to decisively prevent Gu Heng from advancing, thus influencing the entire army. But at this thought, he hesitated again. Rationally speaking, there was no issue, but to confront Star Realm warriors personally? If the governor really acted recklessly, ordering a sudden assault, could a few hundred men from his personal guard hold them back? He feared that before the army could react, and the heavy artillery could be deployed, his own head would be rolling. Mondik found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Mondik knew what the right course of action was, he just didn't dare to take it. There was no other reason, simply the fear of death. Hesitant and wavering, but as he floundered, Gu Heng's steps were so firm, and they were getting closer and closer. He knew this, and as time passed, he began to realize that he couldn't hesitate any longer. At this point, making a choice, even the wrong one, wouldn't be worse than doing nothing at all. He really didn't dare to face the governor's dignity and the threat of the Star Realm warriors in person. But he couldn't surrender to the governor either. That option was no longer available. He was also unwilling to give up the current situation and retreat back into the inner city, which would amount to a complete loss of face. A general who abandoned his troops would never again earn their loyalty, and then the governor might actually be able to take command of the troops by asserting his moral high ground. In the end, he came up with a compromise. Gu Heng finally met with resistance. To be honest, he was disappointed, the reaction was too slow. Even though, in the current scene, this was one of the many possibilities he had anticipated. The soldiers might be at a loss because of the governor's status, because of the suddenness, because they had never opened fire. This was also why Gu Heng chose to set out when the sun was about to rise and many were still asleep, and why he didn't let anyone shoot at the previous checkpoints. But now that it had happened, he still lamented his opponent's indecisiveness. If Gu Heng himself had been in the opponent's position, he would have already made a decisive order. Pull up the heavy artillery, pull up the tanks, never mind accidental injuries or the consequences after firing, just blast the hell out of them first. That Mondik, didn't he realize that he wouldn't survive? He was still hedging his bets, unaware of what there was to be cautious about. Of course, if the enemy really did that, Gu Heng wasn't afraid either. Since he dared to come, he naturally had means to break the situation. Heavy artillery wouldn't kill the Star Realm warriors, wouldn't kill the battle nuns, and wouldn't kill him either. To be more precise, they couldn't hit him, but since that didn't happen, there was no need to discuss it further. And at the moment, Gu Heng cared even less about this slight impediment. About a company of soldiers, led by several officers, blocked the road ahead tightly. They had obviously arrived in a hurry. There was no time to set up a roadblock, so they just used their bodies to block the way, and hadn't even started shooting yet. But there was an officer at the front with a megaphone, shouting, "Stop advancing, after 3 warnings we will open fire. The governor must come forward alone." Hearing the warning, Jiyu Hang could also see the soldiers blocking the way. Their guns had already been raised, hands on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. 3 warnings? Jiyu Hang's lips curled into a cold smile. "Those up ahead are definitely rebels," Jiyu Hang said softly. The officer opposite was about to issue a second warning, but at that moment, a bomb burst his body apart. A large caliber bullet, made of diamond, completely destroyed most of the officer's torso. The bomb, with extreme penetrative power, continued unabated and killed another soldier before exploding among the crowd. The characteristics of a standard bomb include, besides a large caliber bullet with strong penetration, an internal explosive fuse and a micro-shaped charge. When it detonates, the combined power of the impact and shrapnel is even more ferocious than that of a typical hand grenade or rifle grenade. In the hands of the Star Realm warriors, the grenade gun is an overwhelmingly powerful weapon against ordinary armies. It can be used as a rapid-firing small-caliber grenade launcher against light infantry or as an armor-piercing shell against armored units. Piercing through the armor, the bomb then explodes inside the vehicle, killing the targets within. 7 Star Realm warriors opened fire simultaneously. The firepower of the grenade guns blanketed about 100 soldiers, acting as a human wall on the road, and almost instantly, completely obliterated them. Even if there were 2 tanks among those soldiers, that was equally meaningless. If they were the main battle tanks of the Star Realm army, like the Lion King tank, the grenade guns would indeed be less effective. However, the 2 tanks present were just local products manufactured by some military industries of Rage Owl Star, not the main battle tanks of the terrestrial forces in the Star Realm army. Although their armor looked thick, their design, technological content, and the materials themselves were not up to standard and couldn't withstand the diamond-constructed bullets of the bombs. The bomb pierced through the armor and exploded inside the tank. A hole in the tank might not seem too bad, but the people inside were certainly not able to survive. During this process, as some of the 100 or so soldiers started to react, they pulled their triggers and fired at the Star Realm warriors. But by the time they were almost wiped out, the number of bullets that made it their way probably didn't exceed 20, and most went astray. Those few that did hit couldn't even leave a scratch on the Star Realm warriors' powered armor. A Star Realm warrior at the forefront spoke up. "What gave these mortals the courage to think they could block us, without any cover, without any fortifications, and with outdated equipment, daring to hold their position in a dense formation on an open road?" Jiyu Hang knew the speaker was Schneider. This bald-headed warrior, when not wearing a helmet, was a more elite fighter than the veterans. And Jiyu Hang could tell, this fellow was also at odds with the battle group commander, Maddens. But right now, Jiyu Hang didn't have the time to pay attention to these matters or to the words Schneider had just said. He had more important things to do. Spiritual energy surged, telekinesis amplifying the vibration of the air caused by his voice speaking, sending his words to the ears of many soldiers who had just witnessed the one-sided, devastating slaughter. "I am the Governor-General of the Empire. I am the ruler of the coalition. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be considered a traitor. I order all soldiers to obey commands, stand by on the spot, and await the outcome. I am the Governor-General of the Empire. All soldiers, obey commands, stand by on the spot, and await the outcome." This sentence, as if forming waves in the air, echoed continuously. Meanwhile, the speed of Jiyu Hang and his companions suddenly increased. When the Star Realm warriors and the battle nuns moved at full speed, their velocity was comparable to that of armored vehicles, with an explosive power more intense than that of sprint champions and stamina stronger than marathon champions. And of course, Jiyu Hang wasn't going to chase them on foot. His telekinesis took effect again, an invisible force lifting his body, allowing him to half-float, closely following the advanced soldiers, ensuring he remained within their protection. Releasing 2 chapters together at noon, does it feel better? Previously, I was publishing them in 2 separate updates, one at noon and another in the afternoon, which seemed a bit disjointed. Although Jiyu Hang used the power of spiritual energy to convey the warning and command to every ally soldier in the vicinity, he was not about to leave fate in uncontrollable hands. The soldiers might very well ignore the warnings and commands, whether due to their loyalty to Mondik and the Alliance or a stress reaction, and open fire directly on Jiyu Hang and his team. Therefore, Ji Hang needed to be prepared to receive a blow. If the surrounding soldiers did make a move, the armor on the warriors and battle nuns in motion would serve as Ji Hang's best cover, impervious to ordinary firepower. Should any heavy artillery shells come flying, not to mention whether they could easily hit in a high-speed movement state, even if they did, Ji Hang had the ability to identify them in advance and use the power of spiritual energy to cause a slight deviation while they were mid-air, making them miss their target. At the same time, they would turn into a sharp dagger, piercing through the entire army and heading straight for Revival City's military command center, to capture General Mondik alive. He believed that under a high-speed charge, nothing could stop the 19 top warriors, along with his assistance as a spiritual energy user. At least the Revival City military didn't have the capability. However, despite Ji Hang's preparation for the worst, this bad situation did not occur at all. The surrounding soldiers still did not fire. Perhaps the words Ji Hang had sent with spiritual energy had indeed had an effect. The soldiers hesitated due to Mr. Gu's position and the pressure of becoming traitors to the Empire, daring not to make a move. Or perhaps, the sight of the Star Warriors annihilating an entire tank and infantry combined squad in just a few seconds was simply too terrifying. Admittedly, this was because Mondik's personal guard, completely misunderstanding the combat style of the Star Warriors, chose an extremely wrong deployment, leading to their group's annihilation. But the ordinary soldiers onlooking were probably just caught in shock and disbelief, and it would take a while before they could make sense of it. Besides, even after making sense of it, would it be any less frightening? The wreckage of over 100 bodies along with 2 tanks was the result of just 7 people in 2 seconds. It was literally to die for. And those battle nuns hadn't even made a move. Of course, these 2 factors might have worked together. The soldiers were indeed scared, and Mr. Gu's words gave them a reason to convince themselves. In any case, the soldiers did not act, and in the midst of their sprint, Ji Hang and his group continued inward. Their speed was even faster than the time it took for Mondik to receive the message. Those who could contact Mondik directly had just been killed, and some clever ones, wanting to go back to report, had to run faster than the Star Warriors and battle nuns. This led to the situation where, by the time Mondik learned that his personal guard sent to intercept had been wiped out, Ji Hang, leading his team, had almost reached his face. And Mondik's face had long turned deathly pale. The force he could count on for assured loyalty was his personal guard. This part of his troops, in a previous decision, had been divided into 3 parts. Apart from those sent to stop Mr. Ji and those still by his side, the rest had been ordered to rally more troops. Of course, he had considered what would happen if a conflict really broke out and Mr. Ji chose to take action, or rather, whether he should prepare to take action himself. He had thought he was prepared, but when he discovered that Ji Hang could pass through checkpoints without being stopped, he began to doubt this and dispatched a squad to try and directly command the larger force below. But it seemed too late. What to do? He felt that he had only pondered for a moment in his mind, still undecided whether to leave or stay or fight, when the sound of gunfire rang in his ears. The most loyal guards to him bravely returned fire against the 19 people charging straight at them. However, such resistance was utterly meaningless. Mondik's so-called command post was essentially a larger, relatively nicer-looking house selected within the outer city, which had been requisitioned. A portion of the surrounding buildings had been demolished, and the debris was used to hastily construct defenses. The guard soldiers were stationed around it, along with 4 Challenger tanks and a combat command vehicle. In the face of an attack, the post could hold out. If necessary, given the cleared surrounding buildings, he could also escape conveniently in the command vehicle. His guard troops had a suitable place to station themselves and had preemptively adopted a defensive posture. They weren't bunched up and had cover and foxholes for protection, so they couldn't be easily wiped out with a volley from a grenade rifle. Although there were many casualties from precise shots and small-scale explosions, at least they could still fight. At the same time, when these guards engaged in battle, a significant number of nearby Allied soldiers were also spurred into action. After all, General Mondik was right there, and a considerable portion of these Allied soldiers also started attacking instead of standing idly by. But even though the Space Warriors couldn't clear the defenders in one wave, they were not stopped either. Without needing cover, they charged forward. Bullets fired at their cerametal armor were mostly ineffective. Thrown grenades didn't reach them. There were few rocket launchers to speak of. and those with low accuracy that did hit were deflected by Ji Hang using spiritual energy. In fact, even without deflection, it might not have been a big problem. At worst, they would stagger a bit, feel a little uncomfortable from the shock, get some soot and smoke on their armor, but nothing too serious. Of course, the battle nun might be more affected. The saintly Lily's white-green armor was beautiful but definitely not as sturdy as that of the space warriors. So, Ji Hang paid a bit more attention to the firepower aimed at the battle nun. Sister Chang Roite also noticed this and nodded slightly to Ji Hang before throwing herself even more vigorously into the fight. She charged to the forefront, accelerated and broke through the line, swiftly nearing a tank that was trying to turn its cannon to fire. She brandished a long-handled battle halberd in her hands, and with a single swing, the golden blade sliced the tank's cannon clean off. After that, she leapt high, penetrating the tank from the top with her halberd. The soldiers inside only saw a golden light shining down upon them before they witnessed their commander and driver skewered together like candied haw. The men were terrified, and this was just a glimpse of what was happening on the battlefield. The firepower of ordinary soldiers could not at all stop the advance of the superhuman warriors. And the grenade rifles in the hands of the space warriors and the battle nun could easily eliminate any enemy that stood in their way. They didn't quickly kill all the soldiers, but there was no need for that. In just a moment, they had already broken through the soldiers' defensive line. Ji Hang could even see Mondik. The Revival City general was right in front of his eyes, just having hurriedly boarded a command vehicle, seemingly intending to flee. But thinking of fleeing only now, how could he possibly escape? By this time, Mondik was destined not to escape. The one who made the move was still Sister Chang Roite. She knew that for Ji Hang, capturing this rebel leader alive would be of greater value, even though the guy's ultimate fate would still be an inevitable death. After cutting through a tank, Sister Chang didn't stop but instead sped up. She leapt high into the air, and the battle pack on her back suddenly burst into a deep green flame, propelling her body to accelerate fiercely in midair. The command vehicle that had just started moving didn't have time to pick up speed before Sister Chang was upon it. In midair, she fired with one hand, and the infantrymen accompanying the command vehicle were each picked off with precision. By the time she landed, there were no enemies left around her. With a swirl of her glaive, a pair of the command vehicle's rear wheels were sliced in half, another slash, and the door was cut open, revealing Mondik's startled face. At this time, the rebel leader still showed some bravery. Trembling, he raised the pistol he had prepared earlier and pulled the trigger at Sister Chang. But how could a regular self-defense pistol shake Sister Chang in her reactive power armor? He managed to fire only once before the bullet ricocheted off the armor. Right after that, he was grasped by the collar with one hand by Sister Chang and dragged down from the vehicle. The general, like a dead dog, lay on the ground and was dragged by Georgette towards Ji Hang. He kept struggling, but it was meaningless. Sister Chang's hand was like steel, not loosening in the slightest. The surrounding bodyguards, who were still alive, could only watch helplessly. The general, who used to be so high and mighty, was now being dragged on the ground. Some wanted to save him, but they didn't know what to do. Should they shoot bullets that were utterly ineffective, or should they bombard with heavy firepower and risk killing the general in the process? And even more terrifying were these male and female warriors themselves. They had also faced these extraordinarily elite super soldiers of the Empire head-on, and their only impression was, could such an enemy even be considered human? Immune to blades and guns, impervious to bombardment. Yet, on the other side, a casual shot meant that if the ranks were dense enough, groups of them would be taken out. The Death Angels, as if leisurely strolling through their own backyard, captured their general from within their protection. They did not fail to fight desperately, but all they could do was to die. This kind of battle, destined to be lost with no chance of victory, they could no longer continue to fight. Seeing the general captured, they even felt a sense of relief. Since they had already lost, could they stop fighting now? This thought filled their minds, and the fingers of the soldiers pulling the triggers were no longer so resolute. The Star Warriors, too, lowered their firepower. Soldiers who had stopped firing and just hid, they couldn't be bothered with them any longer, focusing their grenades only on those who still resisted stubbornly. The Phoenix, a battle group so impoverished, valued their grenades much more than the lives of these local rebel natives. At this moment, Georgette had already brought Mondik in front of Ji Hang. Now, General Mondik, who was always tough and dressed in battle uniform, had completely lost his usual image and demeanor. Being dragged along the ground all the way, due to Sister Chang's excessive roughness, he spent half the time with half of his face on the ground. By the time he reached Ji Hang, the dragged half of his face was a bloody, unrecognizable mess, and his bloodied, dusty clothes were tattered, making him look extremely pathetic. He was thrown in front of Ji Hang, struggling to stand, but he was in too much pain to get up. Not that he needed to get up by himself. An invisible force lifted his body, raising him up. He was able to face Ji Hang directly. He opened his mouth with difficulty, trying to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Similarly, an invisible force blocked his throat, making even breathing difficult, let alone speaking. Of course, this was Ji Hang's doing. Whether the man in front of him wanted to stay tough to the end or beg for mercy, Ji Hang no longer planned to listen. Now, whatever Mondik's attitude was, it no longer had any significance. For Ji Hang, capturing this guy alive meant he was only good for one thing. "The security issue, it's up to you now," said Ji Hang, his voice ringing in the ears of the star soldiers and battle nuns. Georgette nodded with a smile. Actually, that comment was primarily intended for her. Next, Ji Hang would be exposed to the gun barrels of all enemies. He wasn't worried about the ordinary soldiers, nor even the bombardment of artillery fire. He could handle all that. Only, he was concerned there might be heretic cultists from the primordial Wrath Owl sect hidden within the army. It was possible. If they made a move, combined with the bullets and artillery fire from some controlled soldiers, they indeed could pose a threat to him. Death was unlikely. At worst, he would just sneak into the protection of the star soldiers and battle nuns if the situation turned dire. Was there anyone on Rage Owl Star capable of breaking through the protection of these 19 people and killing him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, that would be somewhat embarrassing and detrimental to Ji Hang's efforts to establish his authority. What he needed from Sister Chang Jae Roite was to ensure he wouldn't end up in that awkward position as much as possible. This had been discussed in advance, and the sister had agreed very promptly. Or, in other words, if it were merely about helping the governor crush the rebellion, the Sisters of the Merciful Lily were somewhat lacking in enthusiasm. Their core objective in coming to the planet's surface was to combat the heretic cultists. And this job of guarding against the possible emergence of heretic cultists suited them perfectly. Ji Hang shifted his gaze away and then returned his attention to Mondik. It was time to make use of this alliance general. Under the dominion of telekinesis, Ji Hang's body began to rise, taking Mondik with him. Ji Hang's golden governor uniform moved without wind, as he looked stern and solemn, overlooking the entire battlefield. Mondik's figure was slightly lower, his limbs and throat bound by spiritual energy, leaving him unable to move or speak. Only Ji Hang's voice, carried by the power of spiritual energy, echoed at the scene. "All soldiers, lay down your weapons. I am Ji Hang. I am the representative of the empire to whom you have sworn your service. I am the vicar of the divine emperor who rules this land. I am the master of Rage Owl Star. I am your governor. And this man, whom you call general, has betrayed the empire, betrayed the divine emperor, betrayed me." At this, the star soldiers and battle nuns showed subtle changes in their expressions. Betraying the governor indeed meant betraying the empire. And to betray the empire was to betray the divine emperor, wasn't it? He was absolutely correct, yet the way His Excellency the governor equated himself with the empire and the divine emperor, something felt a bit off, didn't it? But they didn't say anything. Ji Hang didn't care what these devout believers of the divine emperor thought, and he continued. "I hereby declare, in the name of the emperor, to strip General Mondik of his title and sentence him as a traitor to the empire. Soldiers, regardless of any orders you have received before, they are now entirely terminated. In the name of the governor, I command all of you to lay down your weapons. Your past actions will no longer be pursued. But from this moment on, those who still refuse to obey orders will be similarly regarded as traitors." Amidst his words, Ji Hang raised a pistol and aimed it at Mondik's forehead, executing him with a single shot. Killing Mondik in his current state was as easy for Ji Hang as snuffing out a chick. His spiritual energy could lift Mondik's entire body into the air. The same force could easily break Mondik's neck without any problem. Ji Hang did not do so. Instead, he chose to shoot Mondik, and the reason for an execution by gunfire was the sense of formality. Ji Hang wanted to use this symbolically significant method of execution by firing squad to tell all the soldiers that their former commander was a criminal, a traitor to the empire. And they should, at this moment, completely disassociate themselves from the traitor and accept the leadership of the governor. He also did not plan to immediately put to use all of these 10,000 soldiers of Revival City. But at the very least, these men definitely could not become an obstacle to his next actions. If a great purge was inevitable, it would start first within the army. The surrounding soldiers almost all saw what happened in the sky and heard the governor's declaration. The general, a traitor? This news was somewhat difficult to accept all at once. It wasn't as if the soldiers would really consider Mondik a traitor and Ji Hang their commander just because Ji Hang said so. After all, they were not very familiar with Ji Hang before this, whereas Mondik had been their leader for many years. Many among them were officers promoted by General Mondik. However, Mondik was now dead. He died right before their eyes, executed as a convicted criminal. The object of their loyalty had been lost. Many were left in a state of confusion. What was to come next? To avenge the general, this. For some who were deeply indebted to Mondik, this was indeed an option. In fact, some had already tried to do so. An officer attempted to continue rallying his soldiers to launch an attack. But this was not particularly effective. The most crucial point was that they had no way of denying Ji Hang's status as a ruler. He was the genuine governor, and he had executed the general, leaving the surviving soldiers with almost no reason to continue fighting. Merely incited by officers, the efforts were not so potent. Only a few who were muddled in their minds would draw their weapons and attempt an attack. Facing these attacks, Ji Hang remained unmoved in the air. This was not the time to back down. He had to stand here, repeatedly broadcast the declaration he had just made to the soldiers, and imprint his identity deeply into the soldiers' minds. As for those who were stubbornly deluded, their attacks were within the range that Ji Hang could handle. His telekinetic control was enough for him to catch the bullets aimed at him from a certain distance, and deflect them away from hitting the target. And even if there were a few bullets that he could not capture in time, he still had spiritual energy as a last resort to protect himself. If faced with a barrage from 10,000 people, no doubt, Ji Hang would have to flee instantly. But that situation did not occur, and the ones who attacked him were only a minority in the end. This small number of hardliners was soon suppressed powerfully. The Star Warriors would take action. The bomb guns in Phoenix's hands were always precise in eliminating the rebels. However, the cultists Ji Hang was worried about posed no threat to him. His previous speculation had been correct. Within the Revival City army, there surely were sorcerers from the primordial Wrath Owl sect hiding. After he took to the sky, these sorcerers quietly emerged and targeted him. Within the range of Ji Hang's psionic perception, he had already detected the traces of these heretic cultists. Aside from planning to attack Ji Hang with their spiritual energy, they were also trying to incite the soldiers around them to continue their assault on Ji Hang. Yet, trusting in the battle nuns, Ji Hang did not move. And the sisters, led by Superior Georgette, indeed did not betray Ji Hang's trust. In the previous action, the Sancta Liliums, who had seemed somewhat slack, now became proactive. 11 of them, without the need for communication, neatly paired up into teams of 2, with Georgette acting alone. In total, 6 groups rushed into the crowd of soldiers. Shouting in the name of the Emperor, they rooted out the cultists who had revealed themselves and were ready to attempt using forbidden magic to attack Ji Hang. They were true experts in combating heretics, the nemesis of all that is heretical, cultist, and spiritually powered. A faint glow arose from the Sancta Liliums. The Divine Emperor's blessing had arrived. Within a certain range, all hostile spiritual energy and malevolent methods were directly hindered. Of course, this obstruction was not absolute. If the target was too powerful, the evil magic that should be cast would still work. After all, their anti-psionic strength came from the divine magic they wielded, from the blessings of the Emperor. Essentially, when any hostile spell took effect, their divine power would immediately counteract it. However, at least the sorcerers present could not break through the suppression of the battle nuns' anti-psionic power. With their magic and psychic abilities ineffective, those cultists mixed among the soldiers had no ability to fight back and were easily eradicated. Seeing the battle nuns kill their comrades nearby, some soldiers began to resist. Whether their counterattack was instinctual or they were truly bewitched by the cultists, the Sancta Liliums showed no mercy and eliminated all resistance. The cultists infiltrated among them looked no different in appearance and attire from ordinary soldiers. The soldiers did not know that these were cultists, with some thinking they were being slaughtered. To prevent the spread of such a misunderstanding and avoid the already tense situation sliding into total chaos, Gu Hang used his spiritual energy to amplify his voice and again spoke next to the ears of all the soldiers. Lay down your weapons. Cease resistance. Cultists intending to destroy Revival City are plotting action, and the battle nuns are purging the heretics. Lay down your weapons. You will not be implicated. Anyone continuing to hold weapons will be regarded as traitors. Lay down your weapons. Do not become traitors. In confusion, a considerable number of soldiers finally stopped resisting. And at this moment, Yan Fangzhu's infantry brigade also appeared on the scene. They cautiously approached the Alliance Legion's defensive line, also shouting along with the governor to lay down weapons and stop resisting. The disarmed soldiers stayed in place peacefully. Those few still holding weapons, whether they resisted or not, were all executed. As a human loudspeaker in the air, plus casting a persuasion to surrender aura over the entire Alliance army, Star Warriors and battle nuns inside rooting out stubborn traitors, confiscating ordinary soldiers' weapons, Yan Fangshu leading the infantry brigade began disarming from the outside. The main battle thus ended. Most Alliance soldiers, after witnessing the execution of General Mondik by firing squad, the governor's personal orders to surrender, and facing the overwhelming Star Warriors and battle nuns, chose to surrender. They did not want to fight any longer. Unable to win and unclear about the meaning behind continuing the fight, why keep fighting? The overall situation had been decided. Gu Hang also breathed a sigh of relief. He had reason to be happy. His prepared ultimate measure had not been used. His actions today involved some risk, but not a large one. Under the dual protection of the Star Warriors and the battle nuns, and being a rather powerful spiritual energy practitioner himself, he was not too likely to run into trouble. Moreover, his authority as the governor acted as a deterrent, rendering the Alliance soldiers indecisive, fearing to damage valuable equipment, and unable to commit fully to battle, adding another layer of protection. It was with these advantages that he dared to come and behead Mondik, and subsequently subdue the entire army. And the greatest risk was simply the failure of the operation. At this moment, the goals he had set had been achieved. Of course, he had also considered the possibility that this venture could spiral into complete chaos. In that case, he might have to face being trapped in the midst of an army 10,000 strong with only 19 people. But on one hand, he was confident that in such a scenario, he still could manage a full-force breakout. On the other hand, he had the ultimate measure to completely resolve the problem. In space orbit, the quintet was already on full combat readiness, the starship's colossal cannon ready to rain orbital strikes down on the ground at a moment's notice. If the situation completely spiraled out of control, Gu Hang would leave a mark and break out with all his might. The team led by Yan Fangshu would also provide cover outside and build defensive lines to blockade the Alliance Legion outside Revival City. After he had broken out, the starship's cannons would commence orbital bombardment, striking the Alliance Legion stationed in the outskirts of the city with relatively precise, smaller-scale attacks. An orbital strike wasn't completely unbeatable. If those under bombardment had dug deep enough air raid shelters and tunnels, complemented with strong bunkers specifically designed to withstand orbital strikes, then the destructive power of the bombardment could be greatly reduced, minimizing damage. But clearly, the Alliance Legion had not prepared for this, and hastily digging in was impossible. Once the orbital bombardment had ended, Gu Hang could then lead his forces to sweep the battlefield and achieve the goal of destroying the Alliance Legion just the same. But that was a last resort, a final measure. Orbital bombardment couldn't be completely precise, and it was inevitable that some of the shells might fall on Revival City's inner city, or non-combat areas of the outer city, causing severe collateral damage. The fear of orbital bombardment would spread through Revival City. This panic could potentially assist Gu Hang in his subsequent actions, but it might also intensify the resistance of the city's residents. If it came to that, the troubles ahead would be numerous. But if it did reach that extent, Gu Hang would not be merciful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such contingency plans. But of course, it was better not to resort to such measures if possible. The current outcome was much better than paving the way with orbital cannon fire. The Alliance Legion was now his. These 10,000 fully armed legionnaires, to completely control and turn them into reliable subordinates, that would certainly not be enough. Even just disarming them and taking them into custody had already taken quite an effort. After executing Mondig, disarming and settling these soldiers had taken up almost an entire day. Mainly because among these soldiers, although most had accepted their fate, there was still a small minority who refused to surrender their weapons, resulting in conflicts with the infantry brigade led by Yan Fangshu, with incidents of bloodshed occurring. At the same time, a considerable number, while they didn't dare openly resist, took the opportunity to flee with their weapons. Ji Yuheng's direct troops, totaling just about 1,500 soldiers from 5 battalions, were somewhat stretched thin. Although they did their best to prevent such events, a significant number of Alliance soldiers still managed to escape with weapons. These fellows would likely become troublesome in the future. If they hid in the slums of the outer city, they could become future security risks. If they fled outside the city, they might become bandits. Troublesome as it was, this was just a minor irritation, not a major issue. Excluding those who died and those who fled, about 7,000 soldiers ended up being taken into custody. Next, Ji Yuheng did not rush into the city. The situation in the city, the problem with Hodgson, were no longer the main issues. After the army had been disarmed, the city had become prey easily seized, unable to move, just waiting for Ji Yuheng to harvest it. Actually, what Ji Yuheng was facing now was far from the full military potential of Revival City. This operation couldn't even be considered a war. If Ji Yuheng were to name it himself, it should be called a special military operation. Ji Yuheng's keen judgment had discerned that although Hodson's disappearance meant that the Alliance authorities had declared war on him, in this war, his enemies were not the entirety of Revival City. On the contrary, that city should be his. The people in it and the army defending it should not be his enemies, but rather his subjects. Clearly understanding who the real enemy was, and who should be persuaded to join him, was the core reason why Ji Yuheng was able to achieve such significant results at such a small cost. It was only by understanding this that he could achieve maximum effect with minimal effort and avoid foolishly treating the entire city as the enemy, which would have resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. With the question of strategy resolved, what remained was how to execute it. With star warriors, battle nuns, starship colossal cannons, and his governor's status, the means to solve the problems were not a big issue. After dealing with the Alliance army, Ji Yuheng sent people to split his forces in 5 directions. 4 infantry battalions, each took charge and closed off one of the 4 gates to the inner city. Those in the inner city who had protected themselves behind high walls now found, to their astonishment, that the walls had become their prisons, and the 4 exits were no longer passable. Thus, the elites of the inner city, and the 100,000 residents living there, were locked inside, isolated from the 800,000 or 900,000 people outside. Another battalion was guarding the 7,000 disarmed, captured Alliance soldiers. Ji Yuheng was there as well. These 7,000 were critical. Ji Yuheng didn't delude himself into thinking he could turn them into his subordinates immediately, but in the future, they would become an important component of Ji Yuheng's military force. He could not afford to ignore these 7,000. Even though he had the system's training capabilities, good sources of troops were still important. But before he could incorporate this army, Ji Yuheng still had a lot of work to do. Over 7,000 soldiers had been disarmed and gathered for surveillance, but that didn't mean the matter was over. Were there still heretic cultists among them? Was it possible that some cult followers had not revealed themselves during the recent actions against Ji Yuheng? It was very likely. The battle nuns were in charge of this task. Unlike the Phoenix, which had become idle after the battle, the Sisters of the Holy Mercy became even busier. They began searching within the entire army for any latent cult members. Under the watchful eyes of the Holy Mercy, the heretic cult had nowhere to hide. They were quickly identified, exposed, and executed publicly. Their actions did not provoke a backlash from the soldiers. On the contrary, they further aided Ji Yuheng. The primordial Wrath Owl sect did not have a good reputation. When the soldiers realized there were many heretics among them, they were actually angry. They wondered whether the previous commander had intentionally tolerated this. Did they really want to continue opposing the planetary governor alongside the treasonous cultists? Certainly not. In other words, This gave the soldiers another reason to convince themselves to peacefully accept the decision to surrender. At the same time, the Sisters of Holy Mercy also seized the opportunity to proselytize, instilling the national religion's teachings, faith in the emperor, and loyalty to the empire into the hearts of the soldiers. Their strength had already made a deep impression during the previous bloody battles. Now, they were showing mercy. Their faces carried gentle smiles, and from them radiated a divine light. The faith in the ascended divine emperor was already the most widespread belief throughout the human empire, Rage Al-Star being no exception. Capitalizing on the cult's defeat, carrying the victor's authority, and leveraging the soldiers' post-defeat confusion, their proselytizing was quite effective. The Sisters of Holy Mercy did this not specifically to help Ji Yu Hang. Was there any other reason for the nuns to evangelize? As for the fact that it objectively helped Ji Yu Hang, the spokesman for the empire's rule and planetary governor, by reinforcing the soldiers' loyalty, that was an unexpected boon. While the battle nuns were busy, Ji Yu Hang was not idle either. He met with all the surviving company and battalion-level military officers in the POW camp and talked with each of them for a while. After completing the one-on-one meetings, he gathered all the company-level and higher military officers for a closed-door meeting. During the conversations, Ji Yu Hang listened a lot and also said a lot. He learned about the soldiers' confusion, demands, and hesitations, and he gave many firm responses. Ji Yu Hang had not come to destroy Revival City. On the contrary, he had come to build it. Loyalty to the empire was every soldier's duty. They would be able to earn more merits on the battlefield, fighting for a better tomorrow for themselves, their families, and their hometowns. Of course, such things were abstract. But Ji Yu Hang also discussed many concrete matters. In Revival City, the treatment for those of the Alliance regular army was fairly decent, and Ji Yu Hang could ensure that their material supply would only be higher than before, officers included. In the future, the army would expand, and well-performing officers were likely to have more opportunities for promotion. The army would receive more attention, better equipment, which would be distributed among the troops. All soldiers and officers' families would get subsidies according to their ranks. If there were casualties, the compensation ratio would be higher than before. On both the spiritual and material levels, Ji Yu Hang provided assurances to these mid- and lower-tier military officers. The officers, one after another, were as though injected with adrenaline, thumping their chests and assuring the governor that they had been deceived in the past and now understood that loyalty to the governor was the only right path. Overall, the conversations were satisfactory for both host and guests. Of course, Ji Yu Hang was not naive. Could he fully trust the words of people thumping their chests? Could he immediately consider them his own people? That was clearly unrealistic. For instance, Ji Yu Hang could not possibly assign the task of blockading the city to these alliance soldiers now. If that were the case, a bunch of powerful individuals familiar with the officers, drawing on connections, and offering bribes with money, it would be feared that in the end, an unknown number of people would escape. In the current situation, it would be exceedingly foolish for those seasoned soldiers and officers mixed within the political circles of Revival City not to say some pleasant things. But Ji Yu Hang didn't care. As long as he presented the right attitude, that was enough. After that, Ji Yu Hang would have plenty of methods to increase the armed forces' combat effectiveness and tighten his control over the military.
He would truly fulfill the promises regarding material conditions without deceiving anyone. Soldiers rely on provisions, and by ensuring the promised benefits were delivered, he could establish a foundation of loyalty. The construction of a spiritual civilization needed further strengthening. In this regard, Ji Yu Hang planned to adopt some special measures.
He would select a batch of people from the 6 infantry battalions he had created and put them through special training. He planned to invite battle nuns and interstellar warriors to teach them classes. After they completed these classes, Ji Yu Hang himself would also teach. He would not conduct any particular military training, but rather cultivate ideological awareness. Loyalty to the empire and faith in the divine emperor needed to be further emphasized. And Ji Yu Hang had to associate loyalty, honor, and faith with himself. There was no problem with that, logically speaking. If you have faith in the divine emperor and are loyal to the empire, then as the planetary governor appointed by the empire, I am the very person executing the divine emperor's rule on Rage Al-Star. Loyalty to the emperor equates to loyalty to the governor. There was nothing wrong with that. However, inserting this personal merchandise into the mix was not a job for the Phoenix or the Merciful Lily. Jiyu Hang was willing to take on the extra burden himself. And all the individuals who were trained would be placed among the various levels of officers within the Alliance Legion. They were not there to seize power or act as military leaders, but to work as political officers. Their responsibility was to spread devotion to the governor throughout the entire army and review the actions of military leaders. If there were any signs of disloyalty among the officers, the political officers would report it to their superiors for action to be taken. In times of war, or other emergency situations, they even had the authority to execute military leaders and take over command of the troops. Similar positions existed within the Imperial Regular Army. But what Jiyu Hang intended to do was even more radical. He intended to establish political officers right down to the level of individual units. Building the army, strengthening discipline, boosting morale, and spreading loyalty. These were the tasks these individuals would undertake for Jiyu Hang in the future. For these tasks, Jiyu Hang stayed outside the city for a full 2 days. The nearly 50 political officers were also selected. They temporarily donned black coats, put on newly dyed red military hats, moved into the prisoner of war camp, and joined the various units within the Alliance Legion. Although these individuals were pushed into their roles rather abruptly, and even the planned ideological indoctrination by Jiyu Hang was quite basic, half a day of conversation with the nuns, and a half-day chat with Jiyu Hang himself, that was it. Regardless, their personal loyalty to Jiyu Hang was somewhat guaranteed. Throwing them into the army would enhance control over the military, no matter what. As for training, once there was spare time and the situation had calmed down, it wouldn't be too late to start a more in-depth process. While Jiyu Hang was busy with the army, the inner city was turned upside down in these 2 days. It is estimated that at 0 o'clock on Monday, 12 o'clock Sunday night, the story will be on the shelves. There are 3 chapters added today. There will also be 2 regular chapters tomorrow noon. Chapters launching on the shelves start at night. Norris and Bradford, these 2 men who used to call the shots within the Alliance and in Revival City, had utterly lost their composure. Damn that Mondic. Insisting on taking a hard line. He sent himself to his doom without due consideration. And now what are we to do? We've lost our army, and the city is under siege. We are all fish on the chopping block now. Bradford, disheveled, looked both frenzied and panicked. Yet, within his ranting, he kept stealing glances at Norris across from him. Despite hearing Bradford's words, the aged Norris did not speak. Under his thick white hair and beard, the expression formed by his eyebrows and lips was one of deep gloom. Bradford, grinding his teeth, continued to complain. What are we supposed to do now? Nothing we do is going to work. Is that it? Have you seen the photos? Have you seen the videos? That Jiyu Hang? He was flying through the sky? He publicly executed Mondic. Damn it. Why did we never know before that Jiyu Hang was actually a powerful wielder of spiritual energy? After he finished, he looked at Norris again. The old man was still not speaking. Bradford went on to speak. Those Star Warriors, battle nuns. Weren't they supposed to be fake? They slaughter fully armed soldiers as easily as if they were chickens, and they destroy our tanks as if opening a can was nothing. How could we dare to wage war against such enemies? That brute Mondic misled us and doomed us all. And those soldiers, how dare they? Each month, each year, so much money from the treasury was spent on those soldiers, allowing them to live lives they could never have dreamed of when they were beasts of burden, granting them higher status and positions. But how did they repay us? When we needed them most, they lacked the courage to fight to the death and instead surrendered. Jiyu Hang claims he is the ruler, that he is the commander of the army. Nonsense. Why can't those soldiers use their heads for once and think? Has Jiyu Hang ever paid them a single penny? Bradford, the business magnate, abandoned all decorum, cursing left and right, first Mondic, then Jiyu Hang, and returning to ranting about both Mondic and the common soldiers. He finally succeeded in annoying Norris. Enough, put aside that insane facade, and stop posturing in front of me, Norris said. You want to ask me, want to know what I'm going to do next? I can tell you, no problem. Now that Revival City has become our prison, what's wrong with dead men talking? But even if I tell you, do you really dare to join me in whatever comes next? Bradford immediately abandoned his previous crumbling demeanor, and with a different face, he said, why wouldn't I? The Legion is done for, Mondic is dead, and now in the entire city, only you, Lord Norris, are a true power player. You have the people, and with access to the armory, you have guns and cannons. Anyone in the city who doesn't want to return to the governor's rule will rally around you. HMPH, Norris snorted coldly. After Mondek's death and the Alliance Legion's surrender, the political nature within Revival City had changed. Any clear-sighted person could see that the Alliance had changed rulers, right? If in the past it was possible to confront the governor by relying on the Alliance Legion and the military potential represented by Revival City's numerous population, now that had become utterly impossible. With all 4 gates sealed and the army's defection, not even leaving the city was possible, let alone overturning the situation. And what remained was the question of how to survive. Their fate was now solely at the discretion of His Excellency the Governor. According to their thinking, although the governor had not yet entered the city, waiting until he did to make decisions might be too late. At this moment, the choices they could make were indeed limited. It boiled down to flee or kneel. But wanting to flee Revival City now was no simple task. As for kneeling before the governor, if the posture wasn't right, one might still not live to tell the tale. Friends who used to work together now inevitably mistrusted and sabotaged each other. For instance, right now, Norris could tell that Bradford, pretending to be distraught in front of him and flattering him, definitely had no good intentions. That guy seemed to be riling him up, wanting to arm the industrial workers to resist to the very end, but if he really did so, he feared that the first one to sell him out would be this very man in front of him. Of course, his claims of having a way and knowing what to do were equally false. He would arm the workers, he would turn the factories into military strongholds. But this wasn't for resistance. Rather, it was to concentrate as much of the actual power within the city into his own hands, to increase his bargaining chips so that when the time came to kneel before the governor, he could kneel with more weight. The organized population, weapons and equipment, the means of production within the factories, all of these belonged to me, Norris. The governor kept me around for a reason. I must be of great use in the future. As for the current Bradford, a man who, in the past, made his living through connections and trafficking, had better fend for himself. After finishing the brief conversation with old Norris, Bradford's expression was extremely grim. He felt that Norris had seen through his intentions and hadn't fallen for them. Damn it! Without a conspicuous fellow to hold and attract the governor's attention in the city, how could he make his escape? That's right, Bradford wanted to flee. Bradford did not want to stay and be a dog. He didn't have the assets to be a dog like Norris did. On the contrary, the extensive network he had built over the years as a channel merchant meant that he had many other places to go after leaving Revival City. Even if life wasn't as good as before, it was still better than staying. As long as he could get out, there was no hope in counting on Norris. He didn't believe Norris's words. He didn't believe that man would truly confront the governor. Instead, he felt that Norris was looking for a way to make himself more valuable in surrendering to Jiu Hang, potentially even using him as part of the bargain to add weight to his own situation. But to him, such thoughts were not worth mentioning. If you're not going to survive, the governor will already have struck with thunderous force, and no matter how beautifully you kneel, it can't compare to being a dead man. To clear the space, to sweep the upper echelons clean, the governor needed a blank slate to begin his new work. And even if one did survive, the one whose words would count in this city in the future would be the governor. The Alliance Council was unlikely to retain the power it once had, and whether it would exist at all was another matter. Old Norris was certainly done for, but the infuriating thing was, if you're going to be finished, why not do it in a more spectacular fashion and give me a better chance to escape? After much deliberation, Bradford gritted his teeth and decided he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, the governor might enter the city at any time. The big purge could start at any moment. If he waited any longer, his chances of escaping would only diminish. He made up his mind. Bradford decided to make a run for it. Without delay, tonight was the night. He didn't dare take too much with him. Despite his considerable wealth in Revival City, these tangible assets would obviously be a burden. Carrying them would hinder his escape. His greatest asset was his own life, along with the connections he'd made over the years in business. As long as he made it out alive, lost wealth could be regained. On the contrary, he took out a lot of money, giving it to his bodyguards and the skilled mercenaries he had hired, promising that if they could leave the city and get outside, there would be even more money waiting for them. At night, Bradford headed to the northwest side of the city. This wasn't where the city gate was located, but it wasn't impossible to leave. His years of business experience, of course, had given him control over some special passages. In the past, this route through the sewer, dug under the city walls to the outside, was used for smuggling special goods that needed to be secretly imported or exported, as well as for tax evasion. This route saved a lot of effort and money for these shady dealings. And now, this passage would save Bradford's life. After half an hour in the dark sewer and the secret tunnel that followed, they had arrived. A group of bodyguards led the way, some climbing ladders upwards, forcefully pushing open the manhole cover above. This wasn't easy, as the manhole was sealed with dirt for camouflage. If it wouldn't budge, they had to insert knives along the rim of the cover, loosening the soil above. It was troublesome, but manageable. After much effort, the cover was pushed aside, and 3 bodyguards emerged. They held their guns professionally, watching in 3 directions on high alert, and waited for the others to come up. Before long, protected by the bodyguards in front and behind, Bradford reached the surface. The sky was dim, the surrounding environment was very familiar to him, as he'd seen it many times before, but it was too quiet. In the past, after crawling out from here, the noise from the outer city could be heard. The poor in the night sometimes made a lot of noise, reflecting the nightlife. But this was normal. There had just been a battle, and it was customary to stay hidden in fear at night. Besides, for all he knew, the governor might have imposed martial law outside the city. While lost in thought, the bodyguards covering the rear also surfaced. "Move, move, move," Bradford urged them. Getting through the tunnel wasn't too difficult. What came next was the most perilous part of the journey. They needed at least half an hour to completely leave the outer city. Only then could they consider themselves safe. Before setting out, they restored the manhole cover of the secret passage to its original state. Otherwise, if spotted, it would reveal that someone had escaped. After they finished these tasks, they were ready to depart. Swoosh, 2 white searchlights cast an extremely bright light upon them. At the same time, a shouting voice carried over, "Drop your weapons, kneel and surrender." Bradford, blinded and in pain, could not open his eyes. His heart was filled with despair. He knew it was over. He resigned himself to his fate, dropped his gun, and knelt on the ground obediently, daring not to move. But his bodyguards, they reacted differently. Some were attempting to flee, others were trying to fight back, squinting against the glaring light to aim at its source. But the next moment, the distinctive pop 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 of the G9 rifle's gunfire erupted. Those who wanted to run, those who resisted, they all died. On the way back to the camp, the commander of the governor's infantry regiment 2nd Battalion, Perbove, laughed out loud. "Haha, I didn't think there'd actually be a catch. That information about the tunnel was spot on." His adjutant was also beaming with joy. Yes, sending someone to act as that political commissar was really useful. I was a bit reluctant when Cody was picked, but to think we got this news about the smuggling tunnel the very next day. We just set up a blockade here on a whim, and we unexpectedly hit the jackpot. Did that captured man say anything? He did. He said he's an alliance councilman and that he wants to meet the governor himself. Fuck. Can just anyone meet the governor now? But, still, let's report to the governor, see if he's willing to meet this man. If he is, we'll send a squad to escort him over. If not, damn it, I don't have anywhere to keep him anyway, might as well just execute him. The bound Bradford, following behind, was scared out of his wits. The governor must see me. I know a lot of things. I will be very useful to him. Bradford had thought that his fate wouldn't be decided until the next day, but unexpectedly, despite it being late at night, Gu Hang hadn't rested and met with him in the early hours of the morning. This gave Bradford a sigh of relief. The governor had shown willing to see him, so at least he wouldn't be shot by the military officer who had caught him. But now was far from the time to relax. What came next was the real moment that would decide his fate. Whether he could exhibit his worth was to be determined in the next few words. To live, he had to demonstrate his value. He needed to tell the governor that he was more useful alive than dead. However, the conversation with the governor was a bit beyond his expectations. He was baffled from the very first sentence. "Bradford, we met on the day I first landed on the surface. Back then, I felt that you would die at my hands, because I really hated the way you looked when you smiled. Now, it seems my feeling was right." Bradford panicked. Why the fuck did I have to smile that day? If the reason for his death was that, it would be too unjust. Without giving him a chance to speak, Gu Hang continued. "I know you want to convince me to let you live, to show your value. I'll give you the chance, but let me first tell you the benefits of your death. This way, you can weigh in your mind what it is you'll have to offer that could replace those. Nervously swallowing, Bradford listened as Ji Hang spoke slowly. I'm going to carry out a major purge within Revival City. The performance of the entire Alliance government these past few months has utterly disappointed me. How can good politics arise with you vermin around? Therefore, I plan to arrest all the Alliance councilmen, senior governmental officials, conduct public trials, and exclaim your crimes to the world. I haven't. Bradford couldn't help but try to explain, but Ji Hang interrupted him. I don't care, you'll be found guilty anyway. People inside Revival City not being able to live better lives, those outside the city struggling for food and warmth, the world in complete chaos, these are your original sins, and they will be woven into specific and outrageous crimes. In the end, you will pay the price on the gallows, the public will be satisfied, cathartic, maybe even scared, but ultimately they will respect me more. Don't worry about being lonely, you'll have plenty of company on your way up. After a comprehensive purge, the political landscape within Revival City will be renewed. I'll promote some new officials, people without solid foundations or deep connections. They came up from the lower ranks and will become a new stratum of interest. Their entire glory and shame will be tied to me. They might not perform well at first due to lack of experience and capability, but they'll be utterly committed to executing my will. And I will control this city completely and thoroughly, implementing my determination to revive not just the city but the whole world. Alright, I've had my say. Now it's your turn, Mr. Bradford. Can that intelligent brain of yours think of a reason why you living is more valuable than your death? I'm quite looking forward to it. The book is going on the shelves tonight. The idea to start this book was actually quite impulsive. Many friends advised me not to write it, saying that the niche is too small, the market limited, and it's relatively obscure, so the performance is probably uncertain. When it comes to writing a book, what's the most important thing in choosing a subject? Is it market acceptance? Is it within one's ability to write? These are important, but they're not the most important. To me, what's most important is, what am I really passionate about creating and expressing? What do I want to write about? Space opera, interstellar themes, World War I/II style warfare, cannons and tanks, mecha, special forces, trench warfare, human wave assaults. Then find a way to concretize these ideas. Total War plus Stellaris plus Hearts of Iron plus Warhammer 40k. Mixing all these together is something that really excites me. So I started writing without listening to advice, and once I finished, I published it. The start wasn't smooth, the results weren't great, to the point where my editor told me I could be featured on Sanjang. I was actually surprised and thrilled. I thought it was a no-go. Of course, overall, the performance still wasn't considered good. I was prepared for that. To write what I want and then hope to find readers who can vibe with my thoughts, that's my goal. That's roughly the background of the creation of the book. Tonight it goes on the shelves, and I'm here to talk about the update plan. For the long-term updates, I plan to write a fixed 4,000 characters every day, which is about 2 chapters. Sometimes it may be combined into 1 chapter, and I'll try to release it all by noon. Some comrades have said that's too little, but I can't help it. Approaching middle age, my energy isn't what it used to be. With a day job and family, it's hard to commit to more. But I'll strive to add more on top of the 2 chapters, hoping to often reach 3 updates, but I can't guarantee that. I can only say that 2 chapters are guaranteed. If any good things happen, like if the average subscriptions hit a round number, or if I get a large tip, 10 chapters for a leader, or if my boss gets hit by a car when he goes out. Just kidding, on those occasions, I'll try to add more on top of the 2 chapters. Now, let's talk about the update plan for the day of the launch. The 2 chapters for today were released at noon, free chapters. After midnight tonight, I'll directly release 5 chapters. Then at 11 AM tomorrow, there will be 2 regular chapters. That makes for 7 chapters on the day of the launch. If the average subscription goes over 1,000, I'll add 1 more chapter, and another for every additional 1,000. Though I doubt it'll go any higher. So that's the plan, and I hope everyone can come and show their support. Your support will allow me to write this book for a long time to come, ensuring a steady output, and hopefully, some of the income can help supplement the family expenses. See you tonight. Ji Hang spoke with an attitude that seemed earnest, as if he were not conversing with a prisoner. However, the content of what he said was so chilling. What mattered most was that Bradford believed every word that Ji Hang uttered. He was acutely aware that Mr. Gu held no interest in deceiving him. His mind raced, the pressure of death forcing him on. You can't make me wait too long, the night is long, but I have even more to do and no time to waste on you. Jiu Hang's words rang out again, undeniable harbingers of doom. Bradford had never felt his mind work this fast in his life. His thoughts were still incomplete, his reasoning not yet thorough, but he was forced to speak immediately. I've been on the Alliance Council for 4 years and am well acquainted with many businessmen inside and outside of Revival City. I know a lot of intelligence. Good, that's one point, said Jiu Hang, but it's not enough. Your will isn't strong enough to withstand torture. In the end, you will tell everything. There's still some time until the public execution meeting commences. Enough time for us to pry out everything we want to know from you, and it won't interfere with your ultimate execution. Only then will you have served your purpose to the fullest. The words that Mr. Gu spoke with a smile sent shivers down Bradford's spine. Served your purpose to the fullest. Is this what it meant? Truly, use me? Sometimes he really wished Mr. Gu wouldn't be so honest. He wasn't accustomed to such candid conversations and felt extremely frightened. But he had no choice but to toughen up and deliver another reason. After the purge, the quality of the administrative personnel you promoted is hard to guarantee, and their work will be very difficult. I started from scratch and got to where I am today because I am capable. I will serve you loyally, doing everything you want without regret or complaint. A valuable proposal, but keeping an old councilman would flaw the deterrence of the purge and the revelation of crimes at the public trial. Your personal capabilities are not enough to outweigh the loss. Jiu Hang continued after a pause. Bradford, you're disappointing me. I thought you were smart enough to understand that neither intelligence nor service could save your life, yet you still proposed those two reasons, making me doubt whether listening to you is worthwhile. My time is running short, and so is yours. With every exchange with Jiu Hang, Bradford felt the fear and despair building inside him. The governor's words, his demeanor, were like giant hands gripping his heart, squeezing tighter with each moment of conversation. He felt like he was running out of breath, his faculties almost shattered by the terror of impending death. But at this point, he was finally ready to lay everything on the line. Jiu Hang had always been candid, openly discussing the purge and his subsequent plans, and now, more than ever, he needed to be equally forthcoming with all his thoughts and ideas. I'm a channel merchant. My foundations aren't just in Revival City, they are spread everywhere. In the many city-states of the Eastern Province, each with a population of over 200,000, I have contacts. The landowners in the southern Green Valley region enjoy my company. Even Woan, who wanted to engage in grain trade, had to use me to connect with them. As for the Oasis Kingdom on the western Great Wasteland and further west, Blackbird Heavy Industries, I painstakingly built trade routes there. That is one of the very few industrial cores on the entire Rage Owl Star. My connections, the trade routes I've established, and the many hands I've placed along these routes are my greatest wealth. Yet, it is invisible and will vanish with my death. Even if I wanted to hand them over to you, if I were dead, I couldn't do it.
You can torture me into revealing every contact person, method of communication, and even their personalities and histories, but their trust in me isn't something you can replace just by sending someone else. Once I'm dead, they will disappear like raindrops falling into the sea, never to be found again.
You might worry that if I don't die, the public trial will be flawed. But I am willing to be your tainted witness and, according to your needs, testify against every councilman's crimes. There are many things for which you wouldn't even need to fabricate or enumerate. I know plenty of truths. Being a liaison officer, a diplomat, a trade representative, an intelligence officer. These are the irreplaceable values I hold while alive. But you will invariably have doubts. Given my vast network of connections abroad, I could easily escape once I am freed. To address this, I am willing to relocate all my family members to Revival City to live. I am willing to be constantly accompanied by your most loyal guards when I act outside, who can monitor and execute me at any moment. Or if you have some kind of periodically administered poison and antidote, I am also willing to accept that. Of course, all this may not be secure. I could heartlessly abandon my family, loyal guards might be taken out by me, and an antidote for the poison might also be found outside, but that's the risk. Having said this, Bradford gritted his teeth and spoke the audaciously brave words that even he found too daring in hindsight. You're testing whether I am smart enough, honest enough, and I've given my answer. Now it is your turn to see, Mr. Gu. Do you have the courage to take the risk? Do you have the confidence that the great deeds you will do in the future will make me sincerely impressed from the bottom of my heart, so much so that I would not consider betrayal? Ha ha ha. Ji Yu Hang burst into laughter and slapped Bradford on the shoulder, taking the somewhat provocative last words in stride. I now think you are indeed a smart man. It is clear that I have full confidence in myself. Let's do as you say, and I hope you won't disappoint me. I also hope you will see the day when the great endeavor succeeds and be a part of it, rather than fall by the wayside. Bradford knew he had passed the test, but, unexpectedly, his heart wasn't filled with much joy. His feelings at this moment were strange. Relief from surviving a catastrophe? Certainly, that was there. But there was also a special emotion towards Ji Yu Hang. A mix of a little hatred, a lot of fear, some admiration, some respect, and a touch of hope he himself scarcely noticed. He remembered Ji Yu Hang's declaration on his first day after arriving on the surface. He said he would rebuild the entire wasteland world, ensuring everyone who submitted to him would live a good life. This Mr. Ji Yu, unlike any governor before him. At first listen, his declaration seemed full of platitudes, but on closer inspection, does he really have the capacity to achieve it? If he does, would his future prospects really be worse than being an alliance councilman, a channel businessman? At this thought, Bradford suddenly came to a realization. Have I been CPU'd? Bradford's initial answers did indeed leave Ji Yu Hang unsatisfied, but those last words truly made him reconsider. They were precisely what he had hoped for. Initially, Ji Yu Hang had wanted Hodgson to take on the task. That old man, who had lived for a very long time, had even been through the establishment of the alliance on Rage Owl Star by the first generation of governors. Although not specifically a channel merchant, having lived for so long was wealth in itself. But now, it seemed that Hodgson had died. Although he had not yet entered the city to investigate, little Hodgson, that is, Lambert, could no longer wait. After wrapping up matters in the outer city, he was eager to enter the city. Ji Yu Hang assigned a part of the Marine Corps elite to him, letting him go ahead to investigate. The Hodgson family estate was no longer sealed off, the city's nobility no longer saw the need to do so. However, upon returning home smoothly, Lambert didn't manage to find anything of value. After capturing Bradford, the man informed Ji Yu Hang. Old Hodgson was indeed dead, killed by Mondek's hand. During the negotiations, Bradford had been involved. He and Norris had both attempted to object, thinking it too cruel. But they did not succeed in their objections. At that time, Mondek wielded much more power than them, his main support, of course, being the military. Of course, in the end, they were persuaded and acquiesced to the plan, allowing for the assassination of old Hodgson to proceed, and they helped with the aftermath and participated in dividing the Hodgson family's wealth in Revival City. In this matter, he certainly was guilty, Lambert's personal bane. But strictly speaking, he wasn't the mastermind, more an accomplice. He certainly had to pay the price for his actions. Even if his earlier answers had greatly satisfied Ji Yu Hang, it didn't mean that Ji Yu Hang would let him go. His life might be spared for the moment, but the status of prisoner could not be removed just yet. Only after he had committed actions to atone for his sins would Ji Yu Hang consider pardoning him. Murdering the head of the Alliance Council is a grave sin, linked with the previous collusion with the cult that happened to Senator Wowen, along with Mondek's act of treason outside the city thwarting Ji Yu Hang, the governor. Ji Yu Hang now had 1,000 ways to hang the elites of Revival City. When the time comes, it would just be a matter of seeing which hat fits best on their heads. If one didn't fit, there would be another. There was no shortage of charges. Investigating cases required evidence. Quelling rebellion only needed a list. Bradford's first act of atonement was to help Ji Yu Hang perfect this list, and his own name would also be on it. Working on this task with him would be Lambert, who had not found his grandfather and was about to receive the tragic news. Under the drive of hatred, Lambert was unlikely to show kindness or mercy to these former neighbors. At the same time, he wasn't going to allow Bradford, his enemy, to have easy days. But Ji Yu Hang didn't bother to care about these matters for now, as he believed Lambert would handle it well. Tomorrow was the day to enter the city. And on this night before entering the city, Ji Yu Hang finally finished dealing with various issues at hand and at last had the time to review the spoils he had gained from a system-level perspective after the last battle had ended. Epic victory, earned 133 points of grace, lost 13, killed 1097, captured 7388. Governor's Infantry Regiment, lost 13, killed 177. St. Lee Nun Association, Allied, lost 0, killed 169. Phoenix Battle Group, Allied, lost 0, killed 757. This battle actually brought him over 100 points in rewards. This was even higher than the profits from the previous ambush against the primordial Rathowl sect, which also happened to eliminate most of the pus-filled creatures in the alien woods. The key thing was, he actually hadn't anticipated it. He even considered that the battle might not be considered a war by the system's standards, but rather an assassination or a surprise military operation against a special individual. Moreover, even if it was judged to be a war, the main combat achievements were made by the Stellar Warriors. The battle nuns were a bit lazy at first, but when those cult members emerged, they got serious and went to work. But no matter which side it was, they weren't Ji Yu Hang's subordinates. Would the system award points for their accomplishments? The reality was that it wouldn't, but the value was immense. Although Ji Yu Hang didn't gain any points for the killings done by the Stellar Warriors and Battle Nuns, their actions undoubtedly crushed the Alliance Legion. Aside from the fleeing enemies, most of the rest laid down their arms and surrendered, while a few resistors were killed. And those top-tier fighters surely had no time for taking prisoners. That task was done by Ji Yu Hang's infantry unit. The infantry's 13 casualties and 177 kills happened during this time. And the 7,300 prisoners were also credited to the infantry. Now, that was something he could score points on. Although the main battle wasn't won by Ji Yu Hang's subordinates, leading to a low coefficient for rewards, the low losses and high victory had been rated as an epic victory, which added back some of the coefficient. Moreover, capturing so many people was valuable not only due to the invincible performance of those mighty men and women, but also because of Ji Yu Hang's influence as governor and the demoralization caused to the soldiers by Mondek's execution in midair. Various aspects and factors combined to make up these 133 points in rewards. An unexpected joy, so to speak. Up to now, he had 135 reward points, quite a sum. However, he hadn't yet thought about how he wanted to use them. In the soldier's badge system, to modify the over 7,000 captured soldiers? But that would have to wait until he could ensure their loyalty and the political commissars he had placed could exert their influence. Otherwise, after the training and enhancement, if they revolted, it would be troublesome. The technology system was also something to draw from. Producing several powerful items was crucial for the development of his territory, but there was no rush for that either. How to use these reward points was something Ji Yu Hang needed to ponder. Dawn came, and Ji Yu Hang entered the city. There was no welcome with open arms, no food and drink offered. The inner city folks had heard the sounds of battle from outside a few days ago in the early morning, and through various rumors they knew the governor was coming, and the city's 4 major gates had already been sealed by the governor. Though it had only been a few days, the city still had ample supplies and there definitely wouldn't be people starving to death just yet. However, these inner city people hadn't really heard of the governor's benevolence and good governance. On the contrary, they had fresher memories of the previous governor's terrible deeds. Regarding Ji Yu Hang's arrival, they were hesitant, doubtful, and distrustful. Right now, they were hiding in their homes, with doors and windows shut, only peeking through the cracks at the Stellar Warriors, Battle Nuns, and the passing army on the main roads. Ji Yu Hang felt the countless gazes from both sides of the streets, but he didn't care. He led his people straight to the Alliance Council Hall at the city center. Sitting in the Alliance Council Hall, Ji Yu Hang looked around. The place was constructed to look the part. The circular dome was adorned with many complex reliefs, which seemed to hold religious significance, with the image of the emperor present everywhere. It also seemed to vaguely recount the grand story of the ancestors forging paths out of the rubble to establish the alliance. At the top, there was a small opening covered by a glass dome, allowing daylight to pour through. On sunny days, there was no need for lights to brighten the room. Below the dome was a long table where the Alliance councilmen presumably held their meetings. Above the long table and up 5 steps, there was a throne-like chair placed on a platform. According to the original design, this should be the seat reserved for the governor. Back when the Alliance was revived, the first governor must have sat in that elevated position, watching the councilmen discuss and solve various problems arising during the reconstruction of Rage Owl Star. Proposals were brought forth, problems were solved, and plans were implemented one after another. It must have been a glorious era. Even now, many people on Rage Owl Star fondly remembered those times, especially after the tenure of the second governor. Ji Hang didn't know much about the achievements of the first governor, nor did he consider himself a successor to the legacy. But that didn't stop him from doing similar things in the same place. As he sat down, Ji Hang's system pinged with new messages. You have occupied the city, Revival City. Revival City's fixed monthly income, 68 points of grace. Seeing the city occupied and Revival City included in the system's tally, Ji Hang was initially pleased. When he first arrived to serve as governor a few months back, he had been eagerly awaiting this message, but it never came. Today, his wish was finally fulfilled. However, upon seeing the number 68, Ji Hang's eyebrows furrowed deeply. That was way too low. Absurdly low. The governor's camp, which he had built from scratch, combined with the ramshackle abandoned cave society he had taken over, could together provide him with 61 points of grace. To reach that figure, the two camps combined barely surpassed a population of 10,000. So how could Revival City, with its population of nearly 1 million, contribute so little? Then, he saw a string of negative effects listed under Revival City in the Integrated Domestic Affairs interface. City standstill. Greatly reduces city income. Anarchic state. Significantly reduces city income. Apart from anarchic state, there were several statuses with the entry, significantly reduces city income, including restless population, extremely low standard of living, hungry city, poor management level, terrible infrastructure, low population quality, low public order, insurgents. There were also several entries for moderately reduces income, such as disorderly market, trade disruption, extensive development, post-war turmoil, military control, administrative disarray, grassroots loss of control, heretic cultists. He didn't even mention those with minor reduction in income, as there were plenty of those as well. Ji Hang was left speechless and choked up. With so many negative effects weighing down on it, it seemed not so surprising that the grace income had plummeted to rock bottom. However, Ji Hang quickly adjusted his mindset. He hadn't entirely failed to anticipate this situation. His previous thought was that even if the city were taken by military means, governance would still be necessary for the system to recognize the city as belonging to him. The current situation, with a plethora of negative effects stacked on top of each other, which greatly reduced the benefits, probably meant the same thing. Similarly, this matter could also be viewed in a positive light. The clear-cut negative effects pointed out to Ji Hang the problems that needed to be addressed. Tackling them one by one, things would likely improve. In his view, the debuffs of Revival City could broadly be divided into two categories: development and management issues. The former wasn't something that could be resolved instantly. It required an increase in productivity and the restoration of trade routes so that people could be well fed and clothed, have the energy to rebuild the city, and achieve a better quality of life. As for management issues, some deep-rooted ones likewise needed time to be gradually dealt with. However, at least a few problems could be solved immediately. For instance, the biggest debuff: city standstill. Factories were shut, shops were closed, and the citizens of the city were too frightened and unsettled to even venture onto the streets, whether due to martial law or due to fear and unease. Unable to work, with insufficient food reserves. This was precisely what Ji Hang needed to tackle right away. He needed to immediately establish an administrative system, however rudimentary, that could at least function to begin addressing the issue of the city's standstill. It would be a brand new administrative team. He had once hesitated over whether to proceed in this way, but the death of Hodgson extinguished that thought completely. If there had been a fully supportive elder with a good reputation in the alliance to assist him, he might have taken over the existing administrative system of Revival City and slowly implemented reforms. But now, forget it. Using the old administrative system would only bring constraints. He had won the battle, so why should he entangle himself with the old system of Revival City and the alliance government? Moreover, was there anything good about the old system of the alliance government? The previous governors, lacking control, had to coordinate with all parties, various factions, making mutual compromises. However, Ji Hang didn't have to, at least, not for the time being. He saw no need to establish a parliamentary system, where representatives of every faction, industry, and all those with power and influence had to be gathered in one place to get things done. He decided to abandon the existing system and overturn it, completely rebuilding a highly centralized authority and system to efficiently implement his will. He would retain the name Alliance, as it was a necessary political designation to subjugate and rule the settlements beyond Revival City. But apart from that, he did not intend to keep much else. He would abolish the council entirely, and in its place would be the Alliance government. The government would consist of multiple departments led by officials who, in the future, would make decisions and guide the city's development. The old system would be swept away. Those who once held power and profited from it would be purged. The entire class of industrialists would be wiped out in one stroke, to be replaced by collectively owned factories under government ownership. With the old interest groups eliminated, their vacated positions and benefits would become opportunities for newcomers. The newly formed interest groups would grow from the new system and would emerge thanks to the governor. In return, they would also be the governor's most steadfast supporters. This process would seem a fierce revolution to some. Footsteps were heard at the door, and Ji Yu Hang snapped out of his reverie, looking up to see a slightly frail girl in a gray-blue blouse walking in. Osenia had arrived. After receiving the instructions from the governor, Osenia was a bit stunned. She had only just stabilized her job recently, formed a governmental team, and took charge of managing 2 camps when she was suddenly reassigned with an order to lead a 10-plus member governmental team to Revival City. Shortly after that, she received her appointment from the governor. She was to serve as the acting minister of the production department for the Alliance government. The experiences of the past few months were all too fantastical. One moment she was a refugee struggling to stay fed and warm, then somehow, she became the production manager at the governor's camp, responsible for overseeing the production work for tens of thousands in 2 camps, arranging various production plans, and recruitment of personnel. And now, she had suddenly become a high official in the Alliance government, with nearly 1 million people in Revival City depending on her for production planning and consumption arrangements. Initially, just managing 10,000 people, she had no idea if she could do well, only bracing herself for the task ahead. Fortunately, after that exchange with the governor, her mind, for some reason, suddenly became clear. While she was still somewhat inexperienced, the various problems that arose could always be swiftly resolved by her. As her work became more and more second nature, Osenia gradually relieved much of her anxiety and began to dedicate herself wholly to her job. She found herself loving this work. On one hand, she was free from worries about food and clothing. On the other hand, seeing those wanderers who had once shared similar experiences with her come to the governor's camp and lead lives that weren't extraordinarily good but at least hopeful, with her help, brought her joy. She did not particularly understand the grand plans and lofty goals of the governor, but in her view, those people who could work properly, eat well, and live well, were the foundation of this great enterprise. But now, the scale of responsibility had increased from 10,000 to 100,000. With the increased scale, there would undoubtedly be endless problems to solve. She was even less sure if she could do well. It wasn't that she was afraid of losing the governor's trust by doing poorly. In this regard, Osenia's ambition wasn't very great. What she feared more was that her mistakes could affect the livelihood of 1 million people. The hardships endured during her time of displacement, the struggle for survival outside of Revival City, made her acutely aware of just how difficult the ordinary civilian's life could be in this wasteland. Especially for the poor outside the city with no savings at all, their ability to withstand risks was extremely low. Yes, she was born into a well-off family, but it was precisely because she had seen the light that the suffering in the darkness was all the more deeply etched into her memory. "It's because you have this concern that I have entrusted you with this task," said Ji Yu Hang, offering her encouragement once more. "It's because you care that I can entrust the livelihood of nearly 1 million people in Revival City to you. If even you can't do it well, how can I trust those who have not deeply experienced suffering?" Osenia took a deep breath and firmed her resolve. "I understand, I'll work hard." Following that, Ji Yu Hang spoke with Osenia for a long period of time. Ji Yu Hang fully expressed his expectations to Osenia. Of course, he wouldn't let this young lady, Osenia, start from scratch, out of nowhere. Even if Osenia were to do it, he wouldn't be at ease. Here, Ji Yu Hang imparted many things. He told Osenia that the first issue to resolve was hunger. The city's granaries had been seized, and she needed to ensure that the poor outside the city did not riot out of starvation. The situation had become critically precarious. Those poor people really had no savings, and without distributing food, deaths from starvation were imminent. Secondly, she needed to urgently restore the production work in Revival City. The small workshops in the outer city had already been taken over, and they could be the first to resume operations. The large factories located within the city would be confiscated from the nobles and parliamentarians later on, and would similarly require immediate implementation of the resumption plan. This was the most pressing matter. The rest was to transplant the workpoint system into Revival City to serve as a basis for distribution. To clarify the production capacity of various industries in Revival City, formulate production plans, and consider how to upgrade industries. To expand the civil service system, improve administrative efficiency. With this approach, various problems could be addressed separately and systematically. After grasping Gu Heng's intent, Osenia set off to work. However, the success of her work depended on how well another person performed his duties. That person was Lambert Hodgson, who had been tasked by Gu Heng with the Great Purge. To distribute grain from the granary, there had to be grain available. To resume production, there had to be shifts to work. The previous alliance government was a classic example of a small government that didn't prioritize food security. They didn't even have an official government granary for strategic reserves. The city's food supply was only found in the reserves of food merchants and some factory canteens, which needed to be confiscated first before it could be accessed. Similarly, to tackle the resumption of production, it was necessary to complete the confiscation of production materials, that is, the confiscation of the major factories. At that moment, a fire burned in Lambert's eyes. Bradford felt a chilling scrutiny from him and said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. The governor sent me to work with you. I am here to atone." "Your sin cannot be redeemed," Lambert said through gritted teeth. "But that's not up to you, it's up to the governor." Bradford retorted at first, but quickly realized he shouldn't offend Lambert any further. Even though he had already grievously offended by killing the man's grandfather, there was no need to provoke further and have this man, who had already invested in the governor, demand his life vehemently before the governor. That would be too difficult to manage. Even though the hope was slim, the best course of action for Bradford was still to try to mend their relationship as much as possible. He said, "Your anger and your desire for revenge are understandable. I will pay the price for my actions, in fact, I am already paying it. Look, I've obediently provided you with lists of names. By arresting those on the list, you can avenge your father and grandfather." Mondik was the main perpetrator and the staunchest member, with deep influence in the military through his family. You can eliminate them all. "I am already doing so," Lambert interrupted. "And there's Norris. He's gathered at least 5,000 people in his largest manufacturing factory, preparing for a siege. It looks like he wants to turn the factory into a fortified stronghold, but in reality, he wants to surrender." "So what?" Lambert asked. "So, you don't necessarily have to assault it by force, which would require you to request more troops and support from the governor. You could, on behalf of the governor, agree to Norris's terms of surrender. I could even act as an envoy to help you negotiate," Bradford suggested. "The governor's order is to purge all the old nobility," Lambert remarked. "I know, of course, I know," Bradford said with a bitter smile. "But once that old man agrees and he's in your hands, then you can do whatever you want, can't you?" Bradford suggested a cunning plan. Pretend to accept Norris's conditions for surrender and then, renege and kill him. Lambert was somewhat tempted by the plan but ultimately rejected it. Indeed, as Bradford had said, it would save a lot of effort not to fight at all. A hard assault, with thousands of people, even if they were just ordinary workers armed with light weapons, defending inside a reinforced factory, would require considerable force to overcome and could even result in significant casualties. But Lambert still intended to do it. The main reason was that he did not want Gu Heng to bear the name of a traitor. In private, any means were acceptable, but publicly, as a ruler, credibility was extremely important. It even signified the reliability of public policy and the ease with which it could be believed by the people. Under such circumstances, one must put on a fair and upright front. Playing smart here might save a lot of effort in dealing with Norris, but the cost of taking shortcuts now could very well be paid doubly elsewhere. After making this decision, he even mocked Bradford, saying he could only ever be a merchant and would never understand the grandeur that a politician aspires to achieve in accomplishing great things. Bradford was left speechless, and Lambert received additional support for his actions. He assembled 2 battalions that had accompanied the governor into the city, and from the captured military supplies, he pulled out about 10 heavy cannons and adopted a posture for a forceful attack. Norris sent envoys to negotiate terms of surrender, but was once again sternly rejected by Lambert. Lambert demanded that everyone resisting inside the factory surrender unconditionally, lay down their weapons, and await the governor's trial. This was the final ultimatum, and Lambert would only give them 1 hour. The message was taken back inside the factory by the envoys, and everyone fell silent. An hour later, no one came out to surrender, and Lambert ordered the battle to commence. He ordered Perbove, who he had brought along for assistance, to command his 2nd Battalion to start playing with their newly acquired toys. Those were 5 155mm howitzers. Next door, the 6th Battalion, which was also dragged into work, was equipped with 5 captured artillery pieces as battalion firepower support. 10 heavy guns fired in unison, with shell after shell being launched into the factory. With a salvo, thick black smoke billowed from the factory. The governor's soldiers did not rush in hastily. With the enemy completely surrounded and heavy artillery at their disposal, it would be foolish to send soldiers in as cannon fodder. They had plenty of ammunition in stock, so they would let the 10 cannons fire a dozen or 20 rounds first. After a few hundred heavy shells bombarded them, then they would discuss sending in the infantry to mop up. In the midst of this, Lambert received additional assistance. Superior Georgette arrived with 6 nuns. Lambert had seen the nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy before. To be honest, compared to the phoenixes who always had a grim face and an unwelcoming demeanor, he preferred these battle nuns who always wore a gentle smile. Although when it came to fighting, the nuns were just as ruthless. However, despite having seen them before, this was his first time communicating with them, and Lambert seemed somewhat reserved. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Superior Georgette. I thank you very much for coming to our aid," he said. Georgette said, "No thanks are necessary. We are all fighting for the Empire. Mr. Lambert, I have heard about the tragedy that befell your family, and I am truly sorry that such a thing happened to you. Thank you. However, I remember that you and your subordinates are supposed to be investigating the traces of the cult within the city. How do you find the time to participate in the battle here at the factory?" Georgette replied, "This factory harbors evil. Moreover, the cultists' activities may be related to the calamity that has befallen the Hodgson family." Lambert immediately took the matter seriously. "Can you tell me about it?" "There is no harm in doing so." Following that, Superior Georgette gave Lambert, the descendant of the victim, a rather detailed account of her recent discoveries. She had investigated the scene of old Hodgson's death and had found remnants of heretical energy in the Hodgson family estate. Therefore, she believed that the assassination of old Hodgson involved the participation of heretic cultists. The other sisters went to investigate other clues, but she came here with 6 people. The mastermind behind the assassination plot was Mondig, but that man was already dead. The remaining 2 participants were here, and she was here to gather information. After learning of this, Lambert immediately dragged Bradford out. This guy had not mentioned anything about the cult when he previously revealed details about old Hodgson's death. Upon hearing Superior Georgette's questions, Bradford was also baffled. He had no idea, he was not lying. With things having reached this point, he was desperately seeking a way to save his own life, hoping for a possible sentence reduction. If he had been aware of the cult, why would he ever conceal information for those deranged individuals? He would have been eager to betray them in their entirety. But indeed, he was not aware of this matter. The assassination was Mondig's scheme. Bradford was only involved in the aftermath and the division of spoils. He had not concerned himself with the details of the assassination. In his eyes, it was not difficult for Mondig, who had control over the Alliance army, to accomplish this task. The results proved him right. The Hodgson family disappeared from their mansion one night. Upon confirming that Bradford was indeed not lying and that there were no traces of heretical energy on him, Superior Georgette let him go. Afterward, she turned her attention to the factory area, which was still under the bombardment of artillery fire. There, the last conspirator involved in the Hodgson assassination plot was located, old Norris. Within that factory, she could sense the vibrations of storm heresy. This was the energy of heretical sorcery, any extraordinary power not derived from the divine emperor and instead solicited through foreign prayers was considered heretical by the state religion. Even some hardliners believe that self-manifested spiritual energy wielders are also heretics and that the world should not tolerate legal users of spiritual energy. And these extremists are often accused by the Empire's Spirit Cultivation Association of heresy themselves. Verbal sparring between them is a daily occurrence, so much so that physical destruction of each other is not uncommon. The Order of Merciful Lilies is not one of those extremist factions. Otherwise, they would be the first to oppose the governor himself. However, the supernatural energy obtained from other extraordinary beings through faith connections and heretical rituals is something that members of the state religion from all factions detest intensely. The disheveled Norris had completely lost his former composure. He was planning to surrender to the governor. In his view, although the resistance formed by the Alliance councilmen had been disintegrated, the future of the city was now destined to be determined by the governor. But for the governor to enforce his rule, relying solely on himself was definitely not enough. He certainly needed a certain class or group of people to execute his will and implement his policies. Norris indeed had lost before, but he accepted the loss willingly. He was willing to pay the price and help the governor rule the city, and in the process of this rule, regain the part that belonged to him. In his view, this was only to be expected, and the governor would surely agree. The only thing to consider was how much authority the governor would be willing to leave him. It was with such considerations that he had gathered and armed the workers. This was a move to increase the weight of his surrender. In doing so, he declared to others the strength of his control over the key industrial enterprises of Revival City, thus to gain greater attention from the governor. However, after the governor entered the city, the envoys he sent out were unable to see His Excellency the governor, let alone discuss any terms. Then, Lambert showed up with the army and surrounded his fortified factory, demanding his unconditional surrender. By this time, he was feeling a bit uneasy. Having Lambert come to handle the siege of his factory was in itself a strong signal. He was practically Lambert's sworn enemy. If the governor intended to accept his surrender, he logically shouldn't have sent Lambert. Wouldn't that be intensifying the conflict? But he still clung to a glimmer of hope and tried to negotiate, but Lambert was completely impervious and issued the final ultimatum. When he heard the final ultimatum, Norris still couldn't believe it. Does the governor really not want me? I'm the biggest industrial magnate of Revival City. The entire city's cycle of work and production depends on me. Countless workers' livelihoods are tied to me. Knowing this, how can you dare let me die? Then, when the time for the ultimatum passed, 10 heavy cannons fired at the factory. A round of shells fell, and black smoke rose from various parts of the factory. The 155mm caliber cannons were enough to pierce the factory buildings and create terrifying casualties inside. The entire factory was filled with wails. Among them, Norris's top floor office in the main factory building also took a hit. If it weren't for his bodyguard pulling him into the basement when the ultimatum was issued, he would have been reduced to nothing by now. He was completely at his wits' end, his mind wholly filled with fear. And he wasn't the only one trapped in fear. A barrage of cannon fire came down, and the not-so-well-prepared armed workers suffered significant casualties. If it weren't for a group of individuals in dark blue robes shouting around, maintaining order, perhaps just a few rounds of bombardment would have completely collapsed their morale. They called on the armed workers to hide in the sturdy factory buildings, using all sorts of rubbish, building materials, and scrap machinery to construct barriers that could resist the shrapnel and shockwaves of the shells, or to take shelter in the basements, ready to endure the bombardment. Then, when the governor's lackeys attacked, they were ready to give them a taste of their own medicine. Inspired by the blue-robed individuals, the morale of the armed workers was somewhat stabilized. In the basement, watching the blue-robed figures busily coming in and out, his vacant face suddenly showed a trace of life. Right, I'm not done for yet, you, stop. Norris grabbed one of the blue-robed individuals. I'm your most important collaborator, you have to protect me, I want to leave this place, I want to. He was cut off by a gust of air that pushed him away. The man in the blue robe stared at him and said, "Coward, if you want to escape, then go by yourself. We are staying here to fight." His gaze was filled with zealotry. Norris shouted, "You're all going to die." The man in the blue robe looked even more scornful. True believers of the divine do not fear death. We are going to teach those governor's lackeys a profound lesson. You're insane. The blue-robed man ignored him and ran upwards. Within the bustling factory, where everyone was prepared to resist to the end, Norris was like an abandoned old dog, filled with despair. In another underground chamber of the factory, the primal high priest Kui Kao was also present. By his side were two men in gray and white robes. Their attire was very similar to that of the Howling Wind divine envoy Ji Yu Hang had encountered in the alien forest. They were indeed two divine envoys from the primordial Wrath Owl sect, their ranks equivalent to that of Howling Wind who died at the hands of Ji Hang. They were another two of the 12 divine envoys. The Shadow Wind envoy was a corpulent woman, her fat body not even the loose robes could hide. The Gale envoy was a very muscular man. Has the storm's blessing already been planted? Kui Kao asked. Both divine envoys bowed. We have followed the sacred decree, it has all been planted. Kui Kao's expression carried pity. The children of God will return to the divine realm. Then we too shall leave. There are greater plans awaiting our dedication. Excitement was evident on the faces of both divine envoys. The Shadow Wind envoy's voice even trembled with excessive rapture. I can barely wait to see the storm descend. The Gale envoy beside her was much calmer. Do not indulge too much. The plan was forced to launch early due to the governors. We do not have as much certainty. That's being too cautious. The Shadow Wind envoy was interrupted at her climax, showing displeasure, her shrill voice rising. We could have offered this city to the storm long ago, but it's all because. At that point, she abruptly stopped talking. She saw Kui Kao's gaze turn towards her. This is the will of the storm, Kui Kao said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Shadow Wind. Ji Hang suddenly felt a palpitation. He stood up from his seat, walked over to the window, and looked out. From here, he couldn't see the specific situation on the battlefield, but the sound of heavy artillery, nonetheless, carried over half the city. He already knew that Georgette and the battle nuns had rushed over there, and in theory, there shouldn't be any problems. However, Ji Hang couldn't ignore the unease he had felt before. As a spiritual energy user, his intuition often concretely forewarned that something was about to happen. Even as the artillery roared on, Ji Hang never felt at ease. Instead of agonizing over it here, it would be better to go there in person and investigate. Ji Hang made his move. As he did so, he sent out a message, hoping that the Phoenix battle group, which was resting somewhere in the city, would also hurry over as soon as possible. This was still a mission request. In his words, it was that Superior Georgette might run into trouble. Believing in the past that Commander Maddens, who had fought side by side with the Superior, would surely not sit idly by. After all, they were idle anyway. Ji Hang hurried over at high speed, his mind made up, and he soared into the air. That's the benefit of being a spiritual energy user. By the time he arrived at the scene, Lambert, Perbove, Georgette, and others had already been carrying out the ground attack for quite a while. The previous rounds of artillery fire had sent over 100 heavy shells into the area. The entire factory district wasn't reduced to complete ruins, but it wasn't far off. According to their assessment, under such conditions, the non-professional soldiers and mere workers who had been temporarily armed inside would not only have suffered heavy casualties, but their morale was likely almost collapsing. What followed was for the infantry, led by the battle nuns, to enter and clear the battlefield. The dead were ignored. The living were pulled out as prisoners and thrown into the POW camp, and what to do with them afterward was not the army's concern. Those who resisted stubbornly were, of course, to be killed on the spot. In Prabhav's opinion, this should be an easy operation. Indeed, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. Without the kind of heavy artillery that could directly damage concrete and cement structures, relying solely on the 60mm mortars, hand grenades, rifles of the past. Even if the opponents were just some armed workers, it would probably cost many lives to take down this factory complex. But now, with just 10 155mm heavy howitzers they had captured, the battle became so much more comfortable to fight. Who the hell would willingly sacrifice their life to charge trenches if you can blast with heavy bombs first, bombarding their mothers for several rounds, and then have the infantry sweep the battlefield afterward? No wonder they say artillery is the god of war. However, before they went in, Georgette issued a warning to him and the commander of the 6th Battalion. Don't let your guard down, there's a tough enemy inside. A tough enemy? Perbove was a little skeptical at the time. What kind of enemy could be tougher than a 155mm howitzer? Then he remembered the heroism of the Phoenixes and the Sisters of Saint Mercy on the battlefield. If there were enemies of that caliber, then it might indeed be a problem. If someone else had said it, he might not have believed it, but the speaker was the gentle and formidable superior. So, he decided to believe her. Perbove consulted with the commander of the 6th Battalion and decided not to blindly throw all their forces into the fray. Although they only had a total of 600 men, which seemed insufficient for such a large factory complex, they preferred to proceed slowly and cautiously. Each of them sent out a company to advance first. As the companies entered, they moved forward in squads, each responsible for clearing sections. The squads maintained a broad distance between them, and each was divided into teams of 3 to sweep through the half-ruined complex. At the officer's request, the soldiers crept forward with waists bent, using the ruins as cover. It was slow and cumbersome, yet very solid progress. They would not advance until they had thoroughly confirmed the safety of an area. Indeed, there were enemies, and these enemies had a very strong will to resist. Those clad in workers' attire and wielding weapons only slightly better than iron pipe rifles emerged from the ruins. When they popped up, they were usually only 30 to 50 meters from the searching soldiers, not far at all. Upon their emergence, they unleashed a volley of bullets at a squad of infantry with the weapons they held. The soldiers reacted quickly, dropping to the ground and seeking cover. The armed workers' marksmanship was not very good, and most of their shots went wide. Even if a bullet did hit, the plastic steel armor being worn could save a life. While one squad was suppressed, another team of 3 not far away would immediately counterattack. Comparatively, Gu Heng's soldiers were far superior in marksmanship to the armed workers. The performance of the G9 type assault rifles was also much more reliable than the weapons in the hands of the armed workers. A burst of fire from the group of 3 was enough to kill all the emerging armed workers. Having completed the kills, they did not lower their rifles but continued to aim at the location, signaling to the squad that had been suppressed earlier with tactical gestures. The 3 quickly got up and moved toward the location of their slain targets. They needed to confirm the results and see if any enemies remained. If any were found alive, they would finish them off with a coup de grace. The 3 who had made the kills provided fire cover. If any enemy appeared, they would strike with immediate firepower. Not far away, Georgette, who was just about to intervene, lowered her gun. Even she looked somewhat astonished. The performance of these soldiers somewhat exceeded her expectations. Previously, she hadn't paid much attention to the combat readiness of Mr. Gu's ordinary infantry. Though the individual equipment they donned looked similar to that of the Imperial Regular Army, G-type rifles, plastic steel vests. These were only considered the most basic of cannon fodder gear. Ideally, a squad should be equipped not only with mortars but also might need several LR-type laser guns, HS-type electromagnetic rifles. Fragmentary grenades alone might not be enough, and if they couldn't come up with thermobaric bombs or compressed energy grenades, the least they could do was bring more rocket launchers. Even purely as light infantry, the equipment of Mr. Gu's troops fell somewhat short. But this was understandable, forgivable, and even commendable. At the very least, His Excellency the Governor was making an effort to align his armed forces with those of the Star Realm Army. What more could be asked of him? However, when actual combat commenced, the soldiers' combat discipline and performance were eye-opening. Although their equipment was lacking, their training level was straight out of the Star Realm regular troops playbook. Such a force demanded Georgette's respect. With their help, she felt that she and her sisters could afford to relax a little. But just as she thought this, something unexpected happened. Through Georgette's keen eyes, the governor's soldiers who had just killed those few enemies had performed very well. The bullets were accurately and meticulously sent into the heads and chests of those armed workers, 2 rounds each. The virtually unprotected enemies, once hit in their vital spots by G9 bullets, were undoubtedly dead. Confirming kills was a necessary tactical move, and Georgette would not interfere. In fact, her gaze had already moved on. The resistors popping up here and there, though scattered, were indeed numerous. The armed workers who survived the bombardment were now using the ruins of the half-collapsed factory as cover and positions, launching counterattacks as the governor's soldiers approached. The soldiers' advance was impeded, and they too had to find cover to return fire. But, as Georgette had just witnessed, in most cases, the governor's soldiers gained an overwhelming victory by virtue of their superior soldiering and equipment advantage. There were of course some losses, but not significant. On the other hand, the emerging armed workers suffered even heavier casualties and injuries. And if there was a spot where a larger group of armed workers gathered, fighting prudently and exposing only their gun barrels for the barrage, Georgette wouldn't waste time, and she and her sisters would go straight in. To her, all the armed workers mingled with heretics were detestable traitors. However, just as she set her sights on a spot of stubborn resistance, The area she thought was resolved and safe suddenly changed. Georgette sensed an intense surge of storm heresy there. Her expression shifted and she immediately warned, "Danger, get away from there." But by then it was already a bit too late. The bodies of the dead armed workers, like a cluster of corpse bombs, exploded on the spot. Their flesh flew in every direction, as if their bodies had been embedded with a compressed air bomb. The soldiers who heard the warning but didn't grasp where the danger lay were blown meters away by the sudden burst of compressed air. Their limbs were twisted upon landing, the force of the blast damaging their innards. Sharp air blades tore open the unprotected parts of their bodies, shredding faces, limbs, and throats to a pulp. Georgette immediately started shouting again, "Don't go near the enemy's bodies, they'll explode." This accurate information, along with the just witnessed scene, was observed by the other soldiers nearby and then rapidly spread outward. The governor's soldiers became much more cautious in their actions. The gruesome fate of their comrades killed by the corpse storm bombs taught them a severe lesson. They altered the conventional tactical requirements, no longer approaching for close confirmation after a kill. Instead, they would shoot from a distance if it was convenient, if not, they'd leave it be. This way there was no worry about approaching bodies being as dangerous as approaching landmines, but the enemy soon came up with new tactics. Some people in blue robes emerged beside the armed workers. The power of storm sorcery pulsed through them. In Georgette's eyes, these people weren't very formidable sorcerers, but they were numerous and cowardly. What they were doing wasn't using sorcery to strike directly at the governor's soldiers or the battle nuns, but instead, they were stirring up winds that carried the bodies of the gunned-down workers onto the soldiers' positions. These bodies, like compressed air cannonballs, caused a lot of trouble for the soldiers. The potency of these wind-delivered bombs might not have matched a 155 caliber howitzer, but their precision was key. Some soldiers ducked behind slopes formed from collapsing walls or found small recesses. A gust of wind, spinning as it blew, brought a body right in. The soldier had seen it in advance and firing at the body to break it up was useless, so all he could do was run out. The corpse bomb exploded, killing 3. This position, which had seemed like a good cover, now appeared to be unsafe. In fact, nowhere was safe then. The soldiers' progress was hindered by the undead bombs. Even with the support of the battle nuns during this time, the problem was only somewhat alleviated. The battle nuns could snipe those in blue robes from a distance, but those targets needed to expose themselves. Hidden behind possibly a few meters thick of building rubble or in shell craters, even the fiercest grenade gun couldn't penetrate. After all, they could send over the bodies with the wind, no need to show their heads. In such a situation, Georgette made up her mind. "Sisters, for the Emperor, follow me in the charge." She leapt out, and her sisters followed suit. Her sacred gold halberd was a transcendent weapon blessed with divine powers. The other nuns didn't have anything as formidable, but there was no need. Whether it be ordinary combat blades or grenade guns, they were enough. Instead, it was the battle nun superior's sacred gold halberd that dealt devastating damage. Compared to the weapons in their hands, their defensive capabilities were equally despairing. After they began their charge, their bodies were completely exposed and naturally suffered concentrated gunfire from the armed workers. But the ability level of the armed workers wasn't up to par, while the nuns of the Holy Lily moved quickly and agilely, causing their hit rate to plummet significantly when combined. Even if they were hit, their power armors didn't suffer much damage. The Holy Lilies advanced unstoppably, and as they charged, the grenade guns in their hands fired away. Simultaneously, the soldiers from the governor's army also intensified their firepower projection as cover, suppressing the enemy and inflicting causalities. The nuns successfully broke into the enemy ranks and began to eliminate the opponents at close range. Their target, of course, was not the ordinary armed workers but the blue-robed cultists who acted as cannons, launching the mortals as projectile bombs. Their appearance dealt a devastating blow to the enemy. Whenever a battle nun approached an entrenchment, the cover lost its protective function, and the grenade gun could annihilate a cluster of entrenched enemies. Even at close enough proximity, the blades in their hands became more efficient than gunfire. However, killing those enemies was never the biggest problem the nuns faced. It was the exploding corpses. Even the nuns clad in power armors didn't want to take a close-range blast from a heresy bomb. The nuns had the ability to counteract spells, but for one, they had to be relatively close to the caster. Secondly, the explosion of the corpses didn't seem to be a casting process. Or rather, the casting process was already completed, and all that was lacking was a method of detonation. That was a very subtle action, not easy to suppress. The nuns could only counteract spells, but not nullify all supernatural powers in an area. There was an essential difference between the two. The shockwave of the storm sorcery bombs, if too close, could damage the power armor. A few more hits, and cracks might appear, leading to a drop in defense capabilities resulting in casualties. That's why, after killing at close range, they would quickly distance themselves to avoid getting blasted. As long as they increased the distance, the impact's strength weakened, and the damage remained within a tolerable range. Even because of this, they might only get close enough to slaughter the blue-robed cultists and then leave the armed workers, who would be used as undead bombs, alone, or wait to deal with them from a safer distance. Mere armed workers who would explode upon death were not much trouble, but those blue-robed cultists were. The battle nuns were on the right track. The factory, already blasted into ruins, was of little value to Shell anymore. The half-destroyed ruins provided better cover for survivors and were sturdier than a normal factory building. To take it down, it still relied on the infantry assault. If it had only been the armed workers as the opponent, 2 infantry battalions would have been more than enough to handle it. The number of armed workers still alive wouldn't be that large, and they lacked heavy weaponry as well as military skills. Even if they seemed fearless in the face of death, it was just a matter of time before all were killed. With the skills of the governor's soldiers, even in the bloodiest of close-quarters battles, the actual losses would be quite limited. They just needed to kill those in the blue robes. And that's exactly what the nuns were doing. Indeed, they were doing it well, with courageous actions, leading the soldiers to start advancing again. Moreover, after getting a clear picture of the situation on the battlefield, the commanders of the 2nd and the 6th battalions participating in this fight also planned to increase the frontline soldiers. Thus, 4 infantry companies were thrown into the front lines of battle, including the only company with a special number in the entire troop abandoned cave company. With the battle nuns systematically striking and eliminating the blue-robed in large numbers, without the artillery support, the remaining armed workers found it extremely difficult to continue their desperate resistance. The situation tilted back in favor of the governor's soldiers. Under such circumstances, the battle should have been drawing to a close. After Gu Hang arrived at the scene and briefly met with Perbove, Lambert, and others commanding the outskirts, he used telekinesis to lift his body high and survey the battle from above. The situation seemed approximately as described. By rights, this should have eased his worries significantly. The nuns of St. Mercy Lily were putting in a commendable effort against the heretic cult. The soldiers, accompanying the battle, were in high spirits. Although there were some casualties, it was entirely within the acceptable range. Although a factory was wrecked, this should be the only place within Revival City still capable of mounting a large-scale armed resistance. Once this was over, the job would be considered done. This show of force was a warning to the remaining Alliance elites, leaving them with no chance to resist, trembling under the slaughter wielded by Lambert. However, Gu Hang felt a sudden surge of unease at that moment. It was as if a great disaster was about to take shape right before his eyes. He directly activated spiritual vision to inspect the entire battlefield. Gu Hang saw many specks of storm heresy reactions. Those armed workers had been preemptively implanted with some kind of heretical power that could be detonated after death, or even while they were still alive. The specks of storm heresy that Gu Hang saw were likely these, under normal circumstances. As for others that were strong or weak, those had to be the cultists in blue robes who had exposed themselves. They were being fully assaulted by St. Mercy Lily and were dying fast. If things continued at this rate, in a few more hours before the sun set, the entire factory area would be thoroughly cleansed. In conclusion, at a glance, Gu Hang didn't see any problems. So what was that earlier feeling of unease all about? Could it be that it wasn't a spiritual warning at all, just his brain glitching from recent exhaustion? Thinking this, Gu Hang felt somewhat relieved. Of course, that would be for the best. Otherwise, if there really were a crisis, then that would be troublesome. With that thought, Gu Hang took another glance at the battlefield. Still no problems. Wait a minute, Gu Hang furrowed his brows deeply. It wasn't that he saw anything new, but he realized he might have missed something. The dots of light that symbolized storm sorcery seemed a bit too numerous. According to the reports from Perbov about the previous state of the battle, even if any armed workers died, their bodies would be used as landmines and fired out as cannon fodder. The corpse bombs that were used up, of course, shouldn't still have light dots. And when the nuns of St. Lily started to show their power, targeting those blue-robed cultists, the soldiers followed suit, dealing with the remaining armed workers. Without the control of a sorcerer, the dead bodies wouldn't detonate on their own. But even so, the soldiers kept their distance from those bodies that hadn't exploded, ensuring they wouldn't be blown up by some cultist sorcerer who hadn't been eliminated in time. The problem of how to deal with these remaining bodies would be troublesome, but at least for now, they didn't pose a threat to the battle. However, the number of light dots that Ji Yu Hang saw didn't quite match the number of workers the soldiers had killed and those who were still stubbornly resisting in the center of the ruins. Moreover, many of the Storm Heresy light dots overlapped with the positions of the soldiers. He had thought before that it might be the soldiers accidentally getting too close, but upon closer observation, it became clear that the soldiers had no idea they were standing next to the bodies of armed workers. It was normal for one or two people to be careless, but for so many to be overlapping was anything but normal. Did they have a death wish? Impossible. Considering the previous situation, Ji Yu Hang was startled to realize. Were those the bodies of the workers who had died in the bombardment, buried under the factory ruins, triggered by hundreds of previous shellings? They were implanted with the energy of storm sorcery just like the others and could also be used as corpse bombs. It was just that because of the previous shelling, a large area of the factory buildings had collapsed, burying many bodies or even living people under the debris. But being buried didn't mean they were no longer a threat. What if these thousands of corpses were to detonate at the same time beneath the rubble? It would be like thousands of compressed air bombs exploding underneath, releasing shockwaves and air pressure that would blow the seemingly solid and stable semi-ruined site into the sky. For those deeply entrenched within, the consequences would be catastrophic. The 4 infantry companies of the 2nd and 6th battalions would probably be annihilated, not to mention even Georgette's 6 battle nuns, who might suffer greatly from this one wave. After understanding the risk, Ji Yu Hang didn't even have the time to communicate with Perbov, Lambert, and others. His order, transmitted through the means of spiritual energy shaking, resonated across the entire battlefield. I am Ji Yu Hang. I command everyone to cease fighting and evacuate the factory area. Repeat, evacuate the factory area immediately. To prevent Georgette, who was not his subordinate, from misunderstanding his orders, he specifically pulled a spiritual energy communication line to her, sending his voice directly into her ears. This place is likely a trap. Evacuate first, we can make long-term plans later. The soldiers under Ji Yu Hang's command, of course, obeyed the order. Though they did not know why, they still followed Mr. Gu's command and retreated. Of course, they didn't just foolishly turn and run. Some provided fire cover, while others established defensive lines to prevent the armed workers from taking the opportunity to attack and inflict unnecessary casualties. As for Georgette, she didn't understand why they had to retreat when she first heard Ji Yu Hang's voice. In her view, they were on the verge of winning the battle. Retreating now would not only risk throwing the victory away, but at the very least, it would give the cultists a chance to breathe, something she did not want to see. But she couldn't just continue the attack with her 6 nuns either. Seeing Mr. Gu's soldiers retreating, she, reluctant as she was, had to fall back as well. The enraged battle nun was prepared to retreat and then confront Mr. Ji Yu for an explanation. However, the subsequent information that reached her ears about Ji Yu Hang's judgment that this was a trap immediately put her on alert. She hadn't noticed anything, but that didn't prevent her from taking the warning seriously. Mr. Ji Yu was a spiritual energy practitioner. Perhaps he could see something she couldn't? She beckoned, signaling her sisters to retreat with her. However, the enemy also realized the intentions of Mr. Gu's troops and the Saintly Lily's nuns to retreat. The surviving armed workers, like madmen, leapt out from their cover and began to pursue fiercely. They continuously fired their weapons while moving ceaselessly. By the look of them, it seemed they were not expecting to cause much damage with their light arms, but rather, even in death, they wanted to deliver their corpses closer to the nuns and soldiers. This level of coordination and morale could not have come from ordinary workers. Madness was evident in their eyes, and not a glint of reason remained. Indeed, they could not live much longer. Even the battle nuns and Mr. Gu's soldiers, still retreating, maintained good organization. and the rearguard soldiers and retreating nuns took out these rashly exposed armed workers. However, behind those armed workers, a figure clad in gray-white robes, corpulent, quietly emerged from the ruins. She didn't move forward or expose herself within the firing line. She opened her arms, palms to the sky, and the power of the storm began to radiate out from her as the center. It was as if a pervasive breeze wafted through. The corpses of the workers that the breeze touched, even those buried under the rubble, all underwent some change. Georgette felt intense storm heresy energy being activated on the previously silent corpses under her feet and all around. The bombs were not yet exploding, just activated. Afterward, all they needed was a spark, and these corpse bombs would naturally detonate. Georgette knew she couldn't escape. Before the enemy could detonate the trap, everyone was already out of range from escaping the trap's reach. But as the enemy activated the corpse bombs, it also revealed their position. She stopped in her tracks, powered up forcefully, and charged toward the source of the storm heresy energy. She leapt into the air, the power pack on her back spewing flames, propelling her to extreme speed in an instant. On the way, her grenade gun was continually raised, but the strong storm heresy energy target she sensed never appeared in her field of vision. She could only clench her teeth and continue the sprint. In these brief moments, a bit of sentiment crossed her mind. The sisters who followed her had just retired from a grueling war. The order stationed them aboard the Quintet starship as members of the national religion, intending to provide them a quiet place to recuperate for 2 years. Obviously, staying in orbit around Rage Owl's star, the Quintet should have encountered no trouble. They could have spent 2 peaceful years in the ship's small chapel, soothing their weary hearts from years of constant war. It was well meant, but Georgette didn't quite appreciate it. Aboard the starship, her demeanor was calm, but her heart struggled to settle. Accustomed to life on the battlefield, she felt oddly uneasy in the calm. Upon hearing that Rage Owl star was plagued by a cult, she couldn't wait to bring her sisters to the surface and join the battle. In her opinion, it was a waste to be donned in armor blessed by the Emperor and possess strong powers but not use them to vanquish the enemies of the Emperor, instead cultivating oneself within the Starship Church. But what she didn't expect was that this decision would lead her sisters, who could have rested safely, into a desperate situation. She herself might survive the upcoming explosion due to her own strength, but her sisters would certainly suffer casualties, possibly even total annihilation. They had survived battles far more difficult and terrifying than the minor skirmishes on Rage Owl Star, but now they might die or be injured here because of her orders, stepping into a trap. It's pathetic how a slip in the gutter could cost blood. If she couldn't stop this explosion, she might live with regret for a very long time. But no matter how fast she moved, it seemed too late. She could already feel the spread of the storm heresy's power, activating more and more corpse bombs. The explosion was likely to happen in the next moment. However, at that moment, everything came to a sudden stop. Those corpse bombs were not further activated, nor did they explode. Then, from the center of the storm heresy, she heard a sharp, exasperated voice. "You deserve to die." A wind bullet shot out from that point, aiming for the sky. Georgette's gaze followed the wind bullet upwards, and she saw a man dressed in a golden nobility robe, floating there. Just as the wind bullet was about to hit, it suddenly dissipated, leaving only a gust of wind that whipped his robe and black hair fiercely about. The man's eyes shone with blue spiritual energy, and his target was none other than the cult leader. Georgette realized that Mr. Gu had used some kind of spiritual energy technique to cut off the cult leader's control over the corpse bombs and stop the imminent explosion. It was then that Gu Hang's voice reached her ears. "Battle Nun, please eliminate that heretic quickly." Yes. Georgette hadn't wavered with the change in the situation and now felt even more invigorated by Gu Hang's words. She maintained the acceleration provided by her jetpack's flame spray and moved as fast as possible toward the cult leader. The few surviving armed workers tried to stop her. Their guns posed no threat to the Battle Nun, so they could only hope to get close enough for the sorcerer to detonate the storm bombs within them, using this method to hinder her. "Don't hesitate, charge with all your might." Gu Hang's voice sounded again. Georgette now had complete trust in Mr. Gu. She didn't bother with the armed workers, only executing them with a bomb gun when convenient. And indeed, those armed workers didn't manage to explode. All the detonation signals sent out by the sorcerers were intercepted by Gu Hang. "We've hit 1,000 subscriptions. Adding an extra chapter. To be honest, I'm not very satisfied with this result, and I've been criticized quite harshly, leaving me feeling somewhat down. Watching the armed workers who were supposed to act as bombs to hinder her actions collapse around her without a single explosion, Georgette felt overwhelmed with gratitude towards Ji Yu Hang. She had seen more powerful spiritual energy users before, many in fact. In her opinion, Mr. Gu's spiritual energy was excellent, but that was about it. He was not at the level of a master. Yet today, the spiritual energy control he displayed was enough to amaze anyone. That method that could sever the sorcerer's extension of spiritual energy was truly magnificent. It was Georgette's first encounter with such spiritual energy abilities. Her understanding of spiritual energy wasn't profound, but she saw Mr. Gu's actions as decisive. And she, of course, wasn't going to squander the opportunity created by Mr. Ji Yu. She had already sprinted to a position where she could see the cult leader. The sight of the divine envoy wearing a gray robe and being extremely obese made Georgette feel sick. Her bomb gun fired 2 bullets at her, barely repelled by the storm shield. Ji Yu Hang had the ability to weaken the storm shield, aiding Georgette's 2 bullets to directly attempt to assassinate the cult divine envoy. But he did not bother to do so. His most important task now was to intercept the sorcerer's signal to detonate the corpse bombs, and not a single one could slip through. Interfering with the storm shield was considered superfluous, unnecessary. After all, it would only let that fat woman divine envoy live for 2 more seconds. Incensed, the battle nun had arrived right before her. The sacred golden halberd was raised high. The shadow wind envoy's face showed terror. She tried to unleash a gust of hurricane energy in front of her to blow the battle nun away, but after the sorcery took form, it was merely a breeze. At such a close range, the nun's ability to suppress spiritual energy was fully utilized. The spells that were actively released were hindered by her, failing to have their intended effect. Immediately after, the sacred golden halberd came slashing down. The storm shield dissipated like real air. Following that, the shadow wind envoy's sinful and ugly body was cleaved from head to toe, vertically split into 2 halves. The greatest threat had died, but that did not mean everything was over. Theoretically, as long as a single sorcerer nearby was still alive, the danger persisted. The battle nun understood this. After slaying the strongest gray-robed cult leader, she didn't pause for half a moment and immediately targeted the ordinary blue-robed sorcerers nearby. 1 shot from her bomb gun meant 1 life lost. At the same time, the soldiers who were in the process of retreating, along with 6 other nuns, turned back and joined the fight. During this process, Ji Yu Hang's figure was always floating in midair. The soldiers in battle occasionally looked up, gazing at their governor with eyes full of reverence. They didn't quite understand what Mr. Ji Yu had done, but through the messages conveyed by their officers, through the encouragement shouts of the battling nuns, they still knew that just now, the situation was extremely critical and Mr. Ji Yu had saved everyone's life. The battle nuns also frequently looked up. They knew a bit more about what had just happened, and their gaze at the moment was even brighter. Ji Yu Hang, flying in the sky, could feel the gazes from below. However, he did not pay too much attention to them. Half of his focus was now on the battlefield, remaining vigilant for any signals indicating corpses being triggered to explode. Although the fat divine envoy had died, hence no one could activate all the storm bombs at once, scattered detonations by those blue-robed sorcerers were still a possibility. Since Ji Yu Hang was already there, he intended to prevent them from succeeding as much as possible. As for the other half of his focus, it was spent pondering over the entire situation. The infiltration of Revival City by the primordial Wrath Owl sect was more severe than he had anticipated. After taking over Revival City, a plethora of debuffs related to the current condition of the city had popped up on his system interface. Among them, there was one called Cult Rampant, but this was categorized as moderately decreased benevolence income, which was negligible compared to the numerous, significantly decrease, and greatly decrease debuffs above it. For this reason, Ji Yu Hang had slightly overlooked this issue. Even before, when the alliance government, under his pressure, had conducted a comprehensive investigation of the cult, forcing members of the primordial Wrath Owl sect to launch an ambush to assassinate him, Ji Yu Hang had even made a misjudgment. These people didn't wield much influence in Revival City, and having been dealt with severely, they were resorting to desperate measures. Ji Yu Hang knew they still had forces in Revival City, But he thought they were inconsequential, nothing more than a minor nuisance. And yet, they had managed to cause him such a huge problem here. Even battle nuns, experts in combating heretic cults, almost capsized in this gutter. I underestimated you. Ji Yu Hang thought to himself. This was not a trifling matter, but a serious internal threat. Especially the storm bombs implanted inside human bodies, this technology was perfect for terrorist attacks. The cult followers even concentrated people in the industrial district, preparing for a significant strike. If they realized this approach wouldn't work and decided to brainwash ordinary people to become human bombs in crowded places, factories, or on military routes, that would indeed be a significant headache. Ji Yu Hang realized that if he did not thoroughly deal with these people, he could not expect to live in peace. A deadly animosity had been forged between the two sides. As for how to catch them, firstly, finding clues and investigating was the standard method. During the fight, the nuns had deliberately spared the lives of a few blue-robed sorcerers. Getting fanatical cult members to talk was no easy feat, as they likely feared death little. However, Georgette also mentioned they had some special methods in this regard, and Ji Yu Hang chose to trust her. Secondly, there were some unconventional methods. A city-wide rigorous screening. In this respect, it was perfect for Osenia to cooperate. The outer city was the main concern since its residents were poor and lacked savings. After Lambert had taken control of the city's food warehouses, Osenia was to immediately go to the outskirts to distribute food, preventing chaos caused by starving people while also encouraging them to return to their jobs and resume production as soon as possible. Now, it's just a matter of having Osenia include a cult screening during the food distribution process. But there were complications with this plan. Without technology to simply poke someone's throat and determine if they were a cult member, figuring out how to screen for cult followers was indeed troublesome. After the battle had completely ended and it was confirmed there were no enemies left, the soldiers withdrew from the area. As long as no one interfered anymore, the storm heresy contained in the bodies of the armed workers who had died in the rubble would gradually dissipate on its own and not last very long. Of course, these activated storm bombs were very unstable entities. It was not ruled out that they might explode for some reason before their energy was completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Hang also had to be vigilant against the cultists returning to retrieve and make use of the bodies again. Therefore, a company of soldiers would be stationed nearby, put up a cordon, and completely lock down the vicinity until the problem here was resolved. Actually, the best way to deal with this was to have specialized personnel safely handle the energy contained in these bodies. Ji Yu Hang had this capability, and so did the Sisterhood. However, there were simply too many things to handle inside Revival City now, and there was no time to waste here dealing with the bodies and aftermath. Ji Yu Hang himself needn't say much. He was incredibly busy, from civil affairs to economic production to military governance. All required his attentiveness. The Sisters of St. Lee Nun Association still had to further trace the trails of the cult. It was certain they had done more than just the incident at the Norris factory, and surely had plots elsewhere. So, they could only be left here. The factory had already been bombed to ruin by earlier artillery fire, and as long as there were no people inside, even if all those storm bombs exploded and blew the ruins to the sky again, it didn't matter too much. Next, Ji Yu Hang needed to find Georgette again to have a good talk about pursuing the cultists. However, before Ji Yu Hang could find her, Georgette sought him out first. "Your Excellency the Battle Nun, your timing is perfect. Ji Yu Hang's words were choked back by a hug. Georgette hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Mr. Ji Yu. Without your help, my sisters would have suffered great losses, and I might have been lost in self-blame and regret for a long time." Ji Yu Hang didn't know where to put his hands at that moment. They felt uncomfortably firm everywhere. All he could say was, we are allies, after all, it's what I should do. We need to continue working together to eliminate those who have betrayed the Divine Emperor. Yes, Georgette released him, but I still need to thank you, this is a blessing from the Emperor. Having said that, she kissed Ji Yu Hang on the forehead and then turned and left. As Ji Yu Hang watched Georgette walk away, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Blessing is a blessing, but why did you have to take advantage of me? Tremendous victory, earned 221 blessing points. Losses: 154. Enemies killed: 5,073. Prisoners: 9. Governor's Infantry Regiment. Losses: 154. Enemies killed: 4,488. St. Lee Nun Association, Ali, losses, 0, enemies killed, 585. After the battle had ended, as usual, Gu Hang saw the operational statistics within the system interface. The bounty of blessing points was quite good, even more so than the rewards from resolving the battle in the outer city. Almost capturing an entire Alliance Legion yielded only 133 blessing points. Now, by eliminating 4 to 5,000 adversaries, the score had gone over 200. The discrepancy possibly lay in the fact that the action to capture the Alliance Legion was basically picking low-hanging fruit, as the main issues had been dealt with by the Allies, resulting in a lower coefficient for earning blessing points. This current battle, though the battle nun's help was significant, the main problems were still resolved by Gu Hang's own subordinates. The bombardment from the heavy artillery was the most significant source of damage in this battle. Without the several hundred shells fired by those 10 heavy guns, a direct attack on the factory would likely have failed, even if 2 entire infantry battalions were deployed. The offensive side attacking the defensive side is inherently at a disadvantage, not to mention a troop difference of 600 vs 5,000, almost tenfold. However, the firepower gap brought by heavy artillery compensated for this issue. Afterward, the help from the battle nuns was significant. But despite that, during the attack, both the 2nd and 6th Battalions suffered considerable casualties. The companies that took the lead in the charge were essentially wiped out, and with the subsequent troop deployment, the total losses amounted to 154. These casualties were quite disheartening. Since Gu Hang pulled out his troops and began his campaign, this was the battle with the single largest number of casualties. However, thinking coldly, the cost-benefit ratio was still acceptable. After acquiring the entirety of Revival City and offering proper treatment, Gu Hang would be able to easily replenish manpower from the outskirts of the city. Training more than 100 soldiers to T5 level is merely 1 point of divine favor, effectively free. And the weapons and equipment could be completely replenished from the current military production capacities of the abandoned cave society. By now, Gu Hang's current points of divine favors had reached 356. Wealthy, satisfied, he closed the battle settlement page and turned his attention to the new changes in his personal information on the Hero interface. There was an additional item. Blessing of St. Lee, 15 days, slightly increases spiritual and physical attributes, diminishing over time. After receiving the Emperor's blessing, Gu Hang felt a warmth in his body. He found it peculiar, but it wasn't uncomfortable, and now, upon checking, getting kissed actually came with such benefits. Gu Hang was already contemplating how to get kissed every 15 days. No other intentions, purely for the buff increase. After the small interlude, everyone went back to their respective tasks. The Sisterhood continued their pursuit of the cult. Old Norris was dug out. This guy actually survived. The cultists didn't silence him, probably because they felt it unnecessary. If the storm trap in the factory area had been triggered, not even the nuns in their power armor might have lived, let alone Old Norris. He had been hiding in an underground chamber all the while, and during the final stage of the bombardment, the entrance was buried under the rubble, trapping him inside. It wasn't until the soldiers were cleaning up the area that they heard his cries and dug him out. However, his subsequent fate might be quite grim. The Sisterhood would catch him and inquire about his dealings with the cult. The interrogation process by the St. Lee, though, probably wouldn't be as gentle as the smiles on their faces. Certain special methods would ensure they got the answers they wanted, but these methods probably weren't too kind to the interrogated's brain. Once the Sisterhood was done questioning him, Norris would be handed over to Lambert, the head of the Alliance Rectification Committee. Then Lambert would get his revenge. Beyond Norris as an important source of intelligence, the St. Lee nuns also captured several living blue-robed sorcerers. These individuals, likewise, were sources of intelligence, with the hope of extracting some information from them. Furthermore, with Lambert clearing Norris, the most significant obstacle, the cleansing of other elites within the city would become easier, and it's likely no one would be able to resist anymore. Currently, it seems the elites of Revival City are deeply intertwined with the primordial Wrath Owl sect. The Sisterhood should be able to find some breakthroughs here as well. A two-pronged approach. The conventional path of pursuing the cult handed to the Sisterhood, and Gu Hang started focusing on citywide screening to catch cultists. That's what Osenia was doing. The reason for having Osenia handle the city-wide screening wasn't to have the girl investigate cases. That wasn't her specialty. In reality, Ji Hang hoped that she could distribute grain throughout Revival City to ensure the welfare of the citizens, and, by the way, take care of this matter as well. But with this city-wide screening, Ji Hang didn't hold much hope. It was just something done incidentally. Mainly because there wasn't a particularly effective method of screening. Cult members wouldn't admit to it if you simply asked them whether they were part of it or not. He had also told Osenia that this task was to be done conveniently, and the main focus should remain on ensuring people's livelihoods. The army that had entered the city with Ji Hang had already taken control of several grain warehouses. However, it was at this time that bad news arrived. The city's grain reserves were not plentiful. If one considered regular consumption for a population of 1 million people in the city, there was roughly only a 15-day supply. For a city that primarily relied on imported grain for trade, such a level of grain reserve was dangerously low, as if the previous alliance government had no understanding of the importance of food security. But from another perspective, it made sense. After taking over the grain warehouses, Osenia had included the poor of the outer city in her calculations of consumption at the same per capita standard as at the governor's camp and abandoned cave society. But before this, the alliance authorities might never have counted it like that. They probably only saw the 100,000 people within the inner city as proper citizens. The poor in the outer city? They were left to fend for themselves. Of course, the supply of food for the outer city residents definitely came from these warehouses. How else would they survive? They certainly couldn't live on tree bark for 800,000 or 900,000 people. It's just that the outer city residents didn't consume as much as the standard per capita consumption calculated by Osenia. 800,000 to 900,000 people might only consume the equivalent of 300,000 to 500,000 people per day, grain consumption. On average, they could only eat 1/3 to 1/2 of the food daily, so malnutrition was normal. And since this is an average, it means that some residents of the outer city could eat their fill while others might go without food for 2 days in a row. This situation aligned with the actual conditions in the outer city of Revival City. Having survived in the outer city for a few months, Osenia was very clear about how the residents lived there. By such standards, a 15-day supply of food could be stretched to reserves lasting 30 to 40 days. But Osenia decided not to calculate it this way. She would provide the outer city population of Revival City with a standard portion of food. Otherwise, if we were hungry before the governor arrived and remained hungry after he came, then what was the governor's visit for? During this current phase, increasing the ration distribution to ensure everyone could eat enough was an important step in establishing loyalty to the governor. The inner city residents are indifferent to the new governor? Let them be indifferent. Do they really think it's still the era of the alliance, when only the inner city residents counted as people?
In the long conversation between Ji Hang and Osenia, they had made it clear that the greatest treasure of Revival City lay in the hundreds of thousands of residents in the outer city. As long as they wholeheartedly supported the governor, everything else would be a paper tiger.
The elite could be overthrown, their production materials confiscated. Ji Hang didn't need their support to rule. The relatively well-off inner city residents, no matter if they harbored resentments, just needed to behave and work diligently. If they dared cause trouble, there were ways to deal with them. The vast number of impoverished people in the outer city would see an improvement in their living conditions. They would live better lives under the governor's kindness and quickly return to the factories and their jobs, glowing with dedication for the governor's cause. Of course, distributing only food would not suffice. Or rather, the distribution of food is the foundation of solidifying the rule of the governor, the price paid. Beyond that cost, how to steadily reap rewards is where the real challenge lies for Osenia. Osenia was well aware that simply opening the granaries was no proof of her abilities. As if anyone couldn't do the same. Along with providing food, she had to make it clear to the residents that this was a favor from the governor. Only then would the true value of distributing the grain be realized. At the same time, she had to anchor a principle from the outset. She couldn't allow people to live on handouts. She didn't plan to define this batch of food as mere relief or welfare. Whether Revival City was seen as impoverished or wealthy depended on the perspective. To say it was wealthy would mean considering only the inner city people. Indeed, by the standards of this wasteland, they were quite well off. Their wealth, however, was built upon the exploitation of the tens of thousands of people in the outer city who were treated as if they were less than human. But now, Osenia intended to treat the 8 or 900,000 people in the outer city as human beings, which immediately added a significant burden. By such a standard, it was impossible to consider the city wealthy. The reserves of Revival City now could not support high welfare. Osenia would provide the outer city residents with the opportunity for a normal life, but what she could offer was just the opportunity and platform. If they wished to live decently, it would still depend on their own hard work. Of course, this wouldn't be as generous as directly distributing food, but Osenia would rather sacrifice a bit of the benefit of bestowing favors to ensure that Revival City's finances were on a relatively healthy path. Moreover, there was no doubt in her mind that the outer city residents were willing to work hard. Having lived in the outer city herself, Osenia firmly believed this. In regard to this, Osenia had roughly established a temporary system. She would indiscriminately distribute food to the residents outside the city, but only enough for a few days, and just 1/3 of their ration to ensure no one would starve to death. For those who wanted more, they would have to purchase it. The government grain sale outlets that were set up would sell grain at an affordable price, and purchases would be limited to a certain quantity per person. The government would strictly crack down on any gang activities involving buying up grain using others' quotas for hoarding. For a considerable time to come, the grain industry would become a state-run industry, and the governor's government would go all out to ensure the stability of grain prices. Private individuals were not to intrude into this industry for the time being. As long as the outer city residents had access to a stable and affordable grain supply, their basic needs would be ensured. Of course, a considerable number of outer city residents had no savings at all. Recently, due to the war, they were unemployed and had no means of livelihood. Osenia also had corresponding measures. Following the regaining of control over the factories, workshops, and shops, as they reopened, they would absorb the unemployed. Wages would be settled daily in the form of grain tickets, which could be directly exchanged for food. Osenia considered introducing a workpoint system but decided against promoting it in Revival City for the time being. With just a handful of administrators on hand, she was in no position to implement a workpoint system to replace the existing currency system. Such upheaval would require a stronger administrative capacity and grassroots control to carry out. In fact, even just distributing grain and promoting the resumption of work and production, she and her dozen subordinates were not up to the task. Fortunately, the military would be there to assist her. The 3rd Battalion of the Governor's Infantry Regiment will be responsible for food security, and incidentally, for the safety of Osenia herself. Of course, relying solely on an infantry battalion is certainly not enough. And at this time, the work that Yan Fangshu had been doing finally paid off. He had not shown his face in Revival City because he was with the 4th Battalion and the 50 political commissaries drawn from various teams, still entrenched in the prison camps outside Revival City. With a shortage of manpower in Osenia's area, she made a request to the governor. Jiyu Hang turned his head and asked Yan Fangshu about the training status of those prisoners. It had only been a few days. Naturally, more than 7,000 prisoners could not be reorganized so quickly. However, their training level was sufficient. Although it did not meet the T5 standard produced by the system, they were after all formally part of the previous alliance's regular army. The main issue was their reliability, but if manpower really needed to be drafted, it was not impossible. Yan Fangshu selected 7 companies that had shown the best performance to date. Within these 7 companies, the political commissars deployed had already succeeded in establishing branches of the Soldiers' Committee and had done very good ideological work. And those who were put into practical action immediately faced their first test. Osenia seemed rather overwhelmed. The administrative team she led had virtually no control over the suburban areas outside Revival City. Everything had to start from scratch. It was also difficult to establish control quickly. So how was Osenia going to spread the word about distributing food at said times and places? She resorted to a crude method. She got hold of several tricycles, fitted them with loudspeakers, recorded the messages for food distribution, and had them drive around the city ensuring the message could be heard everywhere. The work of cult screening issued by the governor, in Osenia's understanding, was something that needed to be done, but the priority was not as high. Of course, she knew that if cult members were not caught, they would cause trouble and make mischief. But relatively speaking, if the people in the suburbs had enough to eat, it would not be so easy for the cult members to stir up trouble. The difficulty would increase. Who would follow a cult when there are prospects for the future? Of course, screening work still needed to be done. 3 nuns had been assigned by Georgette to assist with the final processing of the screening work. But clearly, relying on 3 nuns, it was impossible to screen hundreds of thousands of people. Amidst her busy schedule, Osenia found time to create a registration form. When collecting food, the public needed to register their personal information, which had to be cross-verified with the information provided by others. The hope was that through this method, it would be possible to identify any recent abnormal behaviors, people living in close proximity whom their neighbors didn't recognize, or even more directly, to report those suspected of being cult members. Those identified as anomalies would be subject to further scrutiny, and ultimately, by the last check, the nuns would be directly involved. This was the best solution Osenia could come up with under the limited conditions and time. Her core focus, however, was still on food distribution. However, just as the tricycles with loudspeakers were spreading the word everywhere, and the food distribution points guarded by teams of soldiers scattered around the suburbs were set up, waiting for the food to arrive so that the work could proceed smoothly. News came that the convoy transporting food from the inner city had been ambushed. When Osenia heard the news, she felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. If there were problems with the food transportation, it could lead to a major crisis. The people's sense of anticipation had already been built up by the continuous mobile loudspeaker propaganda. According to frontline reports, many citizens were already queuing up at the distribution points, waiting for the arrival of the food. Now, what could she do if the food ran into trouble halfway? Was she really going to tell the starving people lined up for their meal that the food was gone? Wasn't that nonsense? It was likely to spark a riot on the spot. Osenia was somewhat panicked. Her experience wasn't expansive. In her past managerial roles, she had done well, typically identifying problems, pondering solutions, and finding ways to get things done. Usually, if she followed her own plan, issues would be resolved. But she had never encountered a sudden, large-scale emergency like this, one that could completely collapse if mishandled. Panic was natural. However, she quickly forced herself to calm down. Osenia, don't panic, think of a solution, just like before. Regaining her composure, she began to think. Managing the food distribution for the vast population outside the city was a very complex process. First, she had chosen 6 locations in the outer city as warehouses to serve as distribution hubs. The food transported from the main warehouses in the inner city would first be delivered there. Then, each distribution hub would correspond to about 10 specific food distribution points. The food transported to the hubs would be further distributed to these points. Citizens could register there and directly receive food after confirming their identities. The security issue was quite tough. The forces Osenia could enlist included 7 companies provided by Yan Fangshu and the 3rd Battalion sent by the governor's camp, adding up to a total of 10 companies. A company would be responsible for each distribution hub. They had to garrison the hubs to ensure the safety of the food upon arrival. They also had to monitor each food distribution point and provide immediate support in case of emergencies. In addition, there were 2 companies mainly responsible for escorting the food shipments. Each of the 6 routes needed a platoon to accompany the convoy. The last 2 companies were pulled out to act as clerks. They would be dispersed among all food distribution points, serving as guards while also handling personnel registration and the actual food distribution tasks. When there weren't enough clerks, soldiers would fill the gap. Now, the problem was with the food transportation route. Currently, the news Osenia had was that a mob, armed with weapons, emerged from the complicated environment of a slum as the convoy passed through, launching an attack on the team. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. All 6 food transportation routes had almost simultaneously been attacked. After clarifying the situation, she may not have been completely composed, but she still issued one firm order after another. Immediately send a telegram to the governor, report our situation, and request support. We need loyal and reliable troops to help. Immediately command all companies stationed at the food distribution hubs to deploy in full force, support their respective food convoys, and eliminate all armed militants. Teams established at the 60 food distribution points are not to move. They must focus on the situation of the queuing citizens, with appeasement as the highest priority. Use of force is not permitted unless absolutely necessary. Contact Captain Yan Fangshu. I need him to prepare the military rations from the prisoner camp. I fully understand those supplies are critical. They determine the stability of the prisoners. I hope we won't need them, But if any food transportation route indeed encounters issues, we need those supplies for emergency use. Also, inform him not to worry, as I've already arranged for supplies from the governor's camp's starch block factory. A convoy carrying 100 tons of food is on its way, which can replenish the military's needs. Our synthetic starch factories are also operating at full capacity. The clerks receiving her orders went off to carry out their tasks. Osenia, while pondering whether there were any issues with the orders she'd issued or if anything needed to be added, looked out the window. It had started to get windy outside. The houses in the slum, built haphazardly, creaked in the wind. Looking at the gusty wind, Osenia's worries deepened. One more chapter to go, it'll be late, not finished yet. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Move faster, Cody shouted loudly. At his side, 2 infantry platoons moved quickly. These soldiers, still in the uniform of the Alliance Legion, had now become reliable troops. Although they were not as dependable as Cody's old unit, he believed that with his efforts over these days, they should be willing to fight for the governor. Besides, today's mission was for Revival City. Cody came from abandoned cave society and was among the first batch of soldiers to heed the call and join under the governor's command. Perbov was his former superior. When Perbov was ordered to form the 2nd Battalion, Cody was promoted too, assuming the role of squad leader. After the battle for Revival City concluded, he was elected as a political commissar, donning a black coat, a red military cap, and epaulettes, looking stylish and domineering, a striking contrast to the ordinary soldier's attire. It's hard to say how much the clothes had played a part in Cody's willingness to take on the role of political commissar back then. Of course, he understood the responsibilities that came with his position more clearly. To be honest, even after a half-day of lessons on loyalty to the Empire, loyalty to the Emperor given by the nuns of the Holy Lily, followed by a heartfelt half-day lecture from the governor himself, he was still not very clear about what exactly a political commissar should do. The so-called forcing a duck onto a perch was just like this. When he first arrived at the company, facing over 100 unfamiliar faces, Cody was nervous. But his crisp uniform, the bright red cap, and epaulettes forced him to straighten his chest firmly and quickly assume his role. During these days, he had made contact with every soldier. He now knew everyone's name, their past, and their reasons for enlisting. In his view, he didn't have any special methods. He chatted with everyone, understood what they were thinking, then shared his own thoughts with them. Why enlist as a soldier? Because we want to change the world. No one wishes to live in this disordered, chaotic wasteland world filled with death and hunger. Now, a savior has descended from the heavens, the governor himself, and we must seize this opportunity. This is the only chance to change our fate and, by extension, the fate of the entire world. Why say so? Cody used his hometown, Abandoned Cave Society, as an example. The people of Abandoned Cave Society once lived a life far worse than that of the citizens outside Revival City or you soldiers of the Alliance. But now, Abandoned Cave Society has warmed and fed its inhabitants without question. Everyone lives in solid concrete houses with jobs and industries, and the roaring heavy machinery is producing hope in bulk. Those plastic steel alloys, those machines, engines, car bodies. As these items increase, it signifies that people's lives are getting better and better. Abandoned Cave Society has undergone an earth-shaking transformation. And why have they come to Revival City? It's because they want to help the governor bring the same drastic changes to Revival City. Cody had spoken these words to almost every soldier in the company during these days. He did so tirelessly, his words sincere. He then established a soldiers' committee, allowing everyone to share their thoughts, where he either facilitated discussions or provided answers. Then he selected the most suitable dozen or so soldiers, those with the most progressive and firmest thoughts, to assist the squad leaders in their work. As a result, a special piece of information came to light at that time. A soldier mentioned that before he enlisted, there was an underground passage from the inner city to the outer city where he lived. He had stumbled upon it accidentally and knew it was being used for smuggling. He didn't dare divulge it earlier because someone who discovered it with him vanished into thin air just days later for talking too much. But now, he had the courage to speak up. Cody then passed this information to his former superior. Perbov really made a catch there, apprehending what was said to be a high-ranking official of the Alliance. Of course, that was just a minor incident, and Cody didn't pay too much attention to it, instead continuing to focus on constant conversations and interactions with the soldiers. He didn't feel like he was doing ideological work. He was simply conveying his own thoughts to every soldier in the most sincere and earnest way possible. Then, in a daze, he received Captain Yan Fangzhu's commendation, saying that his and his unit were the best at ideological work and were awarded a silk banner. When he brought the silk banner back, it was met with the cheers of the entire unit. This might have been that sense of team honor that the governor had talked about during training. When Captain Yan Fangzhu announced the need to select a unit to undertake the task of food distribution, he communicated with the company commander at the earliest opportunity, eagerly volunteering for the mission. During the mobilization, he made it clear to all soldiers. This is a great deed, distributing food to the whole city, so that no one has to go hungry. There are rebels and cult members in the city. They are very bad, and they may very well cause chaos. Their objective is to oppose the governor's rule using the hunger and death of countless innocent civilians. What we need to do is to protect the food, defend our achievements, and crush the schemes of these traitors and cultists. The soldiers fully understood the objective of this battle and their morale soared. This gave Cody a new insight. The governor had said that warriors need to know what they are fighting for. And just now, they had received new orders. The convoy responsible for transporting food had been ambushed while delivering to distribution point 2, and they needed their support. Without a second thought, after communicating with the company commander, the commander took a platoon to continue securing the distribution points where civilians were already lining up. He, on the other hand, took 2 platoons, about 60 soldiers, to support the transport convoy. By the time he arrived at the scene, he found that the fighting was still ongoing. The attackers had not yet succeeded. The soldiers guarding the food trucks, wearing different uniforms from theirs, must be a platoon from the 3rd Battalion of the Infantry Regiment. They were fighting the enemy by using the vehicles and 2 outward-facing houses as cover. They were under some pressure as many rioters in various clothes, armed with a mix of crude and sophisticated weapons, were besieging them, numbering at least 100. Seeing this, Cody was much relieved. Thank goodness, the situation hadn't escalated to an unmanageable level. He could tell that the comrades from the 3rd Battalion, although lacking heavy firepower and having to protect the grain trucks to avoid breaking through, were at least holding their ground solidly. Those rioters were not able to break through either. But getting a bit closer, he noticed that his previous assessment might have been a little off. The casualty rate among the 3rd Battalion's comrades was unusually high. At this point, he saw among those rioters a few individuals who were clearly different from the rest. They weren't holding weapons, but instead, white mists were condensing in their hands. Once thrown, these white mists caused compressed air explosions, the impact of which was nearly equivalent to that of a grenade's explosion. The scattered wind blades also resembled shrapnel wounds. Those must be the so-called cultists. Cody hesitated no longer and shouted, "Support our comrades, warriors, follow me in the charge." In the midst of the battle, getting flanked was disastrous. After the militia behind the rioters were attacked by Cody's 2 infantry squads advancing from 2 directions, they could barely put up any effective resistance. If it weren't for the fact that Battalion 3, facing them head-on, wasn't quite sure what was happening behind them, and prioritized the protection of the food transport convoy without coordinating an attack from the front as well, the rioters would have collapsed even faster. But even without that, there was no big problem anymore. Objectively speaking, Cody felt that the military skill level of the troops he was now leading still fell short of his old units, but they were a bit better than the mob and better armed too. At least it wasn't just rifles with iron barrels anymore. Meanwhile, after realizing that the cultists capable of unleashing storm bullets were the most significant threat among the enemy, he paid special attention to those 2 foes. He singled out some of the most progressive-minded and combat-ready soldiers under his command, and personally led them to target those cultists. Siege warfare had to be fought in this manner, and after he definitively led his men to kill those 2 dark mages, the battle was no longer in doubt. The remaining rioters were either killed or fled. Cody didn't pursue them but instead drew his troops closer to the food transport convoy. The soldiers responsible for the convoy remained very cautious and did not allow them to get close. Only when Cody showed his face and the soldiers opposite recognized a familiar figure did they lower their guards. After exchanging secret signals, Cody left behind a squad, along with the 17 surviving members of the original convoy crew, took the wounded, and headed for their designated distribution point number 2. First, ensuring that this batch of food could be delivered, They could also ensure the normal operation of about 10 food distribution points associated with distribution site number 2. After that, the 2 squads from that place and the convoy responsible for the escort would be as secure as possible. As for Cody himself, he adjusted the brim of his cap, listening to the intense gunfire coming from a distance. His battle was not over yet. We continue to advance. There are more comrades who need our support. Yes, the soldiers had just won a victory, and their morale was high. Cody quickly led his troops to a new battlefield. The situation here was much more problematic than the one he had just resolved. This place should be on the transport route of distribution site number 3. A mob had overtaken the convoy. The number of rioters was more than before, probably reaching 200, and there were more cultists among them. At a glance, Cody spotted 5. He knew how troublesome it was to deal with these magic wielders. Bullets hitting their storm shields would require emptying at least 3 magazines before penetrating, while one storm bullet from them was like a hand grenade. Besides, many armed rioters provided them with protection. Looking at this, the infantry squad responsible for escorting the food likely met their doom. Whether they were completely wiped out or routed with some turning to desertion, they could no longer be relied upon. Similarly, 2 infantry squads had come to support from distribution site number 3. Cody recognized the leader, also a red hat political commissar. But the enemy they faced was too strong, they couldn't break through at all. All they could do was maintain the line, ensuring the enemy couldn't break out. But without a numerical advantage and with the help of the cult mages on the enemy side, they hesitated to use the mortars they had for fear of destroying the food. In this situation, their line was somewhat precarious. Cody immediately led his troops and pushed to the front. His arrival with several dozen fresh troops greatly eased the situation. In the midst of the fight, Cody found another red hat. Taddeus, Cody? The red-hatted one turned his head, looking somewhat surprised. Cody had no time for pleasantries. He immediately stated his purpose. We can't keep fighting like this, we need to bring our guns into play. But those supply wagons. Stop worrying about that, win the battle first, then worry about the food, Cody said as he pointed outside. Look over there, someone is pouring fuel. They're going to burn the supplies. We can't let them succeed. Having said that, he fired a burst of bullets in that direction, killing the fuel pourer, then quickly pulled his head back in. Okay. The political commissar named Taddeus also made up his mind. He crouched down, retreated, and began to issue orders. Soon, the mortar teams from 3 platoons were in place. The firepower suddenly increased significantly. When Taddeus returned, Cody continued, it's still not enough, we need to figure out a way to handle those sorcerers. Do you have a plan? Cody grinned, showing his teeth. Nothing particularly good, just fighting desperately. Dare or not? Taddeus hesitated for a moment. Cody patted his red armband and asked, what's the matter? You're a political commissar, why the hesitation? Let's do it. Taddeus clenched his teeth. That's more like it. The 2 quickly formed a small squad, 17 men, assembled into 2 spearhead teams. They each led a team, dividing into 2 groups, and began to advance from the outer flanks. About 10 minutes later, Cody's team was in position. He estimated that there were 2 minutes left until the agreed time to launch a joint attack. He strictly ordered the soldiers not to show their heads, patiently waiting. The enemies seemed to sense that the frontal firepower had weakened somewhat. They became restless, sent out some men, and tentatively launched a counterattack. Seeing this scene, Cody worried whether the frontal defense, having lost almost a fifth of its manpower, would hold. But thankfully, it held for those 2 minutes. When the time came, the multiple mortars fired simultaneously. The previously silent and repositioned machine gun squads also unleashed powerful fire. The soldiers also courageously raised their heads and began to shoot with full force. In that instant, the volume of firepower from the entire troop increased several-fold. The armed thugs who had seized the convoy were suppressed momentarily. Even the several sorcerers didn't dare to show their heads recklessly, for even with storm shields, as mere wearers of blue robes, they weren't at the level of the gray-robed or the divine envoys. Too many bullets could still shatter their shields. And it was at this moment that Cody bellowed, charge, 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 it's our turn to go. Don't waste the opportunity our comrades have created for us. With that, he was the first to rush out. Cody's actions had obviously attracted a lot of attention. But due to the previous detour and interspersion, He had secured an advantageous terrain. When he burst out, many of the enemies were facing away from him, and there were no covers in between to protect them. Seizing the moment, Cody and his subordinates killed a significant number of enemies with fierce gunfire. This even included 2 enemy mages. One mage was killed by a volley of bullets before he could react, as he failed to adjust the direction of his storm shield. The other did manage to react but was taken down by concentrated fire from several soldiers. In a matter of seconds, multiple soldiers had emptied a magazine, shattering the storm shield and killing the person within. Lower-level enemy mages, with insufficient strength, could be broken and killed by ordinary bullets. But afterwards, when the enemies recovered from their initial shock, Cody and his team's situation deteriorated. Especially since this flanking charge had depleted their ammunition after eliminating a number of enemies. Some soldiers were positioned to ensure their magazines still had firepower, but a lull in firing was inevitable for the others while reloading. Not only were they taking incoming bullets, but also a wind spell from an enemy mage was hurtling towards them. One soldier was hit in the leg and fell to the ground, only to be further struck by multiple bullets, which ended his life. The wind spell went off course, exploding at the edge of their formation, but still claimed the lives of 2 soldiers. Despite Cody's best efforts to lead the team to cover, by the end of it, only 4 remained by his side. This was within his expectations, and Cody remained calm. Frontal firepower drew attention while he led a squad on the flank, striving to inflict maximum damage and continue drawing focus. Next, it was up to Tadeusz. Leading another squad, the time had come for them to launch their assault as well. The number of enemy mages left among their foes was down to 3. If Tadeusz could achieve results similar to Cody's squad, they would have little trouble winning this battle. It was best to also ensure as many survivors as possible to retain their fighting strength. If they, Cody and Tadeusz, could then drive their troops like steel nails into the enemy's rear, with the frontline troops launching an attack under covering fire, they would be able to achieve a victory against the odds, taking back the supply carts from the cultists and rioters. As he thought this, Cody heard gunshots and screams not far away. Tadeusz had launched his attack as planned, but the next moment, Cody's brow furrowed tightly. The sounds seemed off, too distant. He couldn't help it and glanced sideways, only to see an unfavorable situation. It appeared that Tadeusz had been exposed before they could initiate their planned assault and was now under enemy attack, caught in disarray. Cody realized he couldn't just wait for the outcome. He looked to the 4 soldiers on either side of him. Their expressions were somewhat panicked. Even though they were chosen as the most excellent and steadfast warriors, they were essentially trapped deep within enemy lines, surrounded by adversaries, and morale was inevitably shaken after nearly half their team had just been killed. Cody knew he needed to say something. We've come this far, we must disregard life and death. Do we even have space to retreat now? Victory is our only path. Let's go. Take down the remaining enemy mages, victory belongs to us. With that, he charged out of the cover. The remaining 4 soldiers, either genuinely moved by his words or simply acting on instinct, followed closely behind. One soldier stayed in the rear to provide covering fire, striking at the enemy attempting to attack his comrades, while the other 3, under Cody's leadership, attacked the sorcerer who was advancing on Tadeusz with his back turned to them. The sorcerer was instantly trapped in a dire situation, with enemies in front and behind, and no possibility of dodging to the side, as it would expose him directly to the firepower from ahead. The overwhelmed sorcerer was shot dead, but the remaining 2 sorcerers were a tough problem. The pair, back to back, were behind a pile of rubble from a blasted building. The shattered construction debris served as cover, shielding them from direct gunfire. Whether it was Tadeusz's side or Cody's, they could only attack the enemy directly facing them, and the enemy's storm shields were also open towards them. What made things even more difficult was that around these 2 sorcerers, there were a significant number of armed thugs guarding them. Their fire was mainly directed towards Tadeusz's side, suppressing the commissar from advancing. Quickly assessing the situation, Cody took 2 actions. A grenade, with its pin pulled, was tossed toward the enemy by him. The explosion of the grenade killed several armed hooligans and also caused the 2 sorcerers' storm shields to tremble violently. Then, anticipating the enemy's counterattack, he dodged to the side, indeed avoiding an incoming wind shot. The wind shot sent the 2 warriors beside him flying. Cody, half crouching and kneeling on the ground, endured the pain of a blade of wind slicing off a piece of his facial skin and, in an awkward pose, fired ferociously at the sorcerer facing him. The already quaking storm shield, under the fierce fire of the G9 rifle, flickered incessantly, clearly on the verge of collapse. The sorcerer, along with several surviving armed thugs, had their attention completely drawn by the man in the black coat and red hat. Bullets flew at Cody fiercely, forcing him to hide. He was shot several times in the torso, but fortunately, the hard plastic vest he was wearing under his coat protected his vital parts. Being shot in the shoulder, in the leg, or even having an ear shot off. These were all minor issues now. The gunfire he drew away created an opportunity for the two surviving soldiers. Both of them fired all the bullets in their new magazines at the sorcerer. Even if only half the bullets hit their mark, they were enough to shatter the storm shield. The one a bit further away, who had run out of bullets in his magazine and wanted to duck back to reload, was hit in the head by a bullet and died instantly. The closer one, the last remaining soldier, dropped his rifle and threw a grenade. But the grenade didn't have the desired effect, as it was blown away by an evil wind. The sorcerer with the broken shield was terrified at this moment. He had been distracted by the man in the red hat and had almost been swept away by this assault. Restarting his storm shield would take time, and if a grenade was lobbed at him, he feared it would be the end for him. Enraged, he even summoned another wind shot, hurling it at the soldier who was trying to reload to attack him, sending his body flying like a torn rag, only then feeling relieved. Having dealt with this one, he could finally shift his target and deal with the red-hatted man who was barely clinging to life. Huh? Where was that red hat? Looking up again, he saw the red-hatted man, dragging a wounded leg, climbing on top of a piece of building wreckage that served as cover and jumping down. On his person, 2 grenades already had their pins pulled. The sorcerer's eyes widened, but by then, it was already too late for any action. With a thunderous explosion, the shockwaves and shrapnel from the 2 grenades took the life of the storm shield shattered sorcerer and, by chance, the life of the other sorcerer facing Tadeusz's squad with his back to Cody. It also took Cody's life. Cody died. He blew up the last 2 sorcerers. Tadeusz's eyes were about to split with rage. He felt it was his own inadequacy that forced Cody and his squad to engage in a fight to the death, coming up to mop up the situation. They coordinated a flanking maneuver and launched an attack as agreed. The enemy successfully completed their mission, while his own side was obstructed. All 5 sorcerers were dealt with by Cody's squad. What am I really doing? Objectively, Tadeusz certainly played a role in creating diversions and opportunities, and he killed many of the armed rioters protecting those sorcerers. It can't be said that he was completely ineffective, in fact, quite the contrary. However, looking over at Cody's situation, the contrast made the gap apparent. He wished he could rush forward like Cody did, even if it meant dying, just to take down a few more enemies. Only then could he quell the burning frustration in his heart. But in the end, reason still prevailed in his mind. He waved his hand and led his team to retreat. He still had 5 warriors by his side, himself included, enough to form 2 combat units. When the frontal comrades launched their attack, his men would firmly block the enemy's retreat path. Tadeusz's eyes shone with hatred as he glared at the enemies. I want you all to die here. Ji Yuhang heard about Cody's heroic deeds from Osenia. He originally tried to mimic the military system in his memory to quickly integrate prisoners. For military skills, he had the soldier tag feature, which allowed him to quickly train his men with a bit of grace, but cultivating loyalty took time. Now, he was both gratified that his previous arrangements had been useful and pained by the loss of a loyal warrior. But his sacrifice was valuable. According to the information Ji Yuhang had received, all 6 food transport routes were attacked, but 4 were now secure. There was some loss of food, but it was not significant. The Phoenixes had already rushed to the other 2 routes for which there was no news yet. After Osenia had asked for his help, he immediately turned to those interstellar soldiers and asked them to assist. When it comes to fighting cult members, the fervor of the Phoenixes might not be any less intense than that of the saintly Sisters of the Lily. No matter how many enemies there were or how strong they were at those 2 locations, when 6 interstellar soldiers were divided into 2 teams and took their stand, the problem was definitely solved. In terms of military force, they were not worth mentioning. The army under Ji Yuhang, though not numerous, was elite enough to easily handle those cultists. The battle at Nora's factory had already made this clear. Ji Hang guessed that the cultists probably didn't have too many forces left to mobilize. Their total investment in attacking the food transport routes might be around 700 or 800 people, including about 20 sorcerers. This force was much less than what they had deployed inside Nora's factory. On one hand, the personnel and strength of this bunch of cultists are not infinite. These past few days, they've lost about 60 or 70 core members. Those who can wield storm sorcery are certainly not so easily cultivated. Aside from their core sorcerers, they stirred up nearly 5,000 people in the factory and deployed 700 to 800 in attacks on grain conveyance teams. No matter whether they control so many people through some form of insidious brainwashing or just converted many fervent followers through their usual preaching, this all undoubtedly comes at a cost. Clearly, they must be nearly depleting the accumulated energy. Otherwise, if they could double their invested forces this time around, of the 6 grain conveyance teams, at least 4 would be destroyed. Then, Ji Hang's trouble would truly be great. The most irritating aspect of those guys is that they're hiding in a city with a population of 1 million, and where the grassroots control is particularly weak, making them very difficult to root out in a short time. The failure at Nora's factory must have also taught these cultists a clear lesson that it is absolutely unacceptable to confront us head-on. These guys are messing around covertly, while we can only passively respond. This is not enough. Ji Hang felt certain that these cultists definitely had a backup plan. Furthermore, this plan must be centered around those 50 food distribution points. The enemy lies in darkness while we stand in the light. Having experienced simultaneous attacks on 6 transport routes ending in failure, the cultists should sober up and realize that biting off more than they can chew isn't realistic. Despite their heavy losses in 2 consecutive failures, their remaining forces, if targeted at a few food distribution points, could cause significant trouble by launching attacks and stirring up the public while people are queuing for grain. Ji Hang decided to assign to every food distribution point 1 military unit that had been equipped with a political commissar from the prisoner of war camp. Come on, I want to see, after you concentrate your forces, whether you can destroy an entire unit before reinforcements can even arrive. Of course, Ji Hang was also able to remain clear-headed. He didn't expect all units appointed with political commissars to reach the level of Cody's unit. In fact, whether Cody or Tadiu's, according to Yan Fangzhu's assessment, who was responsible for the retraining of prisoners, they were the best performing units among all. Yan Fangzhu was only able to pick out 7 units of similar caliber. Otherwise, how could a bunch of recently disarmed and detained prisoners distribute their forces and face the kind of fierce battle with significant casualties that Cody's unit had encountered and come out on top? It would be quite good if they didn't just skive off at work, and it was very likely they might collapse and run off with their guns at the critical moment, unlike now, where they can withstand casualties and fight to the death. But even so, given the current dire shortage of personnel, Ji Hang still decided to mobilize them all. Even if their performance didn't match the bravery of Cody's unit, or was even far inferior, as long as they could reliably follow orders during battle and not too easily desert their posts, that would be enough. They just needed to hold on for a while, and reinforcements would continuously arrive on the scene, including patrolling interstellar warriors. With such arrangements, the security of the food distribution should receive a considerable guarantee. What remained was specialized suppression. Merely responding was too passive. In addition to defense, there must also be strong offensive strikes. In this regard, the nuns of Saintly Lily had brought him good news.